The name that sounded in his ears instantly caused a stir in his heart. The face and figure of a girl uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Su Ling'er, the girl who was his heaviest pain, the girl whom he was the most sympathetic for, who was also the biggest regret in his lifetime, was engraved deeply in his heart. Her eyes were forever that gloomy, as she had forever been silently caring, keeping watch, spending all efforts and waiting for him. However, even after all the efforts that she had spent, until the moment she died, she never managed to wait for his return. He knew that she carried a blood feud, yet in the end, he never knew what her past was. She refused to tell him, and even until her death in his arms, she was unwilling to tell him whose deadly hands she died under, because she was unwilling to pass on another layer of vengeance to him, who had long lost himself in his own vengeance. However, the more important reason was still himself. If he could have cared for her more and was more persistent in knowing about her past, he could have definitely known of her enemies much earlier. That bamboo grove, that small, simple, and crude bamboo house, that small creek that was forever so clear, the girl who stayed there, who would only wait and keep watch for him, formed all of the memories of him and Su Ling'er. She had gave her everything for him, truly, without any regrets from the bottom of her heart. Yet he had never done anything for her, not even the simplest of promises. When he embraced her for the last time, his heart was so broken that he cried and wailed loudly. No matter how he hatefully smashed his head repeatedly against a rock, he was unable to get back the chance to repay her in the slightest. Whenever the memories regarding Su Ling'er surfaced, he would always suffocate for a moment from the pain in his heart. He turned his gaze and looked towards the little girl who fell on the ground, who was about to land in the hands of those three black-clothed men. She too was called Su Ling'er, and had exactly the same name as the Ling'er he had already lost. Xianxia stood up. Facing this little girl who had the same name as her, he was destined to not just ignore the scene, because the name, Su Ling'er, had toggled that forever most sensitive and weakest nerve of his. If he had the opportunity to repay her even the slightest bit, even if he had to sacrifice half of his life, he would not hesitate in the slightest. After the black-clothed man grabbed onto the little girl's clothes, he instantly picked her small body up and said with a sinister smile, "This sure is a stubborn little brat, to actually be able to run so far, hee. Now that his daughter has landed in our hands, I really want to see if old man Su Huangshan will still be as obstinate. You bad people. Papa will definitely save me, and then beat all of you down." Even though the little girl's eyes were filled with fear, she did not cry. Stubbornly holding back her tears, she struggled and shouted in the black-clothed man's hands. "Ha ha ha ha," the black-clothed man laughed out wildly. "Then that will really be the best outcome. I really hope to have him here. I really want to see if that's Su Huangshan." Before the black-clothed man's words fell, a violent wind suddenly struck from behind. At the most, the strength of these three black-clothed men were at the mid-level of the spirit profound realm. To Xianxia, they were barely any threat. However, to protect the little girl's safety, Xianxia still decided to silently approach them and instantly unleash his strength once he had reached a sufficient distance. Like an eagle suddenly diving straight down to catch its prey, he charged towards the black-clothed man who was holding onto Su Ling'er and heavily smashing the defenseless black-clothed man away. At the same time, he snatched over the little girl who was in his hands and carried her in his arms. "Ah!" The frightened little girl let out a shriek and subconsciously hugged onto Xianxia's arms tightly. Very quickly, Xianxia steadied his body. With his back facing the three black-clothed men, he gently placed the little girl down and then said with a smile, "Little sister, do not be afraid. I'm here to save you. With me here, you will definitely not be abducted by these bad people." The little girl was frightened repeatedly and was still in a little state of shock. But when she saw Xianxia's warm eyes and his kindest smile, it was as though a clear wind had swept away the fear in her heart. A huge degree of the fear had dispersed in an instant, and her eyes had become watery as well. She looked at Xianxia and strongly nodded. With her two small hands, she tightly grabbed onto the corner of Xianxia's clothes and hid behind his back. "Where did this random brat come from? To actually dare to step into our Blackwood stronghold's business? I think you're tired of living." When he was silently attacked by Xianxia from the back at such close proximity, the black-clothed men were initially frightened, as they thought they had encountered a strong enemy. However, after inspecting and finding out Xianxia's profound energy was only at the first level of the spirit profound realm, his heart completely calmed down as his voice became low and ruthless. Xianxia grabbed onto the little girl's small hand and shielded her behind his back. Then he turned his head over and coldly laughed. "In front of a child, I don't wish to see blood. I will give you 5 seconds. Scram immediately." Yuanqi's words stunned the 3 black-clothed men. Then, as though they had heard a funny joke, all 3 of them began to laugh out wildly, to the point where they could not even stand straight. "He's telling us to scram. He's actually telling us to scram. Ahahaha. Yo, this kid is actually at the first level of the spirit profound realm at such a young age. It's no wonder he's so arrogant. His talent is pretty good, but as for his brain, he's basically not even comparable to an idiot. Death is at his footsteps, yet he's actually telling us to scram, ha 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 ha." The 3 of them willfully laughed out with ridicule, and their gaze on Yuanqi was as though they were looking at a pitiful idiot. And as to how Yuanqi was looking at them, it was filled with even more disdain and pity. The black-clothed man on the left twisted his hand, took a step forward, and kicked towards Yuanqi. His eyes were filled with scorn. "Come, let this granddaddy teach you some morals." Yuanqi narrowed his eyes. Like a flash of lightning, he greeted the black-clothed man's kicking right leg with a smashing fist. Bang! The loudness of the sound of this exchange was completely out of the 3 black-clothed men's predictions. Following that, an incomparably clear crack resounded, and the black-clothed man's wild laughter stopped as his face distorted completely. His entire body was sent flying far away, as though he was a scrap bag being blown away by a hurricane, and accompanying it was an incomparably sharp scream that went further and further away. Yuanqi's arm strength was that freakish. If not for the need to mind about the little girl behind him, if he had used more of his strength as a pushing force, that black-clothed man's right leg would have shattered into fragments on the spot. Seeing that terrifying black-clothed man actually being sent flying away like a huge bird, the little girl's mouth was wide open in an O shape, and she even let out a subconscious wah sound. With this single exchange, the wild laughter of the 2 other black-clothed men were completely stuck in their throats as well. Their eyes sank inwards, their expressions paled and aghast. Even if they were idiots, they should be able to realize how terrifying that one strike Yuanqi threw out earlier was. The strength of the youth in front of them was unimaginably stronger than what they had thought by several times. He was someone whom they were not even worthy of offending. The 2 people's gaze on Yuanqi changed from that of scorn to fear. At the same time, they began to retreat. Seeing that Yuanqi did not have the intention to chase after them, without even daring to utter another word, they ran far away for their lives, and very quickly they disappeared from Yuanqi's sight. He did not know what identities these people held, so naturally, he would not have the intention to ruthlessly slaughter them. Since they fled, Yuanqi did not bother to chase after them. He turned around, looked at the little girl who had the same name as Su Ling'er, only to realize that she was currently raising her small face and looking at him with her watery eyes that were filled with little stars. Yuanqi had originally wanted to say something, but when he looked at her small face, the words that he was about to let out were suddenly sealed in his throat, as his entire being stood there in a daze. The little girl looked about 10 years old. Her little face was snow-white and refined. Her makeup made her look even more beautiful and cute, and her pair of pupils sparkled like the stars in the night sky. It could be expected that when she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty at a catastrophic level. And what made Yuanqi absent-minded was that this little girl's features were filled with a Su Ling'er's reflection. Her contours, eyebrows, nose, lips, chin, all of them were so very similar to Su Ling'er's. When they were joined together, she looked so much like a smaller and younger version of Su Ling'er. Only her eyes were evidently not the same, because the eyes of his Su Ling'er were always so dim, and were always filled with sadness that could cause one's heart to ache. While this little girl's eyes were sparkling even brighter than a gem, and even more spirited than a stream, as though they had gathered the purest of spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. Ling'er, Su Ling'er's face surfaced in front of him. Within his blurry vision, it slowly overlapped with the little girl's. He subconsciously reached out his hand and gently stroking the girl's tender cheeks with quivering fingers and soul. This action of his did not incite the little girl's rejection. She looked at Yuanqi strangely, blinked her eyes, and politely said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me. Big brother, you're so incredible. You instantly sent the bad guy flying towards the sky, you're just as incredible as my papa." The little girl's words woke Yuanqi up from his hallucination. Realizing his loss of decorum, he hurriedly regained his senses and revealed a smile on his face. "There is no need for thanks. Bad people should always receive punishment. You're called a Su Ling'er, right?" "Amen," the little girl nodded. She was stronger than Xianxia had imagined. Seeing her current expression, it seemed that her fear earlier had completely disappeared, and she no longer needed him to console her. She tilted her head. "Big brother, how do you know my name? I heard it when they shouted for you. Then, little sister, how old are you this year?" Xianxia asked with a smile. 10 years old. The little girl reached out her 2 hands, stretched her 10 fingers, and said with a huge grin. It seemed as though to her reaching 10 years old was a very incredible achievement. She then asked him back, "Then, big brother, what's your name?" "Me, I'm called Xianxia." Xianxia answered directly without hiding anything. "Xianxia?" The little girl blinked her eyes and said softly, "Such a strange name. Ooh, why does it sound strange?" After Xianxia reported his name, the little girl suddenly entered into a state of deep thought. With her finger pressing on the side of her chin, she tilted her head as she looked at Xianxia as though she was trying hard to recall something. "What is it? Is my name that strange?" Xianxia laughed. The little girl strongly blinked her eyes again, and then, with 30% confusion and 70% seriousness, she asked, "Big brother, have we met before in the past? Why do I feel as though I have met Big Brother somewhere? Even Big Brother's name has a little sense of familiarity to it." "Ha ha!" Xianxia laughed. He could not help but hold onto the girl's little face with his hands. "Me too. Not only is little Ling'er's name the same as someone who is very important to me, you even look very similar. This sort of very mysterious feeling is called fate. It means that little Ling'er and I have a strong fate, and we will become very good friends." "Fate!" The little girl mulled over this word very seriously, and following after, her thin eyebrows smiled into 2 slender crescents. "Amen. As long as Big Brother doesn't hate me, I'm willing to become very good friends with Big Brother." Author note: in the initial story settings, Azure Cloud Continent and Illusory Demon Realm each had their own unique division of their profound strength levels. When comparing their big realms and small realms with Profound Sky Continent, only their names are different. In the earlier parts of the story, it had been casually mentioned as well, but after thinking about it later, so as to not cause confusion to everyone and myself, the key point is myself, it's still best to use one universal set of names. Everything is elementary, nascent, true, spirit, earth, sky, emperor, tyrant, sovereign, divine, saint. "Ling'er, I shall first bring you over to get to know a big sister before sending you back home, all right?" Xianxia's attention had never left Xia Qingyue. Holding on little Ling'er's hand, they arrived next to Xia Qingyue. As expected, when Su Ling'er saw Xia Qingyue, her eyes instantly shone, and she let out a soft cry. "Wah, such a beautiful big sister. She's more beautiful than any other big sister I have met before. But why is she lying here? Is she injured?" "Amen," Xianxia nodded. Walking over next to Xia Qingyue, he once again pressed his hand on her chest. "But she will get better really soon." Xia Qingyue's temperature had gradually returned to normal. However, her breathing was still really weak, and she did not show any signs of waking up anytime soon. As a doctor, he was extremely clear about Xia Qingyue's current situation. After transferring all of her profound energy over to his body, her own body was completely devoid of spiritual energy, and under this state of depletion, an ice-cold chill completely entered her body, including her blood, heart, and every corner of her body. Not only was her vitality injured, her meridians had suffered a considerably large damage. It might even be possible for her entire body to be paralyzed because of this. What Jasmine said was right. If not for the frozen cloud arts she was cultivating that allowed her body to adjust to the cold to a certain degree, it would have been certain death for her long before Xianxia woke up back then. With her body's current degree of weakness, all Xianxia could do was to use the most gentle of methods to disperse the cold chill in her body. He did not dare to make any other movements. Little Ling'er squatted at the side. Her 2 hands held onto her cheeks as she stared unblinkingly at his heavy and serious look. She kept looking at him like this for a very long time, as though she was trying to figure something out. After a good while, Xianxia's hand finally left Xia Qingyue's chest. He heaved a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to rub off the warm sweat from his forehead. At this time, he finally realized that little Ling'er, who did not interrupt him throughout the entire process, was looking at him without turning away. That cute and focused look could not help but cause him to laugh. "Why do you always keep looking at me?" "Because big brother Xianxia is very good-looking," little Ling'er answered without any hesitation. "Good-looking?" To be praised by a naive and blooming young girl who did not have any sort of subtlety, Xianxia could not help but feel proud in his heart. He laughed cheerfully. Even though I am indeed really good-looking people might not all be good people. Ling'er, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person as well? I'm not afraid. Ling'er shook her head and firmly said, Big Brother Xianxia is definitely not a bad person. Why? Because. Ling'er did not even think for a single moment and hastily gave an explanation for Xianxia. Because not only did Big Brother Xianxia save me, with just a single glance, you look like a very, very good person. Ooh, Papa taught me not to approach strangers since I was young, and since I was young, I have always hidden far away whenever I see living people. But it's not the same for Big Brother Xianxia at all. When I see Big Brother Xianxia, I'm not afraid in the slightest, and I feel very close to you, even closer than a real brother. It's like I have known Big Brother Xianxia a long, long time ago. When I see Big Brother Xianxia, my mood also becomes very happy. While she said that, little Ling'er smiled, revealing two little pearl-like canine teeth. Xianxia smiled as well. Actually, in his heart, he felt the same as little Ling'er as well. Just by quietly looking at her like this, his mood would become especially cheerful, as though he had actually seen his Ling'er return to his side. Even the heartache he got from the state of Xia Qingyue's body had watered down quite a bit. Currently, Xia Qingyue was no longer in danger of losing her life. What he needed to do next was to recover her vitality bit by bit and quietly wait for her to wake up. After she wakes up, there was still a need to slowly recover her vigor, and this process would require a very, very long time. After that, he needed an even longer time to condition her body, so as to not leave any sequela. As for completely recovering her profound energy, it might not even be possible to do so within half a year. It was good that he was in front of her. Otherwise, if he was not by her side with Xia Qingyue's current state, she might have been paralyzed for life. Is beautiful big sister not well yet? When is she going to wake up? Little Ling'er looked towards Xia Qingyue, who was not showing any signs of waking up, and asked worriedly. At the same time, she was silently thinking in her heart. When I grow up, it would be great if I'm as good-looking as beautiful big sister. Don't worry. She's already fine, she just needs to rest for a period of time. Xianxia said with a very relaxed tone. Xia Qingyue's current state was momentarily stable, and at the moment, he did not dare to do anything excessive either. It was about time he officially started to find out what this place, where the evil god sent him and Xia Qingyue to, actually was. He looked at the little girl in front of him that he saved, who stimulated the depths of his soul. Just based on the same name she had with Su Ling'er and the similar appearance she had, it was destined that he was unable to leave her alone like this. He asked Su Ling'er, Ling'er, where's your home? Is it far away from here? Why were those people trying to capture you? Ling'er's small hand moved away from her cheek and she pointed to the north. My home is over there. It's not too far away from here. At first, Papa was supposed to bring me out to play today, but while we were walking, a lot of black-clothed people suddenly appeared. Papa began fighting with those black-clothed people and told me to quickly run away, so I kept running. And after running quite far away, suddenly, those three bad people from earlier appeared and chased after me together. If Big Brother did not save me, I might have already been captured by them. Ooh, I don't know what happened to Papa either, but since Papa is so strong, he's definitely able to beat up all those bad people. When she spoke of her Papa, little Ling'er's eyes were filled with adoration and did not carry too much worry. Evidently, she trusted her Papa very much. Because of sprinting for a long time and even tripping down heavily in the end, little Ling'er's shoes were already completely filled with dirt. The corners of her skirt were dirtied by a large amount, and there was even a big bruise on her small leg as well. Earlier, Xianxia had been concerned about Xia Qingyue's situation the entire time, and only now did he realize that. Instantly, he felt his heart ache. Walking next to Ling'er, he picked up her small, slim leg and gently asked, Ling'er, did you fall and injure yourself? Does it hurt? A little, but it's already not that painful anymore. When Xianxia picked her small leg up, pain clearly flashed through her expression. However, it was hurriedly replaced with a smile that could move everyone's hearts. It was as if she was trying to console Xianxia instead. Come, let me take a look at it. I'm a very incredible genius doctor, you know. No matter what injury it is, I'm able to cure it well. Xianxia sat beside Ling'er, and as he said that, he carefully took out her shoes because he had to check if her ankles were injured. As Xianxia held onto her shoes, he asked, Ling'er, can you tell me where I am? I came from a place very far away, so I don't even know where this place is. A place very far away. The little girl had an expression of astonishment, but then she excitedly said, It's no wonder Big Brother Xianxia is not the least bit old. yet is as incredible as Papa. You and this beautiful big sister must have came from those incredible places in those legends, right? Papa told me in those incredible places there are many very incredible people, and there are people that are even more incredible than Papa. Ah, oh right, I almost forgot to answer Big Brother Yunqi's question. Ling'er stretched out her hand and pointed to the distance. My home is called the Grandwake Clan, and it's at the bottom of the tallest mountain over there. That mountain is called Grandwake Mountain. Big Brother Yunqi, have you ever heard of that mountain? Papa told me that our home's mountain is very famous in the Azure Cloud continent, you know. Amen, of course I have heard of it. Yunqi nodded and smiled. My master once told me Grandwake Mountain is a divine mountain and is one of the 13 divine mountains. There was a period of time when I yearned to see it. I did not expect that this place is, actually. Yunqi's voice suddenly slowed down, and then it was completely stuck in his throat. Abruptly, his body trembled, and even his pupils had severely shrunk for a moment. His voice began to tremble. Grandwake Mountain, Azure Cloud, Azure Cloud, Azure Cloud Continent. You're saying this place is Azure Cloud Continent. That's right, this place is obviously Azure Cloud Continent. Yunqi's sudden strange reaction caused Ling'er to feel puzzled. Yunqi was completely stunned in place. His mind was in a state of chaos, and only after a good while did he finally calm his state of mind down. Azure Cloud Continent, a place that had been sealed within his memories, a place where he had stayed in his past life, a place where his life had ended at, a place where he thought it was no longer possible for it to appear again in his life, and had thought his fate with this place had forever been severed then and there. In the Blue Wind Empire, he had once tried to inquire information about the Azure Cloud Continent. However, basically no one there knew about the name Azure Cloud Continent, and Azure Cloud Continent was not even mentioned in any of the various records. Hence, he knew that Azure Cloud Continent and Profound Sky Continent belonged to two completely different worlds, and there was essentially no sort of intersection between them. From then on, he had forever kept it within his memories, and in the Profound Sky Continent, it was a place that only he knew of. He completely did not expect that the place that the evil god sent him to was actually here. The Phoenix's spirit had once said he had 3 lifetimes. Indeed, he truly did have 3 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, he grew up in the Xiao clan of Profound Sky Continent's Blue Wind Empire. When he's 16 years old, on the day of his marriage with Xia Qingyue, he was poisoned to death by Xiao Yulong, and his life ended there. In his second lifetime, he was born in Azure Cloud Continent and was picked up by the medical saint. He spent half his life learning medical techniques, saving the ill and aiding the injured. He then spent the other half of his life with a heart filled with hatred, slaughtering countless of people. And when he was 27 years old, he was forced off Cloud's End cliff and died. In his third lifetime, he brought all of his memories in his first and second lifetimes, and awakened in his first lifetime's dead body. His knowledge told him that his own experiences were so strange and shocking, to the point of that they could shock the world. He had once suspected that everything about the Azure Cloud Continent was actually just a dream as well. Otherwise, how would he have awakened in his own body that should have died at least 27 years ago? There was a possibility for everything in this world to be turned over, however, only time could not be turned back. If his lifetime in Azure Cloud Continent was not a dream, then, excluding every other possibilities based on time, at least 27 years were turned back. However, currently, the name Azure Cloud Continent had once again appeared in his world, and it was telling him with a thundering voice, everything about the Azure Cloud Continent was not a dream at all, and it was impossible for it to be a dream. Big Brother Yunqi, what happened to you? Your expression looks really strange. Ow, Su Ling'er cried out painfully. It seemed like when Yunqi was lost in a daze, he accidentally pressed on the bruise on her ankle. Yunqi regained his senses and hurriedly held onto her small leg carefully, gently taking off her socks. It's nothing. I was just thinking of some matters earlier. Did I hurt you? Right, Ling'er, can you tell me which country are we in? Grandwake Mountain was located in Supwake, a country that was situated furthest east in Azure Cloud Continent. Yunqi very clearly knew of this point. He simply wanted to use this girl's answer to make a clearer confirmation that he had indeed returned to the Azure Cloud Continent. Of course, it's the country of Supwake, Ling'er answered clearly. Then what profound year is it this year? Azure Cloud's 1999 profound year? Ling'er blurted out, answering with complete confidence. Yunqi's movements instantly paused at Azure Cloud's 1999 profound year. When he leapt off Cloud's End cliff, it was clearly the Azure Cloud's 2014 profound year. And now, time had passed a year and a half since then. The time here should have been Azure Cloud's 2015 profound year. If time had really turned back by 27 years, then this year should have been the Azure Cloud's 1987 profound year. Why was it Azure Cloud's 1999 profound year? On the day of Azure Cloud's 1999 profound year, he was still in the Azure Cloud continent and had just reached 12 years old. Su Ling'er was 2 years younger than him and had just reached 10 years old. Back then, they had yet to meet, and he always followed his master to different places, learned more and more complex medical techniques while testing out all of the herbs on Earth. At the same time, he had only just found out the existence of the sky poison pearl. Could it be? The place the evil god said he would send him to was just a dreamscape he created. After all, the evil god's residue soul read his memories and would believe that this was the place that he would wish to be in the most. His thoughts were once again in a state of chaos, and the movements with his hands became slow as well. On Ling'er's leg, that dirtied sock was finally taken off. On her leg, which was as tender as milk, 2 dots of hazel-colored scar marks were incomparably eye-catching. Xianxia's entire body once again trembled, as though he was struck ruthlessly by a bolt of lightning. This scar, it was at the same position as his Ling'er's, the same shape, the same size, the same color, the exact same scar. In his mind, the image of him first seeing this scar surfaced. Back then, Ling'er told him, "This was bitten by a very cute little snow mink when I was 7 years old. But it can't be blamed, as I was the one who accidentally stepped on its tail. Oh right, that little snow mink is called Ling Ling. We even became very good pals." After that, he had used a type of medical cream that he mixed himself and completely removed the scar by applying it on her leg, allowing her leg to once again return to being as flawless as white jade. Seeing Xianxia suddenly looking at the scar on her leg in a daze, little Ling'er blinked her eyes and said cheerfully, "This was bitten by a very cute little snow mink when I was 7 years old. But it can't be blamed, as I was the one who accidentally stepped on its tail. Oh right, that little snow mink is called Ling Ling. We even became very good pals." Xianxia slowly raised his eyes and stared blankly at the little girl who had a charming smile as his vision began to spin. "What happened? Why is your mind fluctuating so violently?" Jasmine suddenly asked. She felt that Xianxia's mind was in an unprecedented level of turmoil, so much that she could even distinctly hear the violent badump sounds of Xianxia's heart beating. Azure Cloud Continent, 1999 profound year, 10 years old, Su Ling'er. The scar, the same name, similar complexion, and the style of speech that's exactly the same, all of this weaved within Xianxia's mind chaotically, causing his spirit to tremble incomparably violently. This was because everything that happened pointed towards one possibility. Without caring whether or not he would frighten the girl, he suddenly reached out and lifted her dress and undergarments. On the upper end of her delicate right knee, he saw 2 small, crimson birthmarks side by side. "Ling'er, your Ling'er, your Ling'er, your Ling'er, your Ling'er." The instant he saw those 2 birthmarks, Xianxia's last emotional barrier completely collapsed. The blood in his body bubbled up, golden stars lined his vision, and he almost fainted on the spot. The things in the deepest recesses of his mind and spirit began to stir violently. Grief, bitterness, pain, sorrow, all these feelings milled forward, and his eyes instantly grew hazy with tears. The moment his emotions crumbled, he suddenly hugged the girl and held on firmly as if he were embracing his entire world. Ah, the girl, who was completely unaware of the raging waves of emotion in Xianxia's heart, was startled by Xianxia's sudden action and change of heart. However, as for Xianxia's sudden tight embrace, for some reason she didn't feel any rejection at all. After quite a while, she said feebly, "Big brother Xianxia, it hurts. You're hugging me too tightly. Ooh." Right now, every single one of this girl's words was like heavenly music from his dreams to him. Every aspect of her tightly linked to his spirit and lifeline. Hearing her voice, Xianxia loosened his arms practically in fright, then grew afraid that this would scare her and hurriedly released his arms. But his hands still lightly rested on her thin shoulders, seeming as though he was afraid that if he didn't hold onto her, she would disappear right in front of him. "She's Ling'er, my Ling'er, then. All of this is indeed a dreamscape brought by the evil god. A dreamscape is all right. As long as I can see my Ling'er again, even if it's a dreamscape, I'm willing to stay asleep forever. Big brother Xianxia, why did you cry all of a sudden?" The girl's heart was filled with bewilderment, but seeing the tear stains on Xianxi's face, her eyes filled with pity. She reached out, met his gaze, and lightly wiped off the teardrops on his face. She definitely didn't know how extremely precious every one of Xianxi's tears was, and that they had gushed for her. I'm all right. Only, some sand got in my eyes. Xianxi shook his head and gave a clumsy excuse as he tried to hold his tears back. In this world, the only thing that could cause his state of mind to go out of control so thoroughly was Su Ling'er, even though everything in his awareness right now was an illusion. Su Ling'er could never actually appear in front of his eyes again, because his Ling'er perished in his arms back then, and he had personally buried her within that bamboo forest. Does it hurt a lot? Ooh, I'll help blow into Big Brother Xianxi's eye, all right? Once when I was really young, some sand got in my eyes, but after Mother blew into my eye, I was completely all right. As the girl spoke, her pink and tender lips puckered. The Su Ling'er in front of him was so innocent and unaffected, so carefree and without worry, and her eyes were so bright and clear. Yes, the current her was still situated under the care and pampering of her close relatives. She hadn't gone through any great changes, and still didn't understand what sadness was, what sorrow was, what enmity was, what pain was. The Su Ling'er in his memories, with that eternally distressed and detached expression in her eyes, caused his heart to fill with needle-like pain every time he thought of her. It's all right, the sand's already gone. Look, I'm fine. Xianxi firmly blinked at her, and his mouth formed an extremely warm smile. What's most important now are the injuries on Ling'er's leg. Everything'll be okay in a flash, and it won't hurt at all. Xianxi once again covered his hands over the girl's bruised leg. Accompanied by a warm, profound energy, the sky-poison pearl's purifying force gently entered her bruise and slowly nourished it. Then, he took out a medicine bottle and delicately applied the ointment on her calf, ankle. He then swapped to her other leg and applied the ointment on the two symmetrical scars there. In the entire process, Xianxi's actions were very light, as if he was touching a beautiful and frail crystal doll. With Xianxi's medical expertise, this little injury could not even be injury. But in order for Su Ling'er to not even feel a sliver of pain, he used his all to focus his mind. Painstaking effort was concentrated within every one of his movements. After the entire process, he looked even more exhausted than a patient nearing death. However, he gladly suffered through it. In not even half a quarter of an hour, the bruise on Su Ling'er's ankle and calf had miraculously disappeared completely. Even the scar on her leg had also lightened by a lot. In at most 3 days, it would also completely disappear. Su Ling'er shook her leg a little and then cried out in surprise. Wah, it doesn't hurt anymore, not even a little. Big Brother Xianxi, you're seriously too awesome. The girl looked in his eyes with a gaze full of brilliantly shining stars. The admiration she felt for Xianxi had sharply risen by a substantial amount. Xianxi used his profound energy to drive away the dirt on Su Ling'er's shoes and socks. Then he carefully put them back on Su Ling'er's legs. Su Ling'er did not resist, nor did she refuse. She didn't even feel embarrassed at all. In her heart there contained a type of warm happiness and an odd sort of feeling that she could not say out loud. Even she herself did not understand why that was the case. Ling'er, where are you? Ling'er, suddenly, anxious shouts sounded in the distance, and what was being shouted was surprisingly Su Ling'er's name. Xianxi heard it before Su Ling'er. With a twitch of his brow, his gaze swept over and saw a middle-aged man hastily run over. He was in a panic, his hair was disheveled, and the clothes on his body were rather worn out. However, there was a type of calm and mighty upper-class feeling could be captured on his bearing. He's Su Ling'er's father. The middle-aged man's footsteps were lightning fast, and he traveled over in a short time. Having heard his voice, Su Ling'er's eyes shined as she spoke excitedly. Papa, it's Papa's voice. She stood up suddenly and ran over in the middle-aged man's direction. However, after running a few steps, she turned around and looked at Xianxi and stopped again. Standing at her former place, she beckoned at the middle-aged man. Papa, I'm here. Ling'er. The middle-aged man became overjoyed and rushed over with his fastest speed. He grasped Su Ling'er's shoulders at once and spoke with an extremely anxious tone. Thank God, Ling'er, why did you run to such a faraway place? Are you injured anywhere? Did anyone try to kidnap you? Papa, relax, even though there were bad guys, but Big Brother Xianxi saved me. Big Brother Xianxi is really amazing. Not only did he smack those bad guys running all at once, he also made the place I fell and hurt myself not hurt at all. The middle-aged man's entire heart was full concern about Su Ling'er's safety, and when he saw her, all his attention was even more so focused on her. He had only now noticed Xianxi's existence. He took a step forward and said with immense gratitude, "This little brother, thank you for rescuing my daughter. This Su really is eternally grateful." With Xianxi's arrogant bones, let alone middle-aged man, even if it's a highly respected elderly person, he would ordinarily just deal with them with a straight face. But the one before his eyes was Su Ling'er's father, which was an entirely different matter. He hastily greeted back, "Senior Su is too polite. Ling'er is kind and cute. Anyone would come to her rescue if they saw her. This junior also just merely lent a hand." From the middle-aged man's complexion, what Xianxi saw was the deep care and concern for Su Ling'er. At least, his fatherly love toward Su Ling'er wasn't the least bit impure. Xianxi's modesty gave the middle-aged man a very good impression. He smiled and said, "To receive such a praise from little brother here, my little girl here must be thrilled." At this time, he noticed Xia Qingyue, who was laying there without a sound. Even though she was only silently laying there still remained the goddess-like beauty that would drive one into ecstasy. The middle-aged man went blank for a bit, then immediately recovered and asked, "Little brother, is this one your friend? Looking from her complexion, is she haunted by a severe illness?" Xianxi nodded. "This is my wife. Her body has been affected by the cold and her vitality has been severely injured. Perhaps she will remain unconscious for a very long time." "So that's how it is." The middle-aged man nodded, and inside his heart he exclaimed, "The man is otherworldly handsome, the woman is as beautiful as a goddess. What a fine-looking pair. Their background definitely isn't ordinary. Especially this woman, how can a normal family raise up such a goddess-like girl? This man's age looks only to be 17 or 18, yet his profound energy aura has already reached spirit profound realm. He ought to be some disciple or even an heir of some top-level sect." As he thought till here, the middle-aged man spoke. "Little brother, you ought to have come from a foreign place, right? Do you currently have any place to stay? If you aren't unwilling, how about staying for a few days at our Grandwake clan? It'll also allow this Su to express his gratitude." The inside of Xianxi's heart moved. He took a glance at the unconscious Xia Qingyue, then took another glance at Su Ling'er and said, "This junior does indeed need a place of settlement to treat my wife's injuries. If that's the case, then this junior will gratefully receive senior's hospitality." "Ha ha ha ha, do not be so modest, little brother. Compared to your great kindness of saving my daughter, this isn't considered to be much." The middle-aged man started to laugh warmly. "Oh right, this one's surname is Su with the name Hengshan. Come, little brother Yun. Big brother Xianxi will go home together with us. That's great, that's great, that's great." Su Ling'er was excited to the point of jumping. That exceptionally happy appearance made Su Hengshan feel somewhat inexplicable. He made a spoiling smile. "Not only is little brother Yun our benefactor, he is also our guest now. You'll have to learn some manners. Shouting and yelling like this doesn't make you good girl, okay?" Papa really is naggy. Big brother Xianxi is the bestest person. He wouldn't complain about me." As she spoke, Su Ling'er ran over and grabbed Xianxi's hand and said while grinning, "Big brother Xianxi, you promised to come back home with us. You can't escape halfway, okay?" "Okay." Xianxi extended his hand, pushed Su Ling'er's little nose tip with a faint smile. He really wanted to know just what kind of family was Su Ling'er born and raised in. Su Hengshan felt somewhat puzzled for a moment. Calculating from the time, Ling'er and little brother Yun at most have met for half an hour at most. How did they become so close already? Moreover, looking at Ling'er's manner, she, who usually didn't like to meet with strangers, was exceptionally fond of little brother Yun. How curious. Xianxi carried Xia Qingyue, followed behind Su Hengshan, and walked towards the Grandwake clan that Su Ling'er had grown up in. On the way, Xianxi conversed with Su Hengshan. He ascertained once more that this place was indeed Azure Cloud Continent from Su Hengshan's own mouth, and the year was in fact 1999. When Su Hengshan asked them where they came from, he responded without thinking that him and Xia Qingyue left their sect to experience the outside world. But not long ago, they had an unlucky encounter with a vicious, profound beast, and Xia Qingyue lost consciousness from a heavy injury. During his past life, Xianxi was already sure that Su Ling'er had an extraordinary family background. Although she normally wore the simplest of clothing to do his laundry, bathe him, mend his clothing, cook, pick his medicine, season his medicine, and treat him. She did everything more skillfully than how a girl from an ordinary family background would have done. But her instinctive grandeur and grace was not something an ordinary family could have raised. He only figured through his conversations with Su Hengshan that Su Hengshan was an incumbent sect master of the Grandwake clan, and Su Ling'er, was precisely the princess of the Grandwake clan. East of the Supwake country's river, Grandwake clan was without a doubt the #1 sect, as well as the biggest power. Their status was similar to New Moon City's Xiao sect's branch sect, and they relied on Grandwake Mountain for its incredibly generous amounts of natural resources and minerals. From the estimates of Su Hengxian's profound energy aura and the encounter with the 3 men in black earlier, this Grandwake clan's power level should be higher than New Moon City's Xiao sect's branch sect by a level or two. But it absolutely wasn't at the level of the 4 major sects level. However, even in the east of the Grandwake River, Grandwake clan still had enemies, the Blackwood Stronghold. As sect master, Su Hengxian had the dignity and might of a sect master, but he had an even more cultured and refined personality. When he was facing a junior, he did not show the pride of the #1 sect master east of the river. Not a hint of falsehood or reservation hung on his face as he showed his appreciation and thanks for Yun Qi. If he didn't hear it from his own mouth, Yun Qi wouldn't even have believed that he was a sect master at all. Having a father like that, it was no wonder that Su Ling'er was raised to be so honest and elegant. He wanted to learn about the matters concerning Su Ling'er as much as possible. When he asked the father-daughter duo why they would encounter such aggression, Su Hengxian let out a long sigh. His face exposed a deeply angry look. They're all just some sect grudges. If I say it, we would just be mocked, little brother Yun, except I didn't think that they'd take action against Ling'er. This kind of insulting behavior is utterly unforgivable. Yun Qi muttered to himself a bit and said, Senior Su, forgive this junior for talking too much. You and Su Ling'er just came out together to have some fun for a little while, but encountered such an obviously calculated ambush. It's clear that someone exposed your and Su Ling'er's whereabouts. Sigh, Su Hengxian sighed. How can I not know about all this? It's just that I really don't want to suspect anyone on my side. Grandwake clan was far larger than Yun Qi could imagine. At the very least, the size of this clan was far greater than the Xiao sect branch sect he had once went to. For a clan of this size, there would be at least a few tens of thousands of disciples. Big brother Yun Qi, look, this is my home. It's big, isn't it? This huge mountain behind us is also our home. As they approached Grandwake clan's main entrance, Su Ling'er happily and pridefully introduced everything to Yun Qi. Su Hengxian's brows were constantly tight, and his mind was occupied the entire way. But Su Ling'er was actually being a bit too carefree considering she almost encountered a great disaster. A naive and adorable smile constantly hung on her face like she had already forgotten all the events prior to this. Looking at her fairy-like smile, Yun Qi's line of sight was constantly confused and dazed. Ling'er, how wonderful would it be if you could be this carefree without worries your entire life? Father, Ling'er, you're back? A barely 20-year-old young male welcomed them from afar and emotionally yelled. I heard rumors that you guys encountered an ambush from the Blackwood Stronghold. Seeing you guys without any problems is wonderful. Father, Ling'er, you two aren't hurt, right? No problem, just a bit of a scare, and luckily this little brother helped. Su Hengxian nodded and introduced Yun Qi. Little brother Yun, this is my son, Su Heoran. I am 46 this year and only have a pair of son and daughter like this. Even saying such things is a bit shameful, he. Heoran, this is little brother Yun Qi. If he didn't save Ling'er, Ling'er might have been captured by those bastards from Blackwood Stronghold. Little brother Yun's wife suffered a few minor injuries and requires our help for a few days. You have to thank and take care of them for your father. What? Blackwood Stronghold's people took action against Ling'er? That's lower than low, utterly heartless. Su Heoran's entire face was filled with anger and he cupped his hands toward Yun Qi. Brother Yun, thank you for saving Ling'er. When he spoke to this point, he shot glance toward Xia Qingyue being carried by Yun Qi within his arms. Suddenly, his gaze was completely fixated and was unable to move away anymore. His face became imbecilic and foolish like he had lost his soul all of a sudden. Yun Qi remained calm and collected and embraced Xia Qingyue closer to his chest to hide her face away Su Heoran's line of sight, then gently smiled. It only took a bit of effort. Brother Heoran is too courteous. Big brother. Su Ling'er, who stood by Yun Qi's side, crisply shouted at Su Heoran with her emotionless voice and joyless face. This felt a bit strange to Yun Qi because he distinctly felt Su Ling'er wasn't intimate toward her brother. It almost seemed like there was a slight bit of alienation. And this Su Heoran's look towards Xia Qingyue also made him very uncomfortable. Su Heoran just recollected his thoughts and half lowered his head, and with an unnatural expression, he said, Father, the clan already knows the matter about you being ambushed. Second and sixth uncle are in the conference room waiting for you. Su Hengtian nodded. I'll go then. Heoran, you go and arrange residence for little brother Yun and his wife. Oh, just set them up in the dragon perching pavilion. He turned around and said to Yun Qi, Little brother Yun, I have some matters to attend to, excuse me. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell my son. Please don't be too polite. Ling'er, come and follow Papa. Su Hengtian brought Su Ling'er and left quickly. Su Ling'er looked back once in a while. The fact that she didn't want to leave Yun Qi was written all over her face. Under Su Heoran's guidance, Yun Qi carried Xia Qingyue to the dragon perching pavilion that Su Hengtian mentioned, and gently placed Xia Qingyue on the only huge bed there. Grand Wake Mountain's atmosphere was incredibly grand, since it was one of the 12 divine mountains in the Azure Cloud continent. There were countless spirit medicine and spirit stones within the mountains. The rich resources gave birth to the powerful Grand Wake clan. The room that Su Hengtian personally appointed for Yun Qi was extremely luxurious. The name, Dragon Perching Pavilion, wasn't pointless. On top of all kinds of red hardwood decorations, sculptures in all shapes and forms depicted a majestic 5-clawed flying dragon. This place should be where Grand Wake clan received their most honored guests. It goes to show just how grateful Su Hengtian was towards Yun Qi for saving Su Ling'er. Brother Yun and this lady are husband and wife? That's right. Yun Qi nodded. Then he saw a hint of jealousy within Su Heoran's eyes. Heh, Su Heoran forced a smile and said, Brother Yun is truly fortunate to actually be wedded with such a beautiful fairy-like bride. Oh, Brother Yun doesn't lack natural talents either. You actually stepped into the spirit profound realm. Not bad, not bad. These words from Su Heoran contained the arrogant tone of the strong talking to the weak. He complimented Yun Qi's natural talents, but his demeanor was in fact proud and aloof. He was 20 years old this year, and his profound strength was already at the 4th level of the spirit profound realm. He was at the peak level within the younger generation east of the river. Just comparing profound strength, he was stronger than Yun Qi, who was only at the 1st level of the spirit profound realm, but that was merely profound strength. Brother Heoran is wrongfully praising. Yun Qi spoke without thinking. Except, Brother Yun, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Although your natural talents aren't bad, you came out just like that to experience the world together with your wife. You're just making too much trouble for yourself. In this world, there are many people with better natural talent than you. Arrogance, complacency, and ignorance aren't good things. Before you have the strength to properly protect your family, it's better to not do as you please. Otherwise, when you encounter an actual disaster and you don't have the strength to protect your family, harming your fairy-like wife's life would be terrible. When Su Heoran spoke, he peeked at Xia Qingyue from time to time. Every time he glanced towards her, his fingers would tremble a bit in his entire life. He had never seen a girl as beautiful as Xia Qingyue. Furthermore, he could never imagine it was possible for a girl to be beautiful to such a degree. There were even several times when he couldn't resist losing control to knock Yun Qi out, and then enjoy this sleeping beauty however he liked. Yun Qi faintly smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Heoran, for your reminders. I'll remember it. Su Heoran extended his right hand and had difficulty enduring making a grabbing motion. This lady is in a coma and isn't waking up. Looks like her injuries aren't light. I just happen to have some medical expertise. Let me examine a bit, then grab some spirit medicine, and she'll be awake in no time. After he finished talking, Su Heoran casually walked forward and approached Xia Qingyue's bedside. Yun Qi took a step forward and impolitely blocked Su Heoran's way and calmly said, No need, I can't be any more certain of my wife's condition. There is no need for Brother Heoran to feel troubled. Thank you, Brother Heoran, for your warm reception. I won't waste your time any longer. You may leave. Su Heoran's expression changed, and he didn't have a reason to stay anymore. He stared at Yun Qi a bit and said, Very well then, I won't bother you too. If you need anything, you can tell my servants outside any time. After Yun Qi saw Su Heoran leave, he tightly shut his room's door. He coldly smiled and muttered, He dares to lust after my wife, Humph. You can think all you want, but if you think about anything else, even if you are Ling'er's brother, I won't go easy on you. Xia Qingyue was sleeping soundly and had no idea that she already came to another world. Yun Qi kept close and guarded by her side. Every 1/8 of an hour, he would check her inner vitality and see that her internal energy became increasingly calm, which finally put his mind at ease. Jasmine, do you have any way to help her recover a bit faster? Yuanqi asked. Although Xia Qingyue's condition had temporarily stabilized, the injuries in her profound vein were too severe. To completely restore Xia Qingyue would take a long time even for him. Him and Xia Qingyue could only stay here for a day. After returning to Heaven Basin's secret realm, they could stay a maximum of half a day. When they leave the Heaven Basin's secret realm, the people of Frozen Cloud Asgard would never let Yuanqi see her again. Yuanqi believed they wouldn't be able to completely restore Xia Qingyue if she was brought back to Frozen Cloud Asgard. Of course, Yuanqi was only casually asking, but he didn't think Jasmine would decisively answer with certainty. It's precisely the thing that you found with her, the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. This lotus flower's effectiveness is far greater than you can imagine. After using the Sky Poison Pearl to perfectly refine the essence of the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, if you give it to her afterwards, her entire body would recover shortly, and her profound strength would step into the Sky Profound realm right away. In your Blue Wind Empire, she would be considered the first person under 20 to step into the Sky Profound realm. Only, the premise of everything is that you'd be willing. Really? Yuanqi's mind shook and stood up while shouting. Whether or not she could break through is secondary. If the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus could make her completely recover within a short period of time, then why would I not be willing? You have to think it through clearly, Jasmine warned. The Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus being considered a sacred object in your Blue Wind Empire is not an exaggeration at all. After using this Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, an object of the same level might not appear in Blue Wind Empire for the next 1,000 years. In other words, if you use this Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus on her, then it equates to you forever losing an enormous opportunity. Furthermore, you have all kinds of divine beast bloodlines and primordial god arts within your body. Every time your profound strength rises by a level, your increase in strength is not something another person could compare to. If you used the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus on yourself, the rise in strength it would bring would far surpass her. In my eyes, if you truly gave it up, it would be a stupid and wasteful move. Yuanqi took 2 steps back. Then, with a thought, he was already cupping that huge Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus between his 2 hands. Even though the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus had been exposed to the air, it was wrapped under the powerful aura of the Sky Profound Pearl, so its essence did not leak at all. He said without the slightest hesitation, "Raising strength is certainly important, but she is my lawfully wedded wife. Her recovery is by far much more important than raising my own power. If the person who laid in front of me is you, I'd pick you just the same." Jasmine originally wanted to say something, but after hearing this from Yuanqi, she was suddenly speechless and did not say another word for quite a while. The Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus was quickly wrapped up by the green light that the Sky Poison Pearl emitted. All the essence it contained was quickly refined. Flakes of faint blue and red powder gently floated down and finally landed in Yuanqi's palm. What remained was a round bead the size of a dragon's eye that emitted a faint blue radiance. An intoxicating fragrance assailed his nostrils. After Yuanqi gently breathed in a breath of air, he immediately felt his entire body relax, and even his blood circulation mildly sped up quite a bit. As an existence that was at the level of a sacred object, the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus was incredibly precious. But the difficulty of refining this was also incredibly high as well. If it was in anyone else's hands, retaining a third of its full effectiveness was the limit. However, in the hands of Yuanqi, he could perfectly do what no one else could possibly believe, 100% effectiveness. Therefore, the effect of this Emperor Awakening Heart pellet in Yuanqi's hands was much stronger than what was recorded. Perhaps 2 or 3 times, maybe even more. The records had shown that 1 pellet would allow someone at the early stage of the Earth Profound realm to break through into the Sky Profound realm. But the one in Yuanqi's hands, even he himself had no idea what level Xia Qingyue's profound strength would raise up to after she wakes up. Only by smelling its fragrance, one's entire body would feel as if it had been baptized. It was simply impossible to imagine what kind of transformation it would bring if it was consumed. Its attractiveness is something that all profound practitioners, even those elderly experts who had great experience, would hardly be able to resist it. Yuanqi silently looked at it, but his expression was unexpectedly ordinary. He didn't even have a hint of hesitation. If it wasn't for Xia Qingyue saving his life, he would have been a dead man long time ago, so how could he not be willing to save her? He moved forward and gently parted Xia Qingyue's delicate lips. Then, he put the Emperor Awakening Heart pellet, that could cause the entire Blue Wind Empire to tremble into her mouth. With a gentle push of his profound energy, he guided it into her body. Jasmine did not say anything to stop him. Clank, without even needing Yun Qi to his profound strength as a catalyst, the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet had practically instantly entered her body. Xia Qingyue's body blossomed with a layer of splendorous moon-white sheen. This layer of light was incredibly gentle and did not have a trace of violent energy. In most situations, a medicinal pellet that contained a lot of power would generally take a very long time to refine, and the process would be brimming with danger. When swallowed, it would usually explode like a flame inside the body. If it wasn't controlled and refined well, this flame would be enough to harm the whole body, or could even be fatal. However, when this Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet entered the body, the strength it contained was as mild as a ripple. Slowly and gently, it spread into every part of the body and bestowed all the power it contained to Xia Qingyue. Under the moon-white sheen, Xia Qingyue's breathing became more and more relaxed. Yun Qi quickly and pleasantly discovered that all her meridians, which were damaged by the cold, were miraculous healing at a rapid pace. The circulation of her blood also quickly calmed down as well. Then, a slight rosy blush started to appear on her pure white face. Afterwards, under Yun Qi's careful gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. From the time Xia Qingyue took the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet to when she woke up, it took only an eighth of an hour. The miraculous effects of the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet made Yun Qi feel as if he was dreaming. "Where is this?" Xia Qingyue looked all around in a daze. With a misty expression, she felt as if she was in a dream. According to her memories, they were still in Heaven Basin's enormous beast's darkness and cold. She felt a gentle source of power within her body, and a layer of warm power continuously rushed into every part of her body. "Don't get up." Yun Qi promptly reached out, pressed her shoulders down, and gently said, "This is a very safe place. Don't worry, you're not dreaming. We've already escaped. I'm already all right, and you will also be better soon." Then he gave a simple account of the events that had occurred to Xia Qingyue, about everything that happened after escaping the enormous beast in the heavenly basin to arriving at this place. But his version of the events had a slightly deviation from what actually occurred. He told Xia Qingyue that he inadvertently found a space attribute treasure within the Heaven Basin enormous beast's stomach and had escaped to here. He did not tell Xia Qingyue that this place was in fact a fantasy world. As Yun Qi gave his explanation, the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet was still steadily releasing its power within Xia Qingyue's body, restoring her originally completely exhausted profound strength at an astonishing pace. With this speed, perhaps in less than 2 hours, her body and profound strength would have completely recovered. "You gave me the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus." After sensing the warm power within her body, that was the only possibility that Xia Qingyue could think of. "Amen, I was still a bit worried before. Luckily, it was like what you had said, its medicinal strength is incredibly warm. There's no risk at all," Yun Qi said with a slight smile. "But no buts." Yun Qi interrupted her words and lightly shook his hand. Then he reached out and grabbed her delicate hands. "For the sake of saving my life, you were willing to give up your own. Why would an Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus matter? Besides, we're a married couple, we don't need to distinguish ourselves separately." Suddenly, the heart of Xia Qingyue, who had her hands gripped tightly by Yun Qi, trembled slightly. She unconsciously wanted to struggle her hands free, but they were being firmly held by Yun Qi. She continuously struggled several times, but she lost due to her powerlessness. She could only let him hold her hands, and her heart rate gradually increased. Even though she secretly used the frozen heart arts, she was not able to suppress it. The two had been married for a long time, but this was the first time they had held their hands together so ambiguously. Xia Qingyue's hands were ice cold and soft. They were as tender as soft jade, so soft that they seemed to be boneless. After Yun Qi held her, he was not willing to let go. The two remained silent for quite a while, and both of them were afraid of talking, in fear of breaking this special mood. Knock, 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 graceful footsteps approached from the outside, and then a knock was heard. Not wanting to let go of Xia Qingyue's hands, Yun Qi asked, "Who is it?" "Big brother Yun Qi, are you inside?" "It's Ling'er." Su Ling'er's free-spirited voice that seemed like a nightingale echoed through. Yun Qi promptly opened the door and saw Su Ling'er, who changed into a mild green-colored chiffon, charmingly stand outside. When she saw Yun Qi, she happily smiled. "Big brother Yun Qi." Author's note: this chapter is a bit short. Allow me to think for a while, prepare for a fight. A main character who doesn't fight cannot be the main character. How much do you think the main character's wife could evolve? Ling'er, after seeing Su Ling'er's delicate little face, Xianxia brimmed with warmth and joy. This joyous feeling that struck the depth of his soul was a joy that nothing else could replace. Just by calmly looking at Ling'er, he felt that his life was already perfect. He didn't know that when Su Ling'er saw him, she had the exact same change of emotions as he did. Xianxia had it because him and Su Ling'er were bound by their past life. As far as Su Ling'er was concerned, it was merely the simple feeling, simple joy and the feeling of being near without any other reason or cause. She said, Big brother Xianxia, father told me to tell you that at dusk, there will be many people coming to the clan and some bad things are going to take place. When it's time, big brother Xianxia has to shut his room door tightly and should not leave for any reason. Oh, Xianxia's brows moved slightly. Then he nodded and answered with a slight smile. Okay, I understand. Amen, then, big brother Xianxia, I'm going back now. You and beautiful big sister have to rest well, Su Ling'er said while beaming. She took a little step back, but didn't leave right away. A pair of liquid diamond eyes clung on to Xianxia for a while and had an expression that couldn't bear to leave. Why do you need to leave so quickly? I still want to talk with Su Ling'er for a while. Su Ling'er pouted and said, Father said that you guys should have traveled quite a distance and must be exhausted. Additionally, the beautiful big sister is ill and needs to rest as well. So he told me to leave as soon as I passed on the information, so that I won't bother you. Big brother Xianxia, when beautiful big sister wakes up, can you play with me? Oh, there's more. Big brother Xianxia came from very far away. I want to listen to big brother Xianxia tell stories about the place from far away. Su Ling'er was still naive and carefree with smiles. It made Xianxia feel a dizzying joy so extravagant that Xianxia felt as if he was in a dream. He gently smiled, then slowly and carefully nodded his head. Okay. When it's time, I'll play with Su Ling'er for sure, and I'll tell Su Ling'er many stories. It's a deal. Amen. He. Su Ling'er tilted her head, then ran away happily like an oriole that was set free. After closing his room door, Xianxia's expression quickly turned severe. There was going to be a group of people that would come in the evening. What kind of bad things were going to happen? Could it be, on top of the bed, Xia Qingyue's eyes were lightly shut and was in a meditative state. She calmly absorbed and guided the strength of the Emperor Awakening heart pellet, except her 5 senses really weren't completely sealed. She heard the entire conversation that Xianxia had with Su Ling'er. Their time limit in this place was only a short 24 hours. He naturally couldn't spend each and every second with Ling'er, but at the moment, Xia Qingyue definitely needed someone to guard her side, and Grandwake clan wasn't really a place they considered calm and stable. In addition, there was the Su Haoran who harbored evil intentions, so he absolutely did not want to leave Xia Qingyue's side. Xianxia, have you been here before? Jasmine suddenly said. No, I haven't. Then why are you acting so special towards that little girl? You just met her today, but when you saw her completely lose control of her emotions earlier, your emotional reactions became out of the ordinary. What is going on here? Jasmine said with a serious tone, even though that little girl coming out of the mouth of another little girl was a bit strange. Xianxia raised his head and lightly said, That is truly an unspeakable secret. Jasmine. During the entire afternoon, Xianxia always guarded Xia Qingyue's side as Xia Qingyue laid there motionlessly. The moon-white sheen beside her never waned, and this layer of light magically isolated the aura of Xia Qingyue's profound strength, inhibiting Xianxia from finding out the state of her profound strength. But this was fine as well, if the Emperor Awakening heart pellet was actually as astonishing as the legends said they were. Then perhaps Xia Qingyue would be able to break through into the sky profound realm. If the aura of the profound strength breaking through startled the Grandwake clan, then it might attract unnecessary attention instead. The sky gradually dimmed, and it was already nightfall. At this moment, the sound of urgent footsteps suddenly echoed in from outside, as if many people were rushing to a certain place right now. The sound of footsteps continued on for a long while until the sound of disorderly and abnormal clamor started transmitting from afar. With Xianxia's hearing abilities, he faintly heard the sound of callous laughter and angry rebuke from time to time. Xianxia took a glance at Xia Qingyue's state, and then walked to the window. He carefully opened a slit in the window and looked towards the place where the sound originated from. There were already many people gathered to the brim in front of Grandwake clan's conference hall. On one side were Grandwake clan's leaders and a group of disciples headed by Su Hengxian, who had a pair of angry eyes. Across from them stood a group of 300 men in black. Under the escort of the men in black were over 10 middle-aged people dressed in different attire. There was also an elder with a swagger, who was sitting in a rattan chair that seemed came out of nowhere. His eyes were half closed, and he was unrestrained like an old deity with a proud attitude that didn't put anyone else in his eyes. Su Hengyu, I always respected you as my second brother. Even though you had opposed me when we were fighting for the position of clan master in the past, I still put the matter behind me and never mentioned it. These past years, the clan's resources were all prioritized for you. I can understand that you want our late ancestors' treasure as well, but you actually unhesitantly collaborated with Blackwood's stronghold and made these ambitious moves. How can you face our deceased father? How can you face our Grandwake clan's ancestors? Su Hengxian's face was brimming with anger and his gaze shifted to another person. And you, Li Yunji, when you met certain doom back then and your life was hanging by a thread, who was it that saved you? And who was it that gave you over 10 years of peace? Is this how you repay my father and my Grandwake clan's kindness? The middle-aged man, Li Yunji, who was pointed out by Su Hengxian, took a slight step back, and an unnatural expression flashed on his face. But he immediately answered with a cold snort. The late clan master's kindness will naturally always be kept in my heart. It's also because of the late clan master's great favor that I could not bear to see Grandwake clan get destroyed in your hands. Resign as clan master and hand over the treasure key. If not for your obstinate behaviors, Grandwake clan would have already had a shockingly powerful expert a long time ago. Grandwake clan would have leapt to become a peak sect, and not the completely fruitless one like it is now. Everything Yunji said is true, Su Hengyu said while laughing. Our late father handing over the position of clan master to you was really the greatest mistake of his life. If you handed over the treasure key sooner and collaborated with Blackwood's stronghold, everything east of the river would have been ours a long time ago. Your stubbornness only burdened the entire Grandwake clan. He looked towards the elder who sat there and grimly smiled. Even the elders who never questioned you about being clan master could not stand by idly and watch you any longer. Just obediently hand over the clan master position. Be at ease and just become a teaching elder. The position of clan master doesn't suit you at all. Load of bullshit, Su Hengxian angrily laughed. Blackwood Stronghold's behaviors were always despicable. They have an extremely poor reputation outside and had also always coveted our Grandwake Mountain resources. If we collaborated with Blackwood Stronghold, we would be working with the Tiger and destroy our Grandwake clan's hundreds of years of clean reputation. As for our clan's treasure, our late ancestors clearly explained that we could only take it out when an extremely stunning talent, who is able to shock the world, appeared in our clan. Otherwise, we'd be recklessly wasting it and pointlessly destroying our clan's greatest opportunity. If I took it out right now, that would be the real disgrace towards our ancestors. Clan Master Su's words are too harsh to listen to. A middle-aged man in black slowly walked forward. Our Blackwood stronghold genuinely and sincerely wants to cooperate with the Grandwake clan. You give me medicine and precious stones, and I'll give you divine weapons. It's profitable for both sides. By comparison, Brother Hengyu's knowledge and insight is much more powerful than yours. It's no wonder that your Grandwake clan has stagnated and become lifeless during these past years. Xia Qingyue, Su Hengxian's anger directed towards black-attired man who had just spoken. You despicable little man. I still haven't repaid you regarding the matter that you intended to seize my daughter this morning, yet you still had the guts to personally come yourself. As the mighty hold master of Blackwood's stronghold, you had unexpectedly let your disciples take action on a little 10-year-old girl. Are you really worthy of your title as the Blackwood stronghold's hold master? Hey. Xia Qingyue wasn't the least bit resentful when being cursed in rage by Su Hengxian. Clan Master Su is misunderstanding. This hold master only wanted to invite your daughter as a very important guest. The word seize isn't very appropriate. Really? Su Hengxian clenched both his fists. He wasn't a person who got angry very easily, but the people of Blackwood Stronghold taking action against Su Ling'er touched his absolute bottom line. He coldly said, Xia Qingyue, I know how you are. If you don't give me an explanation after we sort out our clan's matters today, then don't even think about leaving alive. Xia Qingyue grinned and smiled, but didn't say anything as he took 2 steps back. Both his hands were over his chest in a leisure posture. That's right. He was here to passively watch the great battle within the clan. No matter what the outcome was, it was all favorable. The elder who had continuously sat upright in place opened his eyes and heedlessly said, Hengshan, I don't care who succeeds the position of clan master. I won't make trouble for you if you aren't willing to collaborate with Blackwood's stronghold either, but the key to the clan's greatest treasure must be taken out today. The speech from Grandwake clan's most senior elder naturally contained an extraordinary influence. Su Hengshan's expression suddenly transformed and then unhesitantly said, "Absolutely impossible." The mood at the scene became increasingly tense. Grandwake clan's disciples all rushed over as more and more people filled the scene. If they were only facing Blackwood's stronghold, they could unanimously confront them. But Blackwood's stronghold had the attitude of spectators. The two sides who had mutual hostility were all people of the Grandwake clan. Only the other side was a person who had left not long ago, who then entered the Blackwood stronghold. From the intense conversation between the two sides, Yun-Chi finally understood everything. In the region east of Supwake's River, Grandwake clan and Blackwood stronghold were the two most powerful sects. Behind Grandwake clan was Grandwake Mountain, medicine, as well as countless precious minerals and resources. Blackwood stronghold was situated in the Blackwood Mountain range and had huge amounts of metal and strange stones as their resource. The natural resources of the two sects really complemented each other, and Blackwood stronghold had always wanted to collaborate with the Grandwake clan many times for the purpose of sharing their resources. But Blackwood stronghold's actions were despicable, and they also had a horrible reputation. Although the elders of the Grandwake clan wanted to collaborate with them for the most part, the successive clan masters all disagreed profusely. Until Su Hengshan's generation, Blackwood stronghold, which was originally more than a half-level lower, suddenly had an explosive development and quietly reached the point where they could fight on even terms with the Grandwake clan. This also made the elders want to support Blackwood's stronghold. The people in favor of ruling the river east by force nowadays increased up to the point where it had exceeded more than half, and gradually increased the pressure on Su Hengshan every day. But these weren't the main reason for the confrontation today. The real reason was an item that the late ancestors of Grandwake clan had left behind, the clan's mystical treasure, from a place called the Southern Border Holy Land. A late elder of the Grandwake clan obtained a valuable treasure, rumored to be at the sacred object grade. Yun-Chi didn't hear what this valuable clan treasure was, but looking at the degree of importance they placed on it to the point that they started a big fight over it, it was probably something incredible. Perhaps it really was an item of the sacred object grade like the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. Since the clan's treasure was precious to the point that it could be the hope Grandwake clan was looking for to become a peak sect of Azure Cloud Continent's Supwake country, the decision of who to use this precious treasure on was of the utmost importance. If they used it on an ordinary disciple, it would undoubtedly be a waste. Due to the incredible precaution this matter required, they still never used the clan's treasure up until this generation, but had hidden it in an unknown place instead. Additionally, that hidden place could only be opened by a special key, and that special key was always in the hands of the next clan master. In this generation, it was in Su Hengshan's hands. Su Qingyue was an extremely ambitious person. He had coveted the clan's most valuable treasure ever since he was young, but although his aptitude was incredibly good, it still wasn't stunningly good. However, he still reached a high prestige within Grandwake clan, and all these years, he had been enticing an ample amount of assistance, and was also making an extreme effort towards collaborating with the Blackwood stronghold. All the elders in the Grandwake clan who shared these thoughts naturally gravitated towards him. Right now, the reason why Su Qingyue resolutely wanted Su Hengshan to hand over the treasure key, to the point that he didn't care about Su Hengshan turning hostile or borrowing Blackwood stronghold's power, was all because of his son, Su Qingyue. This year, Su Qingyue was a full 20 years old, and his profound strength was already at 8th level of the Spirit Profound realm. In all of Grandwake clan's history, this had never happened before. He believed that with his son's natural talents, he was completely qualified to obtain the clan's most valuable treasure. He mentioned this to Su Hengshan over and over again, and even encouraged those in the clan to pressure him together, but Su Hengshan never agreed. Although Su Qingyue's natural talents were astonishing, he was absolutely not at the level of world-stunning that their late ancestors mentioned. Furthermore, Su Qingyue was always ambitious. If he actually gave the clan's most valuable treasure to Su Qingyue, in the future, the authority of the Grandwake clan would also completely fall into Su Qingyue's bloodline. For his own selfish desires, He discriminated against the Grandwake clan and relied on Blackwood Stronghold's strength. If the Grandwake clan fell into his hands, their future would be utterly inconceivable. Su Hengxian, if you took out the clan's most valuable treasure a bit earlier, then my son Heiyu would have soared into the skies a long time ago, and in less than 10 years, he would have taken our Grandwake clan to a height that we could only dream of right now. Su Hengxian callously laughed and said, "Don't believe that we don't know what you're thinking. You're envious of my son's natural talents and want to personally consume our clan's treasure. Heh, people being selfish and envious is completely normal. However, you want the entire Grandwake clan to be dragged by you. As one of Grandwake clan's elders, I'll never agree to that." "Bullshit," Su Heoran angrily roared. "It's obvious that you're the one who's selfish. For the sake of getting your hands on the clan's most valuable treasure, you actually slander us in reverse. You have no sense of shame at all." "Yo," Su Hengyu said coldly. "Before an elder finished talking, your son has already lost his cool. Could it be that this clan master's own son is more qualified to use the clan's treasure than my family's Heiyu? That's right, if you can win against my Heiyu, then you will naturally be more qualified than Heiyu. Heiyu, come and compare your moves against your brother Heoran." "Yes, father." A youth around 20-year-old completely dressed in white walked out from behind Su Hengxian. Although his expression was completely calm, his gaze exposed all of his pride. "Brother Heoran, no matter how much nonsense you say, it is useless. If you beat me, then I'll have no face to use the clan's most valuable treasure, and we would not have any dissent with the clan master regarding this matter from now on. Please, you." Su Heoran's restrained his facial expressions until it was red all over. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to walk forward. Even though Su Heiyu was half a year younger than him, his profound strength already reached the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. Su Heoran wasn't his match at all. If they really fought, the only outcome would him being oppressed into the dirt and losing all his face. Su Hengxian's chest puffed up and then viciously huffed out. "What? Could it be the brother Heoran doesn't dare? Heh, brother Heoran doesn't need to be so tense. We're only comparing moves, that's all. I certainly won't hit you too hard. Besides, just in case you beat this little brother, would you not have gotten what you wished for?" Su Heiyu pointed his fingers at Su Heoran with a face full of ridicule as a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. "That's enough, don't argue anymore." An old voice sounded. Grand Elder Su Wanji, who sat on the chair, opened his eyes. His slow voice was serious and awe-inspiring. "For this matter, Hengyu was indeed a bit improper, but it is still a misunderstanding. O Hengxian, although our late ancestors told us to wait for a world-shaking disciple to appear before using the clan's most valuable treasure, our ancestors, world-shaking, could have meant many things. Heiyu is a genius that's hard to come by even in 100 years. He is only 20 years of age, yet he has already stepped into the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. In the country of Supwake, he could already live up to the word world-shaking. It seems to me that Heiyu definitely has the qualification to use our clan's most valuable treasure. I can guarantee that in the following century, it is practically impossible for a disciple with greater talents than Heiyu to appear within the Grandwake clan." All of Su Wanji's words were clearly biased towards Su Hengyu's side, but these words were irrefutable. He stared towards Su Hengxian and quietly said, "This year, Heiyu is 20 years old. He is not young anymore. If he grew up a bit more, using the clan's most valuable treasure would naturally be much less effective. Hengxian, if you still obstinately do not understand, and is willing to die guarding the clan's most valuable treasure before releasing it, then what if a so-called world-shaking genius never emerges within our Grandwake clan? Will the clan's treasure be forever sealed? Our clan could have soared into the sky a long time ago, but had been stagnant for a long time because of this. If the day comes that our clan encounters a calamity, using the clan's most valuable treasure at that time would be far too late." The harder Su Hengxian tried to restrain his eyebrows, the tighter it became. If Su Hengyu was a dutiful elder and Su Heiyu had a kind-hearted nature, then if enough people recommended him to offer out the clan's treasure, even if Su Hengxian felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, he wouldn't be so determined like this. Since Su Hengyu's line made these series of actions for the sake of obtaining the clan's most valuable treasure, this matter was completely uncompromisable. Him enticing the clan could be forgiven, but to pressure them by using the strength of the Blackwood stronghold was essentially an action that betrayed the clan. To these avaricious and unscrupulous people, even if he were to die, he would never agree on giving the clan's treasure. "How's this?" Su Wangji squinted and slowly said. Hengshin, if you can find a disciple under 20 in our clan that can defeat Heiyu, then Hengyu will never raise the matters regarding the clan's treasure ever again. Everyone among Su Hengyu and Su Heoran's group began to laugh. Su Hengyu sternly said, "Very well. If there is anyone under 20 in my Grand Wake clan that can defeat Heiyu and prove that his natural talents aren't the greatest, then I'll immediately slap my ass and leave. I'll never mention a word regarding the clan's treasure ever again, and I'll apologize to the clan master for my inappropriate behaviors today. But what if no one can defeat Heiyu? Then, please Hengshin, give the key to the clan's treasure to Heiyu. I believe none of the elders and the members of the clan present here want to see this matter be dragged out or bickered over." Su Wanji said very slowly. Su Hengshin clenched both his fists tightly and his fingers began to make popping sounds. Suddenly, right before he wanted to angrily reprimand them, an arrogant young man's voice came from his side. "Good idea, truly a good idea. Worthy of being the Grand Elder, even your ideas are so fair. Such a good idea, I will approve by raising both my hands." A smile hung over Yun Qi's face as he slowly and relaxingly walked over. On his hands, he dragged a nervous-faced Su Ling'er who tightly leaned on Yun Qi's body. When Yun Qi absolutely could not watch this any further, he left the dragon perching pavilion and happened to find a peeping Su Ling'er who hid behind a tree. Seeing him leave his room, Su Ling'er ran over with her little steps right away and urgently said, "Big brother Yun Qi, Papa said you can't go over there. It's really dangerous over there." "Don't worry, I won't be in any danger." Yun Qi smiled and said, "Ling'er, you stay here. You can't go near there no matter what. Once this matter is settled, I'll play with you." Once Yun Qi finished talking, he continued forward. Just as he took a step, he stopped once again and said to Su Ling'er, "Ling'er, do you believe that I can protect you?" Looking at Yun Qi's eyes, Su Ling'er unhesitantly and nodded with all her might. "Amen. Then let's go over there together. No one can hurt you as long as you're by my side," Yun Qi lightly said and then took Su Ling'er's hand. Because in his heart, the safest place Su Ling'er could stay at was by his side. He wouldn't be relieved if she was anywhere else. Once Yun Qi's pridefully arrogant voice transmitted outwards, he suddenly became the focal point of the scene. Su Hengshin suddenly turned pale in great alarm. "Little brother Yun and Ling'er, why are you here? Quickly leave this place. The matter here is unrelated to you, and it is not a place you should have come to." Earlier, when Yun Qi saved Su Ling'er, if he was recognized by the Blackwood stronghold as the one who destroyed their important plan, then they might have gazed at him. As far as Su Ling'er was concerned, it was even more dangerous for her to be here. Once the plain and honest words were said, he had already lost all of his anger and bitterness, and planned to stop them right there. This was a place they absolutely should not be in. "Papa, I am not afraid. I'm here to cheer Papa on." Su Ling'er sweetly smiled towards Su Hengshin. Nevertheless, she neared Yun Qi even more and held onto Yun Qi tightly with both of her little hands. "It was me who wanted to bring Ling'er here, because I won't be at ease if Su Ling'er was anywhere else but by my side." Yun Qi stood upright and said in a low voice, "But I implore Senior Su to be at ease. Even if I were to die, I won't let a single strand of hair on Ling'er be hurt." When Su Hengshin looked at the expression in Yun Qi's eyes, he was stunned for a while through the tens of years of his trials and hardships. He had heard those similar words many, many times, but none of those times could have moved him as emotionally as this times. That statement, "Even if I were to die, I won't let a single strand of hair on Ling'er be hurt," wasn't only spouted out from Yun Qi's mouth, it was something that originated from his will and his soul. Looking at the expression in Yun Qi's eyes, he felt the determination contained in his words. He was extremely convinced that if the price to protect Ling'er involved a life, he would absolutely sacrifice himself without any hesitation. He lightly grasped Su Ling'er's hand. That kind hazy, imposing feeling was precisely the same as if he was protecting his entire world. And Su Ling'er was also firmly grabbing and hugging him. Even though he arrived in front of the father, she still remained by his side and did not rush to his side. Her eyes contained her worries for him, but they were fearless. It seemed like as long as she cuddled by his side, she had nothing to fear. Yun Qi and his daughter had clearly only met today. He was incapable of understanding how these two were able to form such an intimacy to this degree. He believed that even two people who were inseparable for more than a dozen years could not achieve such a pure dependence and protection. Could it actually be some sort of heavenly fate? The moment Yun Qi appeared, one of the people among the Blackwood stronghold widened his eyes. He hurriedly stepped forward and whispered into Xia Qingye's ears. "Hold, master, it's him. It was him who sabotaged our plans when we were about to abduct Su Hengxian's daughter. Qingyue swept his gaze at Yuanqi. Suddenly he slapped onto that person's face, growling. A bunch of trash. You people actually allowed someone who had only entered the spirit profound realm to sabotage our plans. What's the point in having you bunch of trash then? The Blackwood stronghold disciple's slapped face swelled up heavily. He timidly retreated and did not dare to utter another word. Qingyue stared at Yuanqi with sinister eyes and said towards Su Hengyu in front of him with a low voice. Brother Hengyu, this is the kid who hindered us from abducting that little girlie. HMPH, he sure sabotaged our great plans. If the little girlie was currently in our hands, then there wouldn't be a need for such trouble. It's him. Su Hengyu's eyes, which were staring at Yuanqi, instantly turned dark and ruthless as he coldly laughed. And here I was wondering where I was going to find this kid, but he actually does not know any fear and popped out himself. Su Hengyu sound transmitted to Su Heyu. Heyu, find an excuse and give this kid a ruthless lesson. Even if your hand slips and accidentally kill him, it doesn't matter either. Su Heyu immediately responded. He inspected Yuanqi's level of profound strength, and following after, he revealed a disdainful expression. He took a step forward and blew up at Yuanqi. Where did this wild brat come from? From the looks of it, you're not one of our Grandwake clan's people either, heh? This is a place where our Grandwake clan is having a discussion regarding an important matter. It's not a place where a wild brat like you who comes from God knows where can step into, hurry and scram. If you don't wish to scram yourself, this young master can send you off himself. When Su Heyu voiced out these words, everyone on site gave out a different atmosphere. Because these words by Su Heyu were evidently purposefully used to shame and anger his target. It seemed like they had a certain conflict between them. However, Yuanqi was not even the least bit angry. He used his gaze to size up Su Heyu, and while he was sizing up, he nodded for a moment, and then disappointedly shook his head. The next moment, he actually looked as though he was sizing up a cattle that was being sold. He held his chin with his hand and leisurely said, "MN, so you're Su Heyu, the one who is proclaimed to have the best talent in Grandwake clan? Your appearance is still passable. Compared to this young master, you're still far off by 100,000 miles, but your appearance could still be looked at. However, it's a pity that your mouth is too smelly. It smells so much, it's nauseating." "Ha ha ha ha," Su Heyu laughed out wildly. "And here I was thinking why a wild brat like you would come here for, so you're actually here to seek death." "No, no, no, no," Yuanqi waved his finger. "I have grown so big, yet I have yet to know how the two words seeking death are written. Earlier, I simply heard that you're the so-called genius disciple with the best talent in Grandwake clan, so I came over to see if you look like a human or a dog. And while I'm at it..." Yuanqi reached out his right hand and flexed his wrist. "I'm here to seek advice from you, the so-called #1 genius." When Yuanqi said these words, a couple of people at the scene began to laugh out loud. Su Heyu had profound strength at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, in Grandwake clan, or even the entire River East. He was unparalleled among those who were under 20 years of age. While Yuanqi, who was merely at the 1st level of the spirit profound realm, actually dared to seek advice. Yuanqi's looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. To enter the spirit profound realm at such an age, his talent was considerably decent as well. However, in front of Su Heyu, it was basically not even worth mentioning. The eyes of many people began to carry ridicule, and there were even some that were looking at Yuanqi as though he was an idiot. "Hey, he really doesn't know any fear." Su Hengyu and Qingyue coldly laughed at the same time. Su Hengxian's eyebrows moved, and was about to voice out and stop Yuanqi, however, just when he was about to let out his voice, he swallowed it back in. He deeply looked at Yuanqi's expression and no longer said another word. Although he and Yuanqi had only known each other just earlier from the short interactions he had with him, he felt that Yuanqi had a maturity which far surpassed his age. At the very least, he should not be someone who was reckless and ignorant. There might be a deep meaning in his current actions. The reason why Su Heyu angered Yuanqi was to agitate him into a fight with himself in the first place, and then he would take the opportunity to teach Yuanqi a ruthless lesson. However, he never expected that, with only a few sentences, Yuanqi would want to fight himself already. Su Heyu coldly laughed in his heart. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he said disdainfully, "With your qualifications, you're still not worthy to fight with me." "Ha ha ha ha," Yuanqi laughed out loudly. "I have seen cattle blowing hot air before, but I never thought that a smelly worm knows how to blow hot air as well. And not only is this air so funny, it's so smelly, it's hard to breath. You're seeking death? Yuanqi was not angered, and it was Su Heiyu who had flared up. With a cling, he pulled out his longsword and pointed it towards Yuanqi. Reveal your weapon. You don't know how the two words, seeking death, are written, do you? Today this young master shall properly teach you then. Yuanqi released the hand he was holding onto Su Ling'er with and gently pushed her next to Su Hengxian. However, he did not bring out his weapon, and his two hands actually swinging playfully in front of him, as he casually said, "The fact that I'm seeking advice from you is already giving you a huge amount of face. You actually still wish that I reveal my weapon. If it's just you don't seem to have the qualifications yet." Quite a number of people on site snorted. HMPH. This idiot is simply making a fool out of himself? Su Heioran silently scolded in his heart. Recalling Xia Qingyue, who was beautiful as a fairy, his heart uncontrollably trembled. At the same time, he silently said hatefully, "Such a beautiful person, actually married to an idiot like this. The heavens are simply blind." Good, very good. Su Heiyu suddenly felt that his status would drop just by standing together with this kid in front of him, and he instantly roared out, "Then go to hell." Su Heiyu stabbed out his longsword. As his profound energy surged, the thin, long sword disrupted the air and the surroundings, sweeping up circles of spatial ripples. Momentarily, there were a couple of elders at the scene who nodded in praise at the might contained in this sword. The corner of Yuanqi's eyes inclined upwards. His right hand casually swung out and grabbed towards Su Heiyu's longsword. The hell, this kid is seeking death. To actually dare to use his hands to take on Su Heiyu's sword, doesn't he want his hand anymore? Let's not talk about him, who's just at the first level of the Spirit Profound realm. Even if it's someone at the 10th level of the Spirit Profound realm, he's simply seeking to be crippled if he does something like this. Little brother, be careful. When Su Hengxian, whose heart was ill at ease in the first place, saw Yuanqi's action, he momentarily could no longer stay calm and shouted out of shock, however. Yuanqi's palm was already almost half a foot away from Su Heiyu's sword. He could only helplessly watch Yuanqi's palm make contact with Su Heiyu's longsword. With a poo sound, Yuanqi's right hand grabbed onto Su Heiyu's sword just like that. It could no longer move a single inch, and the profound energy on the sword completely extinguished instantly. Before waiting for Su Heiyu to react, Yuanqi's hand had already left at lightning speed. Forming a fist, he ruthlessly smashed onto the blade of the sword with a single punch. Bam! Yuanqi's arm strength was exceptionally terrifying. Under this heavy blow, Su Heiyu's thumb and forefinger was instantly spread apart. His longsword had flew out of his hand, and while it was flying away, it shattered into numerous pieces. What? This was a scene which everyone would never even dreamed of. Every single one of them paled out of shock. Even Su Hengxian, Su Hengyu, Xia Qingyue, and even the Grand Elder were all completely dumbfounded. Su Heiyu took 2 steps back. His pupils contracted. His right palm was bleeding profusely and was incomparably painful. This unexpected change caused his mind to instantly go into a half-insane state. Before he could even gasp, Yuanqi's figure had already rushed right in front of him. An ice-cold face appeared right in front of his eyes, and a solid punch smashed onto his chest. Crunch! With a dull sound, Su Heiyu's entire chest sank inwards. His bones cleanly broke, and like a rolling calabash, his entire body rolled far away, pulling out a long trail of blood on the ground. Heiyu! Su Hengyu was so shocked, it was as though his soul flew out of his body as he swooped towards Su Heiyu's side. Beside him, the middle-aged man called Li Yunji leapt out, and pierced towards Yuanqi's chest with a sword. "You dare to harm my young master, give me your life!" For Su Heiyu, who was proclaimed the #1 genius in Grandwake clan, not only was his sword stopped by Yuanqi's empty hand, he was actually heavily injured in a blink of an eye as well. This caused Su Hengxian to feel shocked and overjoyed at the same time. Suddenly, when he saw Li Yunji moving towards him, he quickly charged over, roaring out loud at the same time. "Li Yunji, you dare! Little brother Yun, be careful!" A pressure of the earth profound realm pressed towards him. This time, Yuanqi no longer dared to behave haughtily. With a swing of both his hands, Dragon Fault had already been grabbed within his hands, and without even looking at the person attacking him, he temporarily activated Burning Heart and directly smashed towards him with a single falling moon sinking star. Bang! This loud bang caused everyone's eardrums to ring for a very long time. When Yuanqi stepped into the first level of the Spirit Profound realm, under the Burning Heart state's activation, his peak strength was comparable to a normal practitioner at the mid-stage Earth Profound realm. So how could it be blocked by Li Yunji? whose profound strength was only at the second level of the earth profound realm. Within the loud bang, Li Yunji, who leapt out, as though he was a kite with a broken string, was sent flying back. When he landed, he took dozens of steps back, and then, with his sword as a support, he knelt onto the ground, and a large amount of blood splurted out from his mouth. The tyranny of that one sword strike from Yun Qi caused him to feel as though his organs had been completely shattered. Su Hengxian, who had rushed out initially to save Yun Qi, stopped. Looking at Yun Qi, whose hands were holding onto a gigantic sword, his two eyes were filled with astonishment. Everyone's eyes on Yun Qi were stricken with shock as well. This youth, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, actually defeated Su Hengyu in a blink of an eye. And then, he injured Li Yunji, who had the profound strength at the earth profound realm, with a single strike as well. Even if they had personally seen it, they still did not dare to believe this was actually real. Wow! Su Ling'er's two hands held onto her little face. The number of little stars in her eyes were even more than the stars in a clear night sky. Big brother Yun Qi is so incredible. Big brother Yun Qi is so handsome. With a bang, Dragonfault was stabbed deeply into ground by Yun Qi. He coldly looked at Li Yunji and said with ridicule, "From what clan master Su said earlier, your life was saved by the previous clan master, and he even took you into the Grand Wake clan for a few dozen years. In the end, not only do you not know how to repay his kindness, you're actually helping those with ill intentions to coerce his descendants and make things difficult for them. Heh, a dog that was brought up still knows how to be loyal. You're really worse than a dog. With that one sword strike I smashed into you earlier, I even fear that I have dirtied my hands." Whenever Yun Qi scolded people, he had always been incomparably harsh. These words were like daggers stabbing into Li Yunji's heart. He, whose internal injuries were not light in the first place, instantly paled as his eyes roundly widened. Under the extreme anxiety and grief in his heart, he instantly fainted. Su Hengyu peremptorily stuffed dozens of medicinal pellets into Su Heiyu's mouth, and then continuously inserted profound energy into him to dissolve the medicinal strength, stabilizing his injuries. He fiercely turned his head and stared at Yun Qi. It was as though his eyes were daggers coated in blood. "You damn junior! You actually dare to harm my son? I will definitely have you die a dog's death." Yun Qi curled his lips in extreme disdain. "You actually spout such nonsense when your son's skills are inferior. I kindly stepped out and helped you teach him a lesson. I don't mind if you don't give me the proper thanks, however, you're actually still making such a fuss. I really wonder where you get the courage to say such shameful words in front of such a large audience. If you want to blame, then blame your son's incapabilities. And what genius this is simply a joke." "You!" Su Hengyu's eyes widened roundly, and his lungs almost exploded out of anger. If not for the need to insert profound energy into Su Hengyu, he would have already acted against Yun Qi without regard for his status. "Oh, Grand Elder." Yun Qi no longer bothered with Su Hengyu anymore, and his gaze turned towards Grand Elder Su Wangji, whose expression was extremely terrible. "Elder, earlier you said that, as long as you're able to find a disciple who is under 20 years old in the Grand Wake clan that is able to defeat Su Hengyu, then Clan Master Su will have full authority to decide about the matter regarding the clan's treasure. This Su Hengyu father and son pair is also not allowed to once again bring up the matter about the clan's treasure, and must give their respects to Clan Master Su as well." This was something Su Hengyu had agreed to in front of everyone here. "Grand Elder, these words that you said, you shouldn't have forgotten about it so quickly, right?" "HMPH," Su Wangji let out a cold snort. "What this elder has said, I will naturally keep my promise. Unfortunately, you're not a disciple of our Grandwake clan. Even if you enter our clan now, it's no use. Grandwake clan has never taken in any disciples from outside. And Li Yunji is nothing but half a servant as well. Hey, looks like Grand Elder isn't well informed of the news." Yun Qi narrowed his eyes and said smilingly, "Clan Master Su has already betrothed his daughter Su Ling'er to me. I am currently Clan Master Su's son-in-law. Tell me then, am I not someone of the Grandwake clan now?" Yun Qi's words suddenly blanked everyone's minds. Whispers began to sound from every direction, and there were many that constantly shook their heads to show that they knew absolutely nothing about this matter. Everyone's expressions were especially strange since Su Ling'er was, after all, still young. She was only 10 years of age this year. If the two unsuspecting people were betrothed before they were even adults, that would still have been quite normal, but Yun Qi was a full-grown adult. There certainly was something wrong with that. Looking at the situation in front of them, no matter who it was, they thought it was extremely likely that this was just a fabricated excuse to thwart Su Hengyu's ambitions. Su Hengxian was caught in a daze as well, but he quickly reacted. He took a quick glance at Yun Qi, and without changing his expression, he said, "That's right, Yun Qi is the #1 genius of the younger generation amongst the ones I've seen. I quite admire him since, in terms of natural talent, he is at least 10 times better than Su Heiyu. You have seen this fact with your own eyes. Additionally, he also saved my daughter's life, so I have arranged for my daughter to marry him. When my daughter reaches 16 years of age, they will marry." Su Ling'er blinked her innocent, watery eyes. She had a look of confusion all over her face. After all, she was already 10 years old this year and not some 2- or 3-year-old little kid. She already knew what marriage meant. Even if she didn't understand it completely, she was aware of what it basically meant. She looked at her father and then at Yun Qi. Her heart was beating wildly as she was at her wit's end. "Bunch of crap," Su Hengyu clenched his teeth and angrily said. "Su Hengxian, don't treat everyone like an idiot. This child is only someone who recently helped you. This marriage thing is just an excuse. Otherwise, how can there not be a single person here who knows about it? Hee, that's only because I haven't publicly announced yet. Don't tell me that my own daughter's marriage requires the consent of others," Su Hengxian said indifferently. He looked at the crowd and then calmly continued. "Looks like all of you aren't too convinced. That's fine. I, Su Hengxian, will publicly announce this matter right now." He looked at Yun Qi, and Yun Qi also looked at him. Su Hengxian's expression was incredibly complicated, but Yun Qi's expression was incredibly unwavering and tranquil. This was the meeting of eyes between two men who loved the same girl dearly. From the expression in their eyes, one of them had the pure love of a father, and the other had an expression that shook one's heart, undying determination. After seeing the look in Yun Qi's eyes, Su Hengxian's heart and mind also calmed down. All of his nervousness became the feeling of wonderful calmness. His mood before was always immersed in the shock that Yun Qi instilled. Although he loathed the Su Hengyu father and son pair, he had no choice but to recognize them. Su Heiyu's natural talents were incredible, and no one in Grandwake clan could reach him. But this kind of genius had actually suffered a crushing defeat in front of Yun Qi, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. And his following strike was able to severely injure Li Yunji, who was in the earth-profound realm. He was only at this age, but he already had such frightening strength. Within his cognition, this could only be described as unimaginable. A young man who possessed such a strength must have been born in a top-notch sect in the country of Supwake? Wrong. The sect he was born in must be top-notch even in the Azure Cloud continent. Although Grandwake clan controlled the everything east of Supwake River, he wasn't delusional that such a disciple like this could appear within their younger generation. The sect that he belonged to was an existence that Grandwake clan could only kneel to and worship. He was absolutely certain about this point without a trace of doubt. The same opinions also emerged within the hearts of practically everyone present. Now the only concern was if Su Ling'er was suitable for him, since he was completely suitable for his daughter. Yun Qi's looks were 1 in 10,000. His personality, as well as his deep and unfathomable expressions, was something no one could reach up to. These things were all secondary within Su Hengxian's heart, but the love and protection that he showed to Su Ling'er came from the depths of his soul and bones. The unwavering determination to protect her life that he showed once before made him unable to feel anything but emotional. Although he and Su Ling'er had obviously just met this morning, the sensation that he felt was so incredibly clear that amazed him from the bottom of his heart. And to a father, was there anything more relieving than entrusting his own daughter to a person who was willing to protect her with his life? At the same time, Su Ling'er also clearly displayed an unreasonable amount of trust and dependence towards Yun Qi. He was incapable of determining what Yun Qi's morals were like. Today, in a situation where he could have absolutely avoided from the start, he unhesitantly showed his power and put himself in a dangerous situation. This was also a kindness that he had towards Su Hengxian and the Grandwake clan, but he felt the reason why Yun Qi acted like this was entirely because of Ling'er. In conclusion, if he could entrust his daughter's future to this kind of person, he could feel at ease about his daughter's entire life. If he had to find a blemish, it would be that Yun Qi was already married. If his daughter were to marry Yun Qi in the future, she could only become a concubine. The mood of Su Hengxian, who had never thought about the matters concerning Su Ling'er's marriage before today, became incredibly calm. His face contained a slight smile, and he used an ample voice to declare, "Today, I'll formally declare that my daughter, Su Ling'er, will be betrothed to Yun clan's son, Yun Qi. The girl is still young right now, but when she is 16, they will set a date for marriage. Everyone here shall now bear witness." Every one of Su Hengxian's words were resounding. No one was able to hear a strand of falseness or reluctance at all. Once he finished talking, he lightly nodded towards Yun Qi with a smile on his face and warmth in his eyes. That was the expression of a daughter's father who was closely examining his son-in-law. Even the most vicious person there could not see a strand of fake acting. Yun Qi quickly walked forward, knelt on one knee, and sincerely said, "Son-in-law Yun Qi thanks father-in-law for his consent. Yun Qi, you must think it through clearly. The girls of our Grandwake clan will never marry outsiders. If you want to marry my daughter, then you will become a member of my Grandwake clan." Yun Qi nodded without the slightest bit of hesitation. "I understand. From today, Yun Qi, will become a disciple of the Grandwake clan. I will share both the honors and disgrace the Grandwake clan." Yun Qi raised his head and looked towards the stunned Su Ling'er. He gently smiled. "Ling'er, during those times, I had never given you the tiniest amount of commitment. I owe you way too much. This is a dreamscape, but it is also a beautiful dream. Let me give you everything that I can within this dream." "Ha ha ha ha, good." Su Hengxian walked forward and helped Yun Qi up. He let him and Su Ling'er stand together, then faced Su Wangji and Su Hengyu and said, "Grand Elder Yun Qi is my son-in-law now and is also a son-in-law of the Grandwake clan. Naturally, he is now a member of my Grandwake clan. In terms of age, he is younger than Su Hengyu. In terms of natural talent, Elder must have surely seen it clearly. Grand Elder had just suggested it, and everyone here heard it clearly. I believe with the Grand Elder's seniority and prestige, you certainly will not go back on your words. So now I'll have full authority regarding the matters regarding the clan's treasure in the future. I believe that you, Elder, will certainly not have any objections." Su Wangji's old face was rigid and extremely ugly all over. He was speechless. His words before were completely for Su Hengyu to get his way. He never could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, it had become the big pit that he was jumping right into. "Su Hengyu, do you have anything else to say?" Su Hengxian asked with raised eyebrows. "HMPH." Su Hengyu's gaze was gloomy. His hands, which were pressed against Su Henyu's chest, were trembling. "Hey, hey, hey," an unpleasantly cold laughter sounded. Xia Qingyue, who had always been watching by the side, slowly walked forward towards Su Hengxian. Two elders of the Blackwood stronghold closely followed from behind him. Xia Qingyue didn't stop until he was less than 3 steps away from Su Hengxian. Then he raised his hand towards Su Hengxian. "I sincerely congratulate Clan Master Su in finding such a wonderful son-in-law. Not only did you solve a lifelong problem for your daughter, you even have completely handled of the matter regarding your clan's valuable treasure. Xia Qingyue, our Grandwake clan's valuable treasure concerns the prosperity of my clan. It doesn't belong to anybody else but our Grandwake clan. HMPH. If you wish to talk about my Grandwake clan's matters again, before the matters regarding you outsiders' ulterior motives, I still haven't paid my debts for the matter regarding the fact that you tried to do something to my daughter. I'd like to see just what kind of explanation you'll give me today," Su Hengxian said sternly. "Heh, Clan Master Su does not need to be so angry. I'll certainly have an explanation for you. However, before that, I have something to remind Clan Master Su." Xia Qingyue's eyes were half squinted, and a dangerously cold light radiated from between the cracks of his eyes. "The reason you can be so happy-go-lucky right now is because of this son-in-law of yours that came out of nowhere. As long as you have this son-in-law, the #1 disciple of your generation can never be Su Hengyu. But what if he were to suddenly die?" When Xia Qingyue spoke to hear, his figure suddenly flashed and charged like a streak of black lightning towards Yun Qi. A fist imbued with violent surges of profound energy grabbed toward Yun Qi's chest. "Qingyue, old bastard, you dare!" Su Hengxian's expression transformed into great anger. Just as he was about to take action, the two elders behind Xia Qingyue were already facing him to completely block his attack, to prevent him from hindering Xia Qingyue during this exact moment. Xia Qingyue possessed strength of the sky-profound realm. There were already only a few people within Grandwake clan who could contend against him. Additionally, since Xia Qingyue was already close before he suddenly took action, Grandwake clan's experts of the elder class were all too far away and were unable to block it in time. All of them could only look on helplessly as Xia Qingyue directly charged at Yun Qi's front. Xia Qingyue was an extremely despicable and immoral person, but no one could have imagined that he'd be despicable to this degree. Even with the identity of a hold master, he actually went as far as to sneak attack a junior in front of everyone's eyes. When Xia was talking with Su Hengxian, Yuanqi had already placed Su Ling'er behind him to protect her and strengthened his awareness at the same time. Perhaps Su Hengxian could not sense it, but he was extremely perceptive to things like killing intent. He had sensed that Xia had a desire to kill him with one strike. During Xie's charge, Yuanqi's brows lowered and burning heart opened. Along with a loud shout, Sealing Cloud Locking Sun instantly activated. Bang! Xie's palms struck against the barrier of Sealing Cloud Locking Sun and a stuffy noise sounded. A huge shock wave transmitted from ahead and caught him off guard, causing him to retreat several steps. But Yuanqi and Su Ling'er, who was behind him, were in fact unmoved and completely unharmed. However, Sealing Cloud Locking Sun was directly shattered by Xie's single palm. Xia was greatly shocked. He never could have imagined that he would be shocked into retreat by this youngster. He was shocked and angry. Following a low roar, he mobilized all the profound energy in his body and blasted towards Yuanqi with his palm again. "Junior, die!" Yuanqi was not frightened, nor was he in a panic. He quickly grabbed Su Ling'er and prepared to escape with Star God's broken shadow. He only needed to dodge this single strike from Xia. By then, the elders and disciples of the Grand Wake clan would catch up, and Xia also would never be able to think about harming him and Su Ling'er ever again. But at this moment, an ice-cold breeze suddenly blew past. Within the cold wind were many pieces of floating snowflakes. A long white ribbon followed the wind and snow to lightly meet Xia's fist. It was as light as breeze. Boom! The moment this white ribbon that was as light as a feather brushed against Xia's fist, an explosion erupted. It was in fact an earth-shattering power that caused Xia to cry out loudly. All 5 of his fingers were broken, and his entire body flew far away. A breeze of cold wind followed behind him and blew away all the Blackwood Stronghold disciples who were currently trying to rush over. Instantly, black figures filled the air, and like the transit of dense locusts, their wretched screams were unceasing. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone at the scene. Those who were fighting also unanimously stopped. A white figure followed by icy spirits that fluctuated up and down in the sky slowly descended in front of Yuanqi. The appearance of an absolute beauty would always attract the gazes of an extremely large number of people in a short period of time. However, Xia Qingyue was different. What she attracted were not just mere gazes with her every appearance. She could, even more so, cause the souls of everyone present to leave their bodies at that one moment. Xia Qingyue gently floated down and stood next to Yuanqi. She wore a completely white dress, her snowy complexion was dreamlike, and her icy eyes glittered like the stars as a long white ribbon gently fluttered while encircling around her body. Instantly, everyone had completely lost their voices. Every single one of them stared blankly at Xia Qingyue, and their gazes were misty, as though they had suddenly fallen into a dream, and saw the legendary fairy from the Moon Palace descend onto the mortal realm. Xia continuously took a number of steps back. His right hand was trembling out of extreme pain. All 5 of his fingers were broken, and they were twisted beyond unsightly. He raised his head and looked towards Xia Qingyue, and after being stunned for a moment, the shock in his heart reached an extreme degree. He was actually struck injured by a girl who looked only about 17 or 18 years of age. The density of the profound energy contained in that strike earlier caused him to tremble in fear. And the icy profound aura being emitted out from Xia Qingyue had even more so caused the nerves in his entire body to tense up, because that was a type of strength that completely suppressed him in terms of level. Behind him, the hundreds of Blackwood Stronghold disciples who were blown away by the cold wind fell onto the ground one after another like a bunch of cooked dumplings. However, none of them stood up, as all of them screamed out and grimaced in pain. Because on all of their bodies, large or small amounts of ice crystals had formed. The parts covered by the ice crystals would freeze up in the short time of a few breaths, and they would even force them to completely lose consciousness, instantly causing them to basically become unable to stand up. Xia's brows trembled wildly. Raising his left hand, he pointed towards Xia Qingyue. Who are you?" The tremor in Xia's words were evident. After taking Xia Qingyue's hit earlier, he was once again locked on by her power. He was thus the one who could feel the terrifying amount of strength Xia Qingyue possessed to the greatest extent. At such an age, coupled with such profound strength, it was enough to cause the Blackwood Stronghold Master's spiritual world to be turned upside down out of shock. Xia Qingyue looked at Qingyue with cold eyes and did not say a single word. Yunqi's eyes shone brightly. Carrying Su Ling'er with a whoosh, he went to her side. "Qingyue, my wife, you're finally here. If you had not come over, you would have been a widow for the rest of your life," Yunqi said, and even put out a frightened look. Xia Qingyue's eyes slightly moved, as she felt completely helpless. Others were not clear of Yunqi's strength, however. She knew of it clearly enough. With his star god's broken shadow, even if it was Qingyue whose strength had reached the sky-profound realm, he should not even think of touching his figure that easily. When Yunqi uttered the words, "Qingyue, my wife," one after another, those male disciples who were slightly obsessed with her felt as though a dagger had stabbed into their chests as they cast gazes of extreme jealousy and envy at Yunqi. All of their attention were firmly attracted by Xia Qingyue's fairy-like appearance, and did not have time to comprehend just how terrifying of a strength she possessed. And probably the first instance they saw Xia Qingyue, subconsciously, they would never connect her with the two words, strong expert. Because, with a beauty of such degree, with just a smile, she was capable of dominating the world. There's simply no need for her to possess such great strength. "Beautiful big sister, you're awake? That's great. My name is Ling'er." Being carried so tightly by Yunqi's chest in front of so many people, Su Ling'er seemed to be a little embarrassed. Her little face was flushed red, and she greeted Xia Qingyue with a very soft voice. Xia Qingyue turned her gaze to the side and gently nodded towards Su Ling'er. Her lips slightly moved, however. She was unable to smile, perhaps. She had already forgotten how to smile. At least Yunqi had never seen her smile before. To those elders who had great strength, what they were amazed by were not just Xia Qingyue's looks. When she pushed Qingyue back with only a single strike earlier, it caused none of their expressions to not change in agitation, and their entire faces were filled with shock and disbelief, however. Immediately after, they quickly consoled themselves. A little lady who was just 17 or 18 years old, no matter how monstrous she was, it was basically impossible for her to push back an expert at the sky-profound realm. It must have definitely been luck. Or Qingyue must have simply used only a very small portion of his strength in that strike of his. Although they auto-suggested this to themselves, when Qingyue moved earlier, their senses, however, clearly told them that not only did he not hold back with that strike, rather, he had used 100% of his strength. Su Hengxian stepped forward. When facing Xia Qingyue, his demeanor actually had a small amount of respect. "This miss, I'm Su Hengxian. Earlier, Miss was injured and was in a coma. It seems like you're completely fine now. Nothing is really better than this. Thank you for lending out a hand earlier to save my little girl." Yunqi nodded. "Amen, Qingyue, my wife. This is my father-in-law whom I have just admitted to. This time, it's all thanks to father-in-law for taking us in. Only then did we have a place to settle in." As he called her Qingyue, my wife, he introduced her to his father-in-law. This scene caused a large number of people to stare with their tongues tied. However, unfortunately, this astonishingly beautiful girl did not even have a hint of jealousy and discomfort on her face. She turned around and gently bowed towards Su Hengxian. "This junior Xia Qingyue thanks Clan Master Su for the hospitality. It's nothing much, you're too courteous." Su Hengxian hurriedly waved his hand to reply. Although he was already middle-aged, when facing Xia Qingyue, his eyes still did not dare to make contact with hers. He silently sighed in his head. Then, as he turned his gaze towards Qingyue, anger instantly spread throughout his face. "Qingyue, you little man, I have long known of your despicable name, however, I never expected that you could actually be despicable and shameless to this extent. Our Grandwake clan fame being on par with your Blackwood stronghold in these recent years is basically a huge humiliation." Su Hengxian then switched his gaze again, looked towards Su Wangji and said, "Grand Elder, the incident earlier, you have seen it clearly yourself as well. Su Hengyu had associated with such a person. Not only is he suspected for betraying our clan, he's even more so a mockery to all of us. And you, as our Grand Elder, actually stands on his side. Even though I am clan master, I am also your junior. I have endured time and time again. Even when Su Hengyu had censured me time and time again, I have never retaliated. However, today, back then, when Blackwood Stronghold held the intention to abduct Ling'er, I can still tell myself that you people do not have any idea of this matter. However, just now, when Qingyue suddenly moved to attack my son-in-law, not only did you guys not stop him, you people still looked calm and behaved leisurely. Grand Elder Su Hengyu. Although I really did not wish to see an internal conflict within our clan and have people with ill intentions to make a joke out of us, I am not a fangless tiger either. In the current Grandwake clan, ultimately I still call the final shots. Enough! Su Wangji's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced at Haimu Qingyue, whose right hand was still trembling, and Su Heiyu, who had fallen on the ground due to heavy injuries. He then patted on the armrest and stood up. The incident today shall end here. Hengyu, bring Heiyu away. Su Hengyu's expression twitched. He glared maliciously at Su Hengshan and Yun Qi, had the disciples behind him carry Su Heiyu, who was out cold, and without saying a single word, he began to leave hatefully. Su Hengshan's words were right. Ultimately and currently, he still made the final calls in Grandwake clan. The reason why he dared to come here so aggressively today was due to his largest reliance on Su Heiyu's incomparable talent. On this point alone, he had gained the support of a large amount of people in the clan. Added with Blackwood's stronghold's strength, it was enough to give Su Hengshan a huge amount of pressure. However, he never expected that, while this was going on, a random Yun Qi would actually charge right in. Su Hengshan's eyebrows twitched. He stretched out his right arm, however. After stretching it out halfway, he retracted it again. While containing his boiling anger, he allowed them to make preparations to leave. And at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded. "Wait a minute!" Yun Qi took a step forward and coldly stared at Haimu Qingyue, who had a stiffened expression. "This place is not my territory, so it's not really suitable for me to say words like you guys think you can come and go as you please. However, Blackwood's stronghold master, the fact that you tried to kill me earlier, could it be that you're thinking it will end just like this?" Haimu Qingyue's eyes narrowed and began to laugh coldly. "What, you're still thinking of keeping me here?" At the moment, although Haimu Qingyue was laughing coldly from his lips, his body did not feel the least bit comfortable. His back was even covered entirely in cold sweat since earlier. His 5 fingers on his right hand were not just simply broken. He could feel wisps of extremely ice-cold energy flowing in his entire right hand. These wisps of cold energy were like ice daggers. For every second they flowed, it was as though a dozen daggers gouged in and out of his hand, causing him to feel a heart-piercing pain. However, even when he used all of his strength, he was still unable to force out a single strand of these wisps of cold energy. He was the one who wished to immediately leave the most because, facing Xia Qingyue, a deep fear had already grown in his heart. "Keep you here? Ha 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 ha, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Just by your ugly and sinister face, despicable and shameless soul, I would even fear that it's too dirty to keep you here as food for the houseflies. I simply wish to have you pay the proper debt you owed me earlier." Yun Qi turned his head and sternly said, "Of course, this is just a personal grudge between Haimu Qingyue and I, and it has completely nothing to do with the Grandwake clan." After saying till here, Yun Qi suddenly raised out his hand, pointed it at Haimu Qingyue, and said with a furious expression, "Qingyue, my wife, it's him. Earlier, he actually moved to kill me. This hatred for his attempt to kill your husband, even if I'm able to endure it, you can't endure it, right?" Xia Qingyue's eyelashes slightly raised. Her pair of cold eyes had already locked onto Haimu Qingyue. Before Haimu Qingyue could speak up, the Ice Phoenix snowflower ribbon on her body suddenly swung out at lightning speed and directly brushed against Haimu Qingyue's chest. Haimu Qingyue's pair of eyes sank and growled. "Arrogant junior, you think I'm afraid of you?" Haimu Qingyue's palm moved. With a black iron spear grabbed in hand, his spear spun out a gigantic black vortex in the midst of his growl, taking on the seemingly powerless Ice Phoenix snowflower ribbon. This was a might coming from a sky-profound expert, and those nearby who were slightly near to him all suffered a shortness of breath due to the pressure, and some were even suffocating. SSSSSS. The moment the Ice Phoenix snowflower ribbon made contact with the black metal spear, an ear-piercing tearing sound rang. That vortex, which carried a gigantic amount of energy, was like a piece of tissue being torn apart. A blooming ice lotus suddenly smashed away the spear while heading straight towards Haimu Qingyue. Haimu Qingyue's expression paled greatly from shock and hurriedly retreated. The surrounding people looked even more dumbfounded. Haimu Qingyue's strike earlier, he had completely used his full strength, however, this girl actually blasted it away with a single blow. "I shall aid you." Seeing that the situation was getting bad, Su Hengyu quickly bent his body and pierced his sword towards the Ice Phoenix snowflower ribbon. The two powers who were among the top 10 sky-profound experts in the river were actually working together to fight against a teenage girl who was only 17 years old. Everyone had never seen, nor heard of such a scene before, and it could only be depicted as inconceivable. Yet, Xia Qingyue's expression did not move a single bit, and only her hand movements had slightly changed. Instantly, the spiraling ice lotus split in two and smashed towards Xia and Su Ling'er respectively. Ping! Su Ling'er's block was not of the slightest use. The moment his longsword made contact with the ice lotus, even his arm was sealed in ice as well. Of the two ice lotuses, one of them pressed onto Xia chest, while the other pressed onto Su Ling'er's chest, and then they exploded at the same time. The two of them screamed at the same time and flew in opposite directions, smashing into 7 or 8 Blackwood Stronghold disciples, and caused them to faint on the spot. Their bodies were completely stabbed with shattered ice flour that caused countless piercing wounds. Half of their bodies were sealed in ice, and they were basically unable to move for a brief moment. As they laid on the ground, their expressions were completely lifeless. They were basically unwilling to believe everything that had happened. Not just them, Su Hengxian, Su Wangji, and even Yun Qi were staring with dumbfounded expressions. Two experts at the sky profound early stages, the pinnacle of strength in the entire River East, were actually, by a teenage girl, defeated terribly with a single move. With just a single move. When Xia Qingyue pushed Xia earlier, Yun Qi had already determined that after she finished refining the Emperor Awakening heart pellet, her strength had definitely surpassed Xia. Not only could she have entered the Sky Profound Realm, she might have leapt into the mid-stages of the Sky Profound Realm. However, he definitely had never expected that. When facing the combined attack of two experts at the Sky Profound Realm, Xia and Su Ling'er, she actually simply used a single move to defeat them. Even if it was someone at the mid-stages of the Sky Profound Realm, it would basically be impossible to do something like this. Could it be the current Xia Qingyue was already at the late stages of the Sky Profound Realm? Jasmine, what's the level of Xia Qingyue's current profound strength? Yun Qi asked with a slight tremble. As expected of the Sky Poison Pearl, ranked 5th among the heavenly profound treasures, such perfect refinement to an extreme degree. In all of the large thousands of worlds, only the Sky Poison Pearl is capable of doing this. Even Jasmine's voice carried a hint of shock. Her current profound strength has already stepped over the Sky Profound and is ranked in the realm of the Emperor Profound. She has even surpassed Xu Yuanba and has reached the second level of the Emperor Profound realm. Currently, these two at the second level of the Sky Profound realm are no different from infants who have just learned how to walk in front of her. If she had not held back, these two people would have already become ice particles. Yun Qi, what did you say? According to Jasmine's earlier words, the usage of the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus allowed an expert of the Earth Profound realm to directly leap into the Sky Profound realm. However, the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus that Xia Qingyue consumed was refined by the Sky Poison Pearl. Its effectiveness must be several times more powerful than the legends stated. Yun Qi thought about the possibility that she might directly leap into the mid-stage of the Sky Profound realm, and perhaps even the mid to late stage. He absolutely did not imagine that she could cross 2 whole realms from the Earth Profound realm into the realm whose very name caused people to tremble, the Emperor Profound realm. She became an identity that countless people looked up to, a throne, a female throne who was only 17 years old. This is too ridiculous, right? Yun Qi groaned to himself. What kind of concept was the Emperor Profound realm? In the entire Blue Wind Empire, the number of thrones combined did not exceed 10 people. But these 10 were existences who were at the peak realm within the Blue Wind Empire. Every one of them had a reputation that far exceeded the Blue Wind Emperor. And among these thrones, the youngest was originally Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yuefeng. Then, due to some coincidence, the one who originally had at least 10 more years until breaking through, Xu Yuanba, directly broke through because Yun Qi gave his dragon Yang to her, thus replacing Ling Yuefeng as the youngest throne. But Xia Qingyue was only 17 and a half. This was far beyond an exaggeration. It might as well be a fantastical story. In the Blue Wind Empire, this was completely unprecedented, perhaps even impossible. And in the East River region of Supwake country, a throne was God. A god that could crush everything. Although the East River region of the Supwake country didn't have the highest levels of profound realms, it absolutely wasn't low either. However, there had been 300 years before the appearance of the previous throne. In history, the one that appeared before was over 70 years old. The power it takes to go from the Sky Profound Realm to the Emperor Profound Realm requires 10 times the amount that it would take to go from the Earth Profound Realm to the Sky Profound Realm. Her astonishing breakthrough is perhaps related to her 9 profound, exquisite body. Jasmine thought out loud, but this wasn't heard by Yuanqi. The experts on the side of the Blackwood Stronghold and Su Hengyu, including Su Wangji, originally wanted to take action, but after seeing Xia Qingyue and Su Hengyu get defeated instantaneously, it was same as if their heads had been smashed. Their eyes stared wide open, and they severely trembled all over. That look of exaggeration was like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Su Hengxian's mouth gaped open. He was also shocked until his brain became stupid. After a long while, he lightly muttered to Yuanqi, "Little brother Yun, may I ask about this lady's current cultivation level?" "Oh." Yuanqi raised his eyebrows. Using a loud enough voice, he answered with incomparable casualness. "My wife's talents are so-so. She's already 17 this year, but she had only drifted into the second level of the Emperor Profound Realm. Even saying this might make everyone mock us." "Woo, woo, W-U-T?" Yuanqi's words were like a thunderclap that exploded beside everyone's ears and made them shudder all over. A terrified expression was birthed within their gazes that glanced at Xia Qingyue. Su Wangji was shocked so much that his butt fell back down to his chair. Normally, if one said that a 17-year-old girl had the cultivation level of the Emperor Profound Realm, everyone would treat them like a lunatic. However, just then, they clearly saw the simultaneous defeat of 2 strong experts at the Sky Profound Realm by her hands, with their own eyes. This was a strength that was only possible within late stages of the Sky Profound Realm. This girl perhaps was a genuine 17-year-old throne. The atmosphere at the scene changed quickly. Everyone's attention focused on Xia Qingyue. The shock that she brought shrouded everything else. All kinds of grudges that happened earlier in the face of this huge shock were practically negligible. Seeing the reaction of the people in the surrounding, Yuanqi's heart began to lament. This was the benefit of absolute power. When there was absolute crushing power, there was absolute crushing control. People will fear, dread, respect, worship, and serve, and no one would dare to bully, shout, persecute, nor assassinate, to genuinely achieve self-protection and protected the people by your side. Possessing absolute power is the only solution. Everything else was bravado. This was something that Yuanqi always strived for with all his might. If he didn't use that Emperor Awakening Heart pill on Xia Qingyue and used it on himself instead, then the power he possessed today might have been at the Emperor Profound Realm. At the time when he was originally at the Elementary Profound Realm, the strenuous effort, cultivation, and breakthrough time made this realm an absolute fairy tale. He didn't even think about this realm back then. Today, before 2 years had even passed, he was already standing beside an actual throne, and at the same time had a brief encounter with that kind of power. Looking at Xia Qingyue at his side, Yuanqi's heart moved slightly, but he didn't have a speck of regret, and didn't think the least about what he might have gained and lost. The fact that Xia Qingyue was his wife was completely enough. Looking at Xia Qingyue was being helped up by his 2 guards, Yuanqi's gaze sank and he callously laughed. "Xia Qingyue, the debt of capturing my fiancée, Su Ling'er, and trying to kill me, have you thought well about how you would pay me and my father-in-law?" Xia Qingyue breathed in a large breath of air. The cold energy circulating within his body made him wish that he was dead. He gritted his teeth and replied angrily, "Payment? Heh, if you have the guts, just kill me." "Kill you? You think I wouldn't dare?" Yuanqi's face immediately clouded. "My father-in-law is a venerable clan master. He must consider everything from a greater perspective. Even if you took action against Su Ling'er, he will probably be apprehensive toward your matter. However, I'm different. You're just a teeny-weeny Blackwood stronghold master. Killing you is no different than killing a dog. Qingyue, my wife, kill him." These words of Yuanqi ruthlessly reminded everyone and made them simultaneously think. To be able to foster such a power at such a young age, there must be some terrifying power backing them up. The sects they came from, the levels they were at, were so high up that they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to them. Then for their level, perhaps killing a Blackwood stronghold master really was no different than killing a dog. The awakened Xia Qingyue was especially obedient towards Yuanqi. When Yuanqi spoke those words, cold energy rushed forth from her body, and a delicate lotus bloomed in the middle of her palm. Then, with a dance of her fingers, it suddenly flew towards Xia Qingyue. Followed by a bone-chilling killing intent, a stream of cold energy assaulted his face. This strike caused Xia Qingyue's soul to leave him. Those words that he said earlier were just spiteful words that he said without thinking. After he finished, he realized that he wasn't facing the Grandwake clan at all, but a throne that didn't belong to the Grandwake clan at all. If a throne wanted to kill him, what did they have to fear? The chilling light of the dancing ice lotus looked incredibly gorgeous, but as it approached, all the hairs on his body stood up. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if he touched that ice lotus, he would undoubtedly die with no chance for flukes. Under the threat of death, Xia Qingyue shouted out weirdly. Under his serious condition, he used more power than ever before to escape backwards at an incredible speed as if a grasshopper, to dodge the ice lotus that came from Xia Qingyue. However, he landed on the ground like a dead dog and wasn't able to stand up even after a long while as the hold master of the Blackwood stronghold. He was an expert of the sky profound realm. Perhaps he never thought about the possibility that one day he might be in such a miserable state. Xia Qingyue's brows moved slightly. As she turned her snow-white hands over, another ice lotus blossomed from her palm. That ice lotus from earlier clearly told everyone that for even the Blackwood stronghold master, who ruled the river east, she could kill them as long as she wanted to without the slightest bit of doubt. When the second ice lotus blossomed, all the faces of those who belonged to the Blackwood stronghold had a huge change. Su Wangji ferociously stood up and roared with his old voice. "Stop! Don't do things that are so absolute otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Yunqi raised his eyebrows and stared at him while coldly saying, "When he wanted to kill me, you watched from the sides. When we want to kill him, you come out grumbling. Ah, my father-in-law and my fiancé, Su Ling'er, are all people of the Grandwake clan. Looking at their faces, I'll pretend I didn't hear you earlier. If you dare to speak another word, I'll have my wife kill you immediately. Do you want to try it?" Su Wangji's eyes stared wide open and his body trembled all over. A stutter came out of his throat, but in the face of Yunqi's cold and harsh gaze, he nevertheless forcefully swallowed the word "you," which almost came out of his mouth. Then he heavily sat back down on his chair and did not dare to speak anymore. A fear of death was instinctual. As Grand Elder, he usually rode roughshod over people and indulged in his aloof position. He never experienced an actual death threat. This was an absolute and genuine first time. Facing such a threat of death, that so-called backbone and courage all became the coldest fear. He shuddered all over and didn't dare to speak another half a word. Honestly speaking, Su Hengxian could be said to be extremely relaxed and pleasurable right now. Xia Qingyue was his mortal enemy, and he could never do anything about him. As the Grand Elder, Su Wangji never paid any attention to him. Even if he was angry, the only thing he could do was endure. Right now, looking at Xia Qingyue and Su Wangji, who had kept quiet out of fear, he had an incredible pleasure in his heart. However, with his nature, he naturally didn't want to see things go to such an extreme. He came up and patted Yunqi's shoulders, shaking his head to say, "Little brother Yun, let it go. Even though Xia Qingyue is despicable, he still has an outstanding reputation in the River East. If he's killed just like this within the Grandwake clan, it would eventually be somewhat troublesome. He has suffered a severe injury now, and it looks like he has no chance of recovering even within half a year. Let him pay a price, and then let him go." Yunqi didn't feel that it was unusual at all for Su Hengxian to say something like this. He bitterly smiled and said, "Father-in-law, Su Ling'er and I announced our betrothal in front of everyone. Why are you still calling me little brother Yun? It's too undeserving. If you don't like calling me son-in-law, father-in-law can call me Yunqi directly, or chair." Su Hengxian stared blankly. Looking at Yunqi's appearance, he obviously put today's betrothal completely and genuinely into his heart. He began to laugh. "Look at me with only the betrothal on my mind. I actually forgot to change the way I address you, chair, my words earlier. What do you feel about them?" Yunqi smiled and said, "Since father-in-law has spoken, chair will naturally comply. Only, what kind of price does father-in-law want him to pay?" Xia Qingyue's mind had already been stretched to the limit, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Hearing their conversation, his mind shook. He rapidly took out a spatial ring and threw it to Su Hengxian without saying a word in the process. In order to live, he had no choice to soften up and hand over the price in front of everyone. Under this disgrace, his chest wanted to break apart, but he still couldn't say anything. Su Hengxian took the spatial ring and swept it with his profound strength. There were 3 whole stacks of purple cloud profound iron in there. With the rarity of the purple cloud profound iron, this was practically an entire year's worth of Blackwood Stronghold's harvest. He nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand toward Xia Qingyue. Since Blackwood's stronghold master is so gracious, then this Su won't be impolite either. Have a nice trip. I won't be sending you off. Xia Qingyue's chest violently heaved up and down. Then his eyes flipped, and he immediately fainted. His two guards promptly helped him up and looked at Xia Qingyue with terrified gazes and didn't dare to stay any longer. The disciples of Blackwood's stronghold who accompanied them all followed behind and left dejectedly. Yuan-Chi secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he looked at Xia Qingyue with grateful eyes. At the time when he met Su Ling'er, her entire world was filled with melancholy and murk. And combined with Su Ling'er's status, one could imagine that she, at the time, must have encountered a huge change within her family and all kinds of desperation. Yuan-Chi never knew from start to finish just what kind of disaster her family encountered. However, looking at the busy, unrestrained, and carefree Su Ling'er today, he never wanted her to repeat the life he had in the past. As a result, he borrowed Xia Qingyue's absolute strength today, and used his tyrannical words and actions to help the Grandwake clan establish a terrifying might, creating the facade of a might supporter for all those who held malicious intent towards the Grandwake clan. Although counting on a short-term facade in hopes that the Grandwake clan would not fall into its previous fate was a bit too naive. This was the only thing that Yuan-Chi could do, even though this was only a dream world. After 24 hours, everything would turn into nothing. But he did all that he could for Ling'er only because of his love for Su Ling'er, and the shame in the depths of his heart. A clan dispute that had exploded after being pent up for a long time finally reached a conclusion that no one could have expected. Yuan-Chi didn't actually know how Su Hengxian was going to treat the Su Hengyu and his son, as well as the elders and disciples that always supported him. He didn't really care about it. When Blackwood's stronghold left, he took Su Ling'er and left. During this matter, Yuan-Chi had roughly gained an understanding of Su Hengxian's nature. Evidently, this was an upright, honest, modest person, and he put a great deal of affection in his heart. But this wasn't such a good clan leader, because he wasn't fierce and determined enough with the way he did things. Otherwise, a person, such as an elder, wouldn't go rampant like that. Although it reached this step, and Su Hengyu had already betrayed the clan, Yuan-Chi could imagine the way he'll treat this matter still wouldn't be very decisive. After all, Su Hengyu was his elder brother. Also, it wasn't just him, there were many elder characters who supported him. From the matters today, Yuan-Chi was able to see the potential crisis that Grandwake clan was in. Big brother Yuan-Chi, you and Papa said that I'm already a fiancé. What's a fiancé? Su Ling'er grasped Yuan-Chi's hands with a confused gaze and asked. She had a faint idea of what the word fiancé meant, but she wanted to hear the answer from Yuan-Chi's mouth. Yuan-Chi smiled and said, "It means that when Su Ling'er grows up, you will marry me and become my wife, like your beautiful big sister." Xia Qingyue slanted her eyes at him with a peculiar expression. "Why, Fi, what does that mean?" Su Ling'er's mouth was slightly agape. This form of address made her even more puzzled. "This means that only I can call you Ling'er. After Ling'er becomes my wife, we'll be together forever to accompany each other, take care of each other, and make each other happy and do all the things that make us happy together," Yuan-Chi lightly said. These words were really simple to say, but Su Ling'er at that time, until she disappeared and withered, wasn't able to hear it from his mouth. Su Ling'er's footsteps immediately became a lot slower, as if Yuan-Chi's words made her stupid. Yuan-Chi lowered his head and carefully asked, "Ling'er, then when you grow up, do you want to become my wife?" Su Ling'er raised her snowy, tender cheeks, then nodded with all her might. She laughed sweetly. "MNN. I like being with big brother Yuan-Chi." Yuan-Chi held Su Ling'er's little hand even tighter. His heart was filled with warmth, mixed together with the pain. Finally, Xia Qingyue could no longer remain silent. She slanted her gaze towards the tender little Su Ling'er, instantly guessed her age, and furrowed her brows and asked him, "Are you serious?" Yuan-Chi knew what Xia Qingyue was thinking. Anyone who saw him actually be so serious and determined for a 10-year-old girl to become his wife would only have one word in their heart: beast. He stuck up the corner of her mouth and helplessly said, "I'm actually serious, but I have my own reason. Besides," Yuan-Chi's expression was slightly painful, "this is only a dream, isn't it? Since it's only a dream, then let it become as beautiful as a fantasy." Xia Qingyue had absolutely no idea what he meant, but looking at the sincerity and melancholy in his eyes, she turned her cheeks around and didn't ask again. "Qingyue, my wife, today you?" Yuan-Chi very carefully asked. "Why are you that, obedient?" Xia Qingyue lowered her eyes and lightly said, "The strength that I have now should have originally belonged to you. If you wanted to use it, I wouldn't have refused." Qi stared blankly, pinched his nose a bit, and didn't continue with this topic. From the Earth Profound Realm all the to the Emperor Profound Realm, this progress is too frightening. However, if the progress is too great, then there might be realm instability issues. Qingyue, it'd be good if I'll accompany you back to the Dragon Perching Pavilion to harmonize your aura for a bit to avoid any backlash that might be left behind. Xia Qingyue nodded. It's enough if I return myself. You can play with Ling'er. Qi did not keep insisting. After warning her to be on guard, he brought Su Ling'er and left. After all, he promised Ling'er that after Xia Qingyue woke up, he'll keep on playing with her. After Qi walked far away, Xia Qingyue turned around to look at Qi's figure from behind. Her mood was blank as she absent-mindedly soliloquized. Is it because we're husband and wife? Ling'er, where do you want to go and play? Hee. When I'm together with big brother Qi, my mood will turn especially good. It'll be fine to go anywhere and play. Oh, let me think. That's right, let's go to the bamboo forest in the back and play, okay? Bamboo forest. These two words touched upon some of Qi's nerves. MNN. At the foot of the mountain, there's a big bamboo forest. I like the wind in there the most. Only Papa said that many dangerous, profound beasts might appear there, and he never lets me go there by myself. Papa is always so busy too, so he rarely brings me there to play. Bamboo forest? Bamboo forest? Okay, then let's go to the bamboo forest and play. South of the Grandwake clan was a huge area covered with a bamboo forest that extended all the way to the foot of the mountain in the distance. Dense emerald green color flooded that entire area. Along with the rustling of bamboo leaves, dense bamboo branches, and the waves of unceasingly refreshing wind that brushed by made people incredibly relaxed and carefree. Wow, so relaxing. Standing in the middle of the bamboo forest, Su Ling'er closed her eyes and extended both her arms, and raised her little nose to sniff the refreshing air from the bamboo forest with all her might. The bamboo forest in front of them wasn't as dense as the one where Qi and Su Ling'er lived before. But after seeing that same emerald green, the same delightful refreshment, and feeling the brush of the oncoming wind, it felt like his spirit was being lightly rinsed. Looking at the bamboo forest, then looking at Su Ling'er, Qi became silly for a moment at the time. That beautiful bamboo forest and that beautiful Ling'er, that beautiful world with two people. Why was the only thing he saw hatred? Su Ling'er was always that melancholic. She always told him to let go of his hatred. Perhaps, at that time, she had already let go of her past and only wanted to stay together with him. The melancholy she had later wasn't from her past at all, but it probably came from him instead. Big brother Qi, it's really beautiful here, right? Su Ling'er smiled and said, This is my favoritist place ever. Every time I come here, it feels like I've become a fairy and I'll forget all the unhappy things. I like everything here. I often think, if I grew up in the future, I'll certainly place my family within a bamboo forest. Oh, just thinking about it makes me so happy. Qi's heart violently shook. No wonder when Master died, she dragged his unconscious and heavily injured self for several days and stopped within a patch of bamboo forest. At that time, he only believed that Su Ling'er felt it was safe and concealed. As it turns out, she was sincerely fond of bamboo forests and had a dream about bamboo forests since young. In the bamboo forest, her heart could calm down. She could imagine herself as a fairy. And only within a bamboo forest could she overcome her loneliness, worries, fears, depression, and problems. Day after day, year after year, when forever waiting for his return. Qi clenched both his fists tightly, and his heart soared like a pincushion. Shame filled his soul like a tide. He realized more and more that he wasn't worth of Ling'er, that he wasn't able to make it up to her even after 10 lifetimes. Ling'er, let's build a home here, okay? Qi lightly asked. Build a home here? Su Ling'er was full of astonishment. Amen. Qi smiled and nodded. Didn't Ling'er always dream of living in a bamboo forest? Then let's build a little bamboo house in the midst of these bamboos. This way, Su Ling'er can live here as long as she wants to. Bamboo house? After Su Ling'er was startled for a while, her starry eyes immediately became incredibly bright. Can we? Really? But if the bamboo here gets hurt, isn't that a bit too unfortunate? Ha ha! Qi began to laugh. He lightly comforted Ling'er's cheeks and lovingly said, There are so many bamboos here, and there are only a few that can be part of a little house. If these bamboos knew that they could be made into a house for an adorable Ling'er, then they would definitely be very happy. Amen. Su Ling'er let her inner worries go and yelled with incomparable happiness. Qi pointed his fingers out and directed his profound strength like a knife. With a sweep of his finger, Over 10 bamboos were neatly severed. Not long after, a huge pile of bamboo stalks that were thick enough stacked up by their sides, and a large enough open space was cleared up in this dense bamboo forest. With Xianxia's profound strength, this engineering feat wasn't too difficult, but it wasn't relaxing either. However, with Su Ling'er excitedly cheering him on by his side as he wiped his sweat from time to time, even though sweat rolled down his back, he didn't feel the least bit exhausted. The sky gradually dimmed, and a simple little bamboo house finally took shape. This little bamboo house was much smaller and cruder than the one Su Ling'er and him lived in. It wasn't even enough to shield them from the wind and rain, but this delicacy certainly had a clean and refreshing feeling. Also, this wasn't just a small bamboo house. There was a little bed and a little chair inside as well. After the bamboo house took shape, Xianxia's ears were filled with Su Ling'er's excited cheers. She excitedly ran around the little bamboo house. Her free-spirited and beautiful voice reached his ears from very far away. She was actually like a carefree fairy. "Big brother Xianxia, let's just live in here today, okay? This was my dream before. Also, with big brother Xianxia keeping me company, I won't be afraid at all. MNN, okay?" In the middle of the bamboo forest, they played from the afternoon all the way until the moon hung in the night sky. The laughter that came from Ling'er today was more than what Xianxia had heard from her during those times. This afternoon, the cheers and laughs that came from Ling'er became his entire world. Today, he belonged only to Ling'er. The bright moon hung high up in the sky, and Ling'er, who ran around all afternoon, was finally tired. She and Xianxia slept shoulder to shoulder on the bamboo bed they built together. The bamboo house was very simple and very stiff. Moving just a little would cause it to creak all over. However, laying on top on it, breathing in the fresh air, sniffing the odor of the emerald green bamboo, and feeling the breeze that slipped through the cracks from time to time, the two were incredibly content. Of course, the thing that was even more important was that they were by each other's sides. "Big brother Xianxia, I really want to be together with you forever." "Oh, if I say it like that, would it make big brother Xianxia feel weird? Obviously, we've only just met today, but I liked big brother Xianxia from the first moment I saw you. Am I a really strange girl?" The little bed was incredibly narrow. Su Ling'er lightly leaned against Xianxia's body and asked in a little voice. "No." Xianxia began to smile. "Because it's the same when I saw Ling'er. During an entire lifetime, it's very difficult for a person to inexplicably like someone during the first time they see each other. If two people felt the same way about each other, then perhaps they are destined by the heavens to be together, or perhaps have lingering affection from a previous life." Ling'er turned around and rested her head on Xianxia's arm. Her eyes were hazily looking at the moonlight shining down between the gaps of the bamboo trees. A long time later, she gently said, "If I can sleep in a bamboo forest while under the moonlight, it will definitely be a very beautiful, beautiful thing." Xianxia gazed upwards and gave a gentle and natural smile. Pushing out his palm with a bang sound, the bamboo ceiling above revealed a large enough hole. A full moon completely appeared within Ling'er's line of sight. A huge amount of moonlight took the opportunity to pour down as well, lighting up every corner of the bamboo house. "Wah!" Su Ling'er let out a tender cry. Looking at the full moon in the sky and feeling the atmosphere coming from the man beside her, this was the first time she ever experienced the sort of feeling where even her heart was intoxicated. "Big brother Xianxia, can I really become your wife, like beautiful big sister, and be with you together forever?" Su Ling'er asked sillily. The current her still did not really understand the relationship between a man and a woman. However, she really purely, really strongly liked and wished to be together with him. Xianxia held onto her small hand and gently said, "Of course, your papa had already betrothed you to me in front of so many people. When the day I return comes and Ling'er is grown up, we can then marry and then be together forever." Su Ling'er first laughed lightly and then reacted over something as she instantly grabbed onto Xianxia's arm. "When you return, big brother Xianxia, you're going to leave." This was an illusory realm created by the evil god's soul. Things like illusory realms, Xianxia was not foreign to them. Within the Phoenix's trials and the dragon god's trials, the places that he had been to were all illusory realms. The people that appeared in illusory realms would not know they were actually illusions either. However, illusory realms were, after all, illusory realms. He could only stay here for 24 hours, and after he leaves, everything here would all disappear as well. Sensing the panic in Su Ling'er's voice, his heart stifled and said, "Ling'er, I'm not someone that belongs to this place. My home is in a place that's very far, far away. Even though I don't wish to leave, I still have to return and I must leave by tomorrow, but Ling'er, don't worry, when you're grown up, I will definitely return. I will return to marry you and then bring you away and stay together with you, all right. These were all lies that could not be fulfilled. Because after the end of 24 hours, every single thing here would disappear. No matter was it Su Ling'er of the past, or the current Su Ling'er, both of them could never appear again in his world. However, this promise of his actually came from his soul and did not have any hint of falsehood. If Su Ling'er was still alive in this world, then, no matter how heavy the price, he would definitely fulfill it, and never would he allow her to painfully wait for him again. The night instantly became very quiet. The moonlight no longer shone, and even the intoxicating night wind had seemingly disappeared without a trace. When the information of Yuanqi leaving tomorrow, and was even for a long period of time, entered Su Ling'er's mind, she realized everything she was currently feeling reveled about had quietly turned into reluctance and sadness. She and her father had come to this bamboo forest many times, and every single time she would always be happy. However, she definitely had not felt as blessed as tonight. What she liked the most was not the bamboo forest, but the person who was currently accompanying her in watching the bamboo forest together. Su Ling'er threw herself onto Yuanqi's body. She did not cry, she simply closed her eyes tightly and said gently as though she was sleep-talking. "Big brother Yuanqi, you must come back. I will properly and obediently grow up. I will wait for you to come back and marry me, no matter how long. I will always be waiting. I will continue to wait till you come back and marry me." Although these words of infatuation that came from a 10-year-old girl were filled with innocence, it was more refreshing than a mature woman's emotional words. Because the words from a girl at such a young age would not carry even a hint of falsehood, purposefulness, and deliberateness, but only the purest and simplest of emotions, feelings, and desires. On the second day, when Yuanqi carried Su Ling'er back to the Grandwake clan, it was already noon. Based on the time, the 24 hours stated by the evil god's soul, they were only left with less than an hour. Last night they slept in each other's embrace, and in the morning, when the sky was still dark, Yuanqi carried her and climbed up Grandwake Mountain, where they watched the sunrise together, and ate the wild fruits that came from Grandwake Mountain. They left many of their voices and footprints on Grandwake Mountain, and just like that, unknowingly, the deadline had approached. "Chair, are you really not considering to stay for a few more days? Ling'er isn't the least bit willing to see you go, you know." Seeing Su Ling'er, who was lying on Yuanqi's back and refused to get down at all, Su Hengxian helplessly said with a smile. To Yuanqi and Xia Qingyue, he was naturally grateful in his heart. However, before he could even accommodate them, they actually come forward to say their farewells. "I really wish to stay as well, however. I really do have a reason which I have no choice but to leave for. I seek father-in-law for your forgiveness." He turned his head and glanced at the girl he was carrying. With the calmest voice he could possibly use, he said, "I'm unwilling to let Ling'er go as well." Su Hengxian nodded. He had already firmly believed that Yuanqi and Xia Qingyue must be disciples born from a sacred ground-level sect. Their actions and decisions, even with his title as father-in-law, he basically did not dare to interfere either. Glancing at the girl who was quietly lying on Yuanqi's back with her two hands strongly hugging onto his neck, he silently sighed and said, "Are you going to leave now?" "Yes. Have Ling'er take my place to send you two off then." The one who sent off Yuanqi and Xia Qingyue was only Su Ling'er. Because Su Hengxian knew that the person Yuanqi cared about was only Ling'er, and even if he were to personally send them off, it would simply be excessive. After leaving Grandwake Clan, Su Ling'er accompanied Yuanqi and walked a very far distance, where they could not even see the silhouette of the Grandwake Clan. The time left from the full 24 hours had finally reached its final countdown as well. Su Ling'er tightly grabbed onto Yuanqi's hand. She was filled with sweet laughter while they walked and did not even reveal a depressed look in the slightest. Walking up to here, Yuanqi's feet stopped, and he gently said, "Ling'er, you can stop sending us off from here. If we go any further, I'm worried for the safety of your return journey." Su Ling'er did not have the slightest resistance as she nodded and said with a grin, "Amen. I shall listen to Big Brother Yuanqi's words. You and beautiful big sister must be careful on the road. Ooh, Big Brother Yuanqi, can you give me something? Something that will allow me to feel Big Brother Yuanqi is always by my side." As she smiled, a teardrop that she did not control well actually fell from the corner of her eye. A long tear mark drew down her tender face. Yuanqi's heart trembled and then he was instantly filled with a complicated sourness. He squatted down and gently took off Su Ling'er's outer clothing. Then he took off the dragon-scale armor from his body, and under Xia Qingyue's surprised gaze, he put it onto her body. The dragon-scale armor could automatically adjust itself according to the wearer's figure. So, even if Su Ling'er's figure was very slim and small, it was still very compatible. Ling'er, this clothing is called the dragon-scale armor, and it can protect you very well. You must wear it frequently, just like how I will be by your side, protecting you. Taking off the incomparably valuable dragon-scale armor, and giving it to Su Ling'er, who was within an illusory realm, this seemed to look utterly ridiculous. However, Yuan-Chi simply could not control himself at all, because this was the best protection he could give Su Ling'er after leaving her. He took out a purple spatial ring and transferred all of the various food and water stored in the sky poison pearl into it. Then, he took out the various medicinal pellets that he had usually refined himself and put them into the ring as well, as he taught her the usage of each one. These are small heaven-returning pellets. Use it when you're injured. These are green dew pellets. When you're accidentally poisoned, eat one of these. These are profound recovering pellets. When you do not have any energy left, eat one of these in the future. If there comes a day that you have no choice but to leave your home and constantly encounter danger, you must definitely remember the items inside here. You must use the items here to protect yourself well, all right? Su Ling'er listened to his words, constantly nodded, and nodded. Yuan-Chi did not wear this spatial ring on Su Ling'er's hand, because that would be too easily eyed by people. After all, purple rings, which have a gigantic space and a long shelf life, were still considered to be rather valuable treasures even in the Grandwake clan. He passed a gold silkworm thread through the ring, hung it on Su Ling'er's neck, and had the spatial ring that was sparkling with purple light enter under clothes. Within Su Ling'er's pair of eyes, teardrops were currently falling. Pata-pata. Every single teardrop fell into the deepest part of Yuan-Chi's soul. He carried Su Ling'er in his arms and gently said, "Ling'er, don't be sad. We're not going to be separated forever after all. Once you grow up, I will then return to marry you. So you must grow up happily and cheerfully so that when I return, I will be able to see the most beautiful Ling'er. If in the future you were to encounter some difficulty, you must not be afraid and you must not despair either. You have to forever remember that in this world there will be a person who, even if he can't see you, he will still forever think of you and miss you." Amen, amen. Su Ling'er strongly nodded and struggled to suppress her crying voice. Her thin teeth had already bit rows of deep teeth marks into her small red lips. The time left had begun to enter the end of the end. Yuan-Chi released Su Ling'er, held her face with his two hands, and gently kissed on her forehead. Then he turned around, gritted his teeth, and walked forward, step by step, further and further away from Su Ling'er's line of sight. Su Ling'er did not chase after him. Her two hands hugged the front of her chest, and she hugged onto the dragon scale that came from Yuan-Chi, which still carried his lingering scent. Within her blurry vision, she stared at his gradually disappearing figure. Finally, she could no longer hold it in any longer, and her tears poured out. Loud shouts accompanied by crying voices resounded through the entire large open patch of land. "Big brother Yuan-Chi, I will wait for you. I will wait for you to return and marry me. Big brother Yuan-Chi, you must think of me. You definitely have to think of me. You can't not think of me. Big brother Yuan-Chi, I will grow up quickly. You must return. You must return. Big brother Yuan-Chi, I'm unwilling to see you go. Ooh, ooh, ooh." Yuan-Chi's figure went further and further away, and finally, at a certain moment, he disappeared completely from her line of sight. She gently knelt on the ground, held onto her face, and began to cry out loudly. Her big brother Yuan-Chi had left, and even her soul had been brought away as well. Su Ling'er's loud cries entered Yuan-Chi's ears through the wind, causing his every step to become incomparably more difficult than the previous one. His expression was painfully bitter, yet he did not dare to turn back, because he was afraid that if he were to turn, he would no longer be able to take another step. "The relationship between you two is very strange." Seeing Yuan-Chi's expression, Xia Qingyue softly said. She was unable to understand how a grown man and a girl who was only 10 years old create such a strong bond in just a short period of time of a single day. Yuan-Chi raised his head and looked towards the sky. "Qingyue, do you believe in past lives?" Xia Qingyue was slightly startled. She silently looked at Yuan-Chi for a moment and gently nodded. "I do." At this moment in Xia Qingyue and his surroundings, a ripple of spatial distortion suddenly appeared. "We're finally about to return." Yuan-Chi closed his eyes and softly whispered, "Goodbye, my Ling'er," as he whispered. His and Xia Qingyue's figure had already disappeared within the spatial distortion at the same time. Following after, the feeling of a spatial shuttle assaulted over, and then, in a flash, it disappeared again. Within that moment, a cold wind blew over. When opening his eyes, his vision was filled entirely with white snow. He and Xia Qingyue had returned to the heavenly basin's secret realm. However, their position was not at the top areas of the heaven basin. Yuanqi heaved a long sigh. Even though that was just a young Su Ling'er from an illusory realm, and only an illusion constructed by the evil god's powers, even if that was the case, his separation with Su Ling'er still caused his chest to sink, as though it was about to explode. No matter how beautiful the dream, eventually, there will come a time when one still has to wake up from it. Yuanqi looked in front of him and said with melancholy. Right after, he entered his subconsciousness and said to Jasmine, "Jasmine, why did the evil god's soul use the last of its powers to send me to such an illusory realm? Could it be, after reading my memories, it helped me resolve some of my regrets?" "Illusory realm?" Jasmine's voice sounded. "So you're saying you have been thinking the entire time that the world you stayed in for a single day earlier was just an illusory realm?" "That's obviously an illusory realm," Yuanqi powerlessly said. "If it was not an illusory realm, then how would Su Ling'er, who had long passed away, appear? And she was even Su Ling'er, who was still at a young age." "Heh!" Jasmine suddenly began to laugh out strangely, as though she had found out something interesting, as she slowly said, "I see, it's no wonder your emotions and actions were so unusual. You actually treated that place as an illusory realm, but I can very responsibly tell you this. That world you were at earlier definitely wasn't an illusory realm." Author note, this chapter is finally done. I'm tired as hell. I really hate writing these sort of difficult, unrewarding, yet unavoidable scenarios. TL note. Now imagine me translating this difficult, unrewarding, yet unavoidable scenario. Not an illusory realm? Even though these were Jasmine's words, Yuanqi was still shaking his head. "Impossible. I'm very certain that can't possibly be the real world. It's only an illusory realm," Jasmine faintly said. "Although I'm not sure why you are so sure that was an illusory realm, I am even more sure that it was the real world. Also, in deciding whether or not a world is real or not, I'm much more qualified than you. With your current strength, you're also absolutely unqualified to determine whether or not it's an illusory realm." Yuanqi. He was certainly incapable of determining whether or not that was an illusory realm, even in realms of the Phoenix Trial and the Dragon God Trial, apart from them being incredibly dangerous. He felt that they were no different than the real world. If he hadn't entered them during a trial, but had entered them under different circumstances, he wouldn't have even believed that they were illusory realms. But Jasmine wasn't the same. The realm she was in was something that Yuanqi had absolutely no way of comprehending. Her understanding of the elemental laws and her comprehension and understanding of spatial laws was something that Yuanqi had completely no chance of reaching up to. When they entered the Heaven Basin's secret realm, Jasmine could immediately tell the time that the secret realm was in, and the fact that this was something that wasn't created by the people of this plane. Finally, with the confirmation from the evil god's soul, he found that it indeed wasn't something created with human strength, but something that the evil god had created. The place we were in before that you believed to be the Azure Cloud continent had complete and stable elemental laws, natural laws, and order laws. These laws are the basic laws that are absolutely impossible to create instantly in an illusory realm. Also, from the completeness of the laws, that was a continent that had existed for several billion years. It's absolutely impossible for it to be some illusory realm, even if the true God still existed. It's still impossible to create an illusory realm that has more stable and complete laws than a continent that had existed for several billion years. Yuanqi. It's absolutely impossible even for the evil god, let alone a soul fragment of the evil god. That piece of soul you conversed with was already extremely weak. Using its final strength to be able to complete a round-trip teleportation is already its absolute limit. It's absolutely impossible to create an illusory realm. Even a most simplest of spirit realms is impossible. Jasmine's words were like one strike of shocking lightning after another that exploded in Yuanqi's brain. It turned his entire brain into utter chaos, as if it was a huge wave that crashed into heaven that wasn't an illusory realm. That was the real world, a real world that actually exists. It was the Azure Cloud continent that he was so familiar with. Then Su Ling'er and time, no, impossible. Ling'er had obviously already passed away. She passed away in my arms and I personally buried her. How could that have been the real her and also the time? If they were actually in the Azure Cloud continent, it shouldn't be that time at all. There's more. Jasmine's voice continued during this moment. Not only is that Azure Cloud continent an actual existence, its distance from the profound sky continent shouldn't be too far, because its laws of elements, nature, and order have many similarities with the profound sky continent. It and the profound sky continent might actually be on the same planet. Only, Jasmine stopped for a bit. Her voice had a little doubt to it. Azure Cloud Continent's fundamental laws are the same as profound sky continent's laws, but the temporal law which should have the most similarities are actually a bit different. HMPH. Although interfering with the time law is fundamentally impossible, for these sort of lower planes, it's absolutely impossible for my perception to be wrong. Perhaps Azure Cloud Continent's temporal law has been tampered with, or maybe profound sky continent's temporal law has been tampered with, or maybe both have been tampered with. Jasmine's words have been filtered time and time again within Yunqi's head, making his originally impatient and disorderly brain even more chaotic now. He suddenly raised his head, as if lightning struck his brain. He suddenly remembered that in the realm of the Phoenix trial, the Phoenix spirit told him something very strange. It seems that the girl whom you call Ling'er must have really been very important to you, and also because of her, your inner self holds heavy regret. However, you don't have to suppress this regret in the depths of your soul. You have passed through the reincarnation cycle due to the heavenly profound treasure, and it has tampered with this world's karma. Under the butterfly effect, time, dimension, and planes will also change as well. Your regret and debt, you may have not yet lost your chance to make up for them. Heavenly profound treasure, passing through the reincarnation cycle, butterfly effect, tampering with karma, interfering with time. These words rampaged within Yunqi's brain until they finally slowed down. With his unimaginable rebirth, with Jasmine's words, with Su Ling'er in the Azure Cloud continent within the illusory realm, everything began to slowly make sense. Passing through the reincarnation cycle, after he died in the Azure Cloud continent, he woke up in a dead body in the profound sky continent. Isn't this precisely going through the reincarnation cycle? Since after a person's death, all of their memories and life should have been washed away, since they reincarnate into a completely brand new next life. But for himself, he retained all of his memories from his previous reincarnation. If the Azure Cloud continent that he was in wasn't an illusory realm, then the Su Ling'er he met wasn't an illusion, then. Wasn't it precisely karma and time that had changed him? Passing through the reincarnation cycle was a fact, because it was his most genuine and strange experience. Then, Azure Cloud Continent's time interference. Ling'er's existence were real too. However, even Jasmine had said interfering with time was fundamentally impossible. Also, he didn't have the so-called heavenly profound treasure that was able to pass through the reincarnation cycle on his body. The only heavenly profound treasure that he had was the sky poison pearl, and its powers were concentrated in poison, medicine, refinement, containment, and finding things. They had nothing to do with reincarnation at all. Apart from the sky poison pearl, he had no other heavenly profound treasures at all. If he really had one he didn't know about, how could Jasmine not sense it? Jasmine? Yunqi breathed a deep breath and quietly asked. Within the heavenly profound treasures, is there anything that allows passage through the reincarnation cycle and tampering with karma? I just said, temporal laws are fundamentally impossible to be tampered with. But I never said that it's absolutely impossible to tamper with them, precisely because among the 7 heavenly profound treasure, there exists a heaven-opposing item that can cause time to flow in reverse. It's precisely the 7th treasure of the 7 heavenly profound treasures, the Mirror of Samsara. The power of the Mirror of Samsara is precisely tampering with cause and effect and transmigration. After the complete destruction of the true gods, there hasn't been another power that was sufficient enough to tamper with time and dimensions. Apart from the Mirror of Samsara, that is able to interfere with time, there's also the 6th treasure of the heavenly profound treasures that could interfere with dimension, the World Needle. The abnormalities of the temporal laws within the Azure Cloud continent made me precisely thinking about the possibility that someone used the Mirror of Samsara. This is an extremely interesting discovery, since at least this shown that the Mirror of Samsara once manifested on the Azure Cloud continent. If those people knew about this fact, then perhaps a terrifying wave of carnage would sweep through this plane. Mirror of Samsara, mirror. Qi's heart suddenly throbbed, and he subconsciously held the pendant that he always wore. Could it be Jasmine? Qi calmly said. If the mirror of samsara actually manifested, then you can probably sense its existence with your power right. No, Jasmine denied. Amongst the 7 heavenly profound treasures, the mirror of samsara's abilities are the most heaven-opposing. But the reason it's ranked last is because every time it activates, it must hibernate for 20 years. Within these 20 years, it does not have a shred of power. It'll become the same as most ordinary mirrors. Qi's heart rate accelerated. He held his pendant tightly. In his memories of the Blue Wind Empire, he wore a pendant since young and never took it over. Similarly, in the Azure Cloud continent, he had always worn it. In 2 different continents, 2 different lives, he had a pendant that he always wore with him. After opening this pendant, there was a little mirror that could not possibly be more ordinary. But according to Xiao Lai, the reason his birth parents were chased and killed was because of an item known as a heavenly profound treasure. Could it be that it actually is one of the 7 heavenly profound treasures, the mirror of samsara? If it really was the mirror of samsara, it would explain why he went from the profound sky continent to the Azure Cloud continent, and the period from the Azure Cloud continent back to the profound sky continent. His memories, his life's transfer without any breaks. All the questions could have a correspond explanation. If it really was the interference from the mirror of samsara, then the Azure Cloud continent that he just went to, the Su Ling'er he had personally embraced, were also real. His life in the Azure Cloud continent, disruption in reincarnation, disruption in space and time, everything was real. Su Ling'er is still in this world, still on the Azure Cloud continent that he was familiar with and grew up in. Then his master, perhaps with the reverse flow of time, might still be alive. After all, when Su Ling'er was 10, he was only 12. At the time, he was still traveling the world with his master. That was Ling'er, that was Ling'er, that was actually Ling'er. She didn't die, she's really Ling'er. The sudden facts exploded Qi's brain. All the blood in his body practically began to boil. He looked at both his hands and violently trembled all over. He always thought the Ling'er that he had obviously seen and closely embraced was nothing but an illusion created by the evil god. Jasmine's words, combined with his experience with the voice of the phoenix spirit, made him hear the morning bell. His Ling'er had just been in front of his eyes, by his side. He treated her like an illusion and then left just like that. Qi growled from the bottom of his throat, then fiercely reached out and pounded his head. He was occasionally mad with joy and then occasionally had a nervous breakdown. The Ling'er he was madly in love with was still alive. In his anger and regret, he treated her like an illusion and didn't bring her back at all. All of Qi's weird reactions had finally started to make Jasmine understand them. Looking at the pendant that he had been grabbing onto in his hand, she suddenly said, "So that's how it was. No wonder you went to that continent and lost control when you saw that little girl. It's also no wonder why Sky Poison Pearl fused together with your body. Don't tell me, the one who activated the mirror of samsara's power was you." "I don't know." Qi didn't refute Jasmine, but he was unable to confirm it either. After a slight hesitation, he frankly said, "But I actually did transmigrate because I was originally poisoned to death in the profound sky continent. And in the Azure Cloud continent, I fell off a cliff when I was 27. After waking up, I returned to the profound sky continent and awoke under the condition in which I had been poisoned to death all the way until now. And Ling'er was my most important person in the Azure Cloud continent, but she had obviously died. Jasmine, these sorts of things actually happened to you?" Jasmine was truly startled. She had heard of the legends concerning the Mirror of Samsara, but she hadn't seen the Mirror of Samsara and its powers at all. If what Qi said was true, then it would fit perfectly with the Mirror of Samsara's, passing through the reincarnation cycle, in the legends. Only the Mirror of Samsara could achieve these things. Then, in your memories, was there an item that was always on your body? If I'm guessing correctly, it should be the pendant that you've always worn on your neck. I remember when you opened it, there was only a mirror inside," Jasmine slowly said. "Then, apart from the Sky Poison Pearl, there was actually another heavenly profound treasure on your body. Except, where did you get this heavenly profound treasure from?" "I don't know. It had always been on me. I always thought that reason that I kept wearing it was because it was the only evidence to find my birth parents." Qi shook his head. "The only thing that I want to know now is, since the Azure Cloud continent is real, then where is it? How do I return there? That was the real Ling'er. I must find her again." If I can leave your body and move as I wish, then I can find where the Azure Cloud Continent is within 3 days, but it's completely impossible for me right now. Azure Cloud Continent shouldn't be too far away from the profound Sky Continent. When my powers reach a certain height, I can naturally see a wider portion of the world, for you. This is the only way to return to that continent. Not too far away. This was in regards to Jasmine's power level. If it was actually not too far away, how could there be no records of the profound Sky Continent in the Azure Cloud Continent? Even if Jasmine's guess was correct, and the Azure Cloud Continent and the profound Sky Continent were on the same planet, then the distance between the two would certainly be impossibly far. A distance that's even harder to reach than the sky. Jasmine's final words also tapped Xianxia's confused brain heavily and suddenly made him clear-headed. Right, that's right. No matter how much I think about it right now, it's useless. At least the conclusion is that Su Ling'er is still in this world. This was an incredibly pleasant surprise. To meet Ling'er again, the only way was to become strong. As long as he was strong until the point that he could shun the heavens and earth, then Azure Cloud Continent would appear in his sights, and he could find Ling'er again. Xianxia's mood became incredibly calm. He breathed in a breath of air and suddenly asked, Jasmine, if it's really because of the heavenly profound treasure's interference that made Azure Cloud Continent's time flow backwards, then on the Azure Cloud Continent right now, could another sky poison pearl appear? This is unlikely, Jasmine faintly said. There's also something you're mistaken about. If the power of the mirror of samsara really activated, then the reverse flow of time would be a small part of it. The thing it's most suited to interfere with is karma and reincarnation. Right now, not only would you and the sky poison pearl not be on it, it's possible that they've never existed. Xianxia, karma, reincarnation, these were illusory and mythical words. They were things that were impossible to touch no matter what. Xianxia never thought that such incredibly illusory things could actually be interfered with. He spread his palm out, looked at the dim pendant, and quietly asked, if this is really the mirror of samsara, then what kind of person could actually create such an item? This fact is impossible to trace back to, Jasmine said. But the only thing that's certain is that interfering with karma and reincarnation is tens of millions times harder than interfering with dimension and time. When the true gods existed, there were certainly powers that could interfere with the flow of time, but not one true god had the ability to interfere with karma and reincarnation. Since they were the most fundamental laws since universal order, they should absolutely be untamperable. Otherwise, there would be chaos beyond the control and expectation in the universal order. However, the mirror of samsara could actually tamper with the most fundamental universal laws. The sky poison pearl fusing with your body is completely because of the karma interference. It made what should have been impossible possible. No one knew who created it and what power created it. There are many legends that involved the mirror of samsara. In its history, it fell into many people's hands until it finally fell into somewhere unknown. But in all these years, I've never heard of anyone being able to activate its power. And for the heavenly profound treasures, what was even more unimaginable was that you are clearly an inferior human, but you possess 2 heavenly profound treasures. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to rely on the sky poison pearl, and the sky poison pearl is fused with your body, I'll unhesitantly choose to kill you and seize both of your heavenly profound treasures. Xianxia, what happened to you? A deeply doubtful voice arose from the crisp and cool air beside Xianxia's ears. He gripped his palms, didn't put the pendant back around his neck, and stored it into the sky poison pearl. Then he smiled bashfully at Xia Qingyue. Nothing's wrong, I just have some sudden regrets. After swallowing the evil god's water seed, Xianxia was feeling very intimate with water element right now, and it far surpassed Xia Qingyue. He didn't feel the slightest bit cold in this world of ice and snow. He gazed at Xia Qingyue all over with a strange expression and said, I really want to take a look at how surprised your master and everyone else would be when they find out that you entered the Emperor Profound Realm. Without a doubt, after they leave the Heaven Basin's secret realm, once Xia Qingyue's profound strength was exposed, there would be huge, indescribable commotion. A 17-year-old at the Emperor Profound Realm, that was truly an achievement on a level of the 4 great sacred grounds. For a sacred ground-class disciple to emerge from a little blue wind empire, perhaps the entire profound sky continent would be shaken. Xia Qingyue looked deeply at Xianxia and suddenly said, Thank you. Why thank me? Formidable power is very important to me, and it's something that I'll chase after for my entire life. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current height. So, thank you, Xia Qingyue said lightly as she controlled her gaze. Back then, when he was in Floating Cloud City, he was powerless and helpless, so he was always being bullied until he was eventually expelled from his clan with no power to resist the other youths. If it wasn't for her assistance, his most beloved relatives would encounter hardships. After meeting again, he had already matured into a tree that pierced the heavens. The help that he had given her at the time was 10 of millions times more than she had given him. Heh, we're married, we don't need to thank each other. Yun-Chi grinned and laughed. If you really want to thank me, let me see you smile. We've known each other for so long, but I've never seen you smile before. Xia Qingyue lightly shook her head. It's impossible for me. Ever since I was 4 years old, I had already forgotten how to cry and how to smile. Yun-Chi was immediately stunned. He saw a dismal confusion flash past both of Xia Qingyue's eyes. He thought for a while and said, "Then can you tell me why you're so persistent on seeking power?" When he was young, he was full of curiosity about his fiancée, Xia Qingyue. When he played together with Xia Yuanba, he would often ask about Xia Qingyue, but Xia Yuanba had the same response every time. She was cultivating. Practically all of her time was devoted to cultivating profound strength. Until Yun-Chi was 16 years old, he had only seen her a couple of times, and they were all fleeting glances. She had an attachment to profound strength that was incomprehensible for other people to understand. Xia Qingyue stayed silent for a while. She reached out her jade hands, cupped some flying snow, and gently replied, "Aren't you the same as me? Why are you so attached?" "For myself, and for all the people I care about to not be mistreated," Yun-Chi said without the slightest hesitation. "Not be mistreated." Xia Qingyue's eyelashes softly closed as she answered with a voice as gentle as fluttering snow. "I only seek to reunite my family." Yun-Chi's heart was moved as he looked at Xia Qingyue with shock. He silently pondered about the meaning of her words for a while, then asked, "This family, does it include me? If you talk about a family, then as your husband, I should be your most intimate of family on paper." Ice and snow slowly accumulated on Xia Qingyue's palm and didn't melt for a long while. Her jade hands moved slightly, and the white snow scattered into all 4 directions in the frigid wind. She touched the indescribable and bleak pain in her heart that was silently spreading out. "I am a person who's not fit to have a husband, because I might never be able to fulfill the responsibilities of a wife. There will be a day when I will leave here to go to a distant place, and it might be impossible to return any more." She shut her eyes and softly spoke as if she were in a dream. "Once you were as ordinary as sand and only made me occasionally worry about you. Now you are as dazzling as diamond and makes me, who is destined to have no future, feel more and more terrified." Rumble, rumble. A deep and distant rumbling noise sounded, and slight vibrations began to arise from the ground. 2 rapidly expanding spatial whirlpools individually appeared beside Yun-Chi and Xia Qingyue. "It looks like we're returning." Before Yun-Chi even finished his sentence, the 2 were simultaneously sucked into the spatial whirlpools. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since members of the ranking tournament's top 10 entered the Heaven Basin secret realm. Several tens of people anxiously stood waiting on the vacant space in Heavenly Sword Villa's rear mountains. These were precisely the members of the various sects who could not enter the Heaven Basin secret realm. Heaven Basin's secret realm was a completely isolated world, and news of anything that happened in there could not be transmitted, so they had absolutely no idea as to what happened in there during these 2 days. Qingyue and Xia Yuanba were undoubtedly the most worried of persons there, because not only did Yun-Chi enter with serious injuries that had not fully healed, his profound strength had not even fully recovered either, which meant that the danger of him entering this unknown area was increased exponentially. In these past 2 days, Qingyue could barely eat and could barely sleep. She had long since been waiting in this spot and anxiously waited for Yun-Chi's figure to appear. Ling Kun stood in the middle of the open space and silently looked on ahead. ZZZT. In the wake of the brilliant radiance brought along by the spatial vortex, a person dressed in white was tossed out. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were worn out, as if he had recently fought a fierce battle. The first person to come out was surprisingly Ling Yuefeng. Ling Kun opened his eyes and faintly asked, "Any finds?" Ling Yuefeng slightly exhaled and answered with knitted brows. "We were not lucky this time and encountered Heaven Basin's secret realm's harsh winter. Everything was sealed in ice and covered by snow, so there weren't any great gains, but I made an astonishing discovery. Inside this Heaven Basin secret realm unexpectedly dwells a tyrant profound beast." "Oh," Ling Kun's gaze flashed. What kind of tyrant profound beast? Ling Yuefeng shook his head. I have only perceived its sound force and did not dare to approach it. Perhaps someone had the misfortune of angering it. Ling Kun muttered. There was actually a tyrant profound beast inside. If I knew that, I would have went in together with you. Wanting to find a tyrant profound beast is not that easy. Although Heaven Basin's secret realm was mysterious, the things that could be found inside were too inferior to Ling Kun. After he had entered once, he had no interest entering again, which was why he didn't go this time. ZZZT, 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 ZZZT. After Ling Yuefeng were the flickering of many rays of light. More and more people were being tossed out. Even though Ling Yun and Ling Jai were both in tattered clothing, they were both perfectly fine and also had some findings. Members of the various large sects appeared one after another. Very quickly, Zio sect's members were all present, and Burning Heaven clan's members were appearing one after another. But in the end, only 4 had come out. Fen Moli appeared with a murderous aura that filled the sky. The moment he appeared, he loudly roared with extreme rage. Mu Tianbei, you brute, come out right now. To actually have murdered my second young master, I will exterminate your entire clan. Fen Moli's anger and shout instantly made the members of Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress tremble with fear, and also stunned everyone present. Mu Tianbei killed Fen Jubai. Nobody had heard that there were any grievances between Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress and Burning Heaven clan. Why would Mu Tianbei kill Fen Jubai? To have killed Burning Heaven clan's second young master, had Mu Tianbei gone crazy. Great Elder? Fen Jucheng immediately went to Fen Moli's side, pulled him to the side, and whispered something with gritted teeth. More and more people were coming out, and every time one came out, Kang Yue's heart would tightly squeeze a little. Xia Yuanba incessantly comforted her on the side. Senior sister, rest assured, brother-in-law is so strong, so he'd definitely be fine. ZZZT, the last rays of light flashed in the empty space, and Yun Qi simultaneously appeared with Xia Qingyue. They stood side by side. Junior brother Yun, Kang Yue shouted out with pleasant surprise and immediately let go of all her worries. She sucked in a long breath of air and hurriedly dashed at Yun Qi. And at this time, an angry roar suddenly exploded like a clap of thunder. Despicable Junior, die! In the midst of the roar, Fen Moli immediately pounced like an angry lion. His entire right arm ignited with deep purple flames as he directly burst towards Yun Qi. Everyone present were all basically discussing their findings and gains within the Heaven Basin's secret realm. No one would ever think that the situation would change in this way. Qin Wusheng immediately turned pale with fright. Chu Yueli and Chu Yuechen's complexions had also abruptly changed, because Xia Qingyue was standing right next to Yun Qi. Under this attack from Fen Moli, it was extremely possible for Xia Qingyue to be harmed as well. How could 2 juniors possible withstand an attack from an expert half a step into the Emperor Profound realm? But since everything was so unexpected, once they had time to react, Fen Moli had already flown in front of them. There was simply no time for them to block it, and they could only simultaneously yell out. Stop! Kang Yue, who had almost arrived at Yun Qi's side, suddenly felt an incomparably scorching air current come from her rear, and the dangerous feeling made her rosy complexion lose color. Fen Moli's attack in extreme rage was fast and ferocious. He wanted to instantly kill Yun Qi, and judging by the direction in which he had charged at, Kang Yue would be the first to be affected. Yun Qi's brows immediately sank. Instead of withdrawing, his figure flashed forward, and he rapidly sound transmitted to Xia Qingyue. Help me cripple him! After leaving behind an afterimage, Yun Qi had already flashed beside Kang Yue, tightly embraced her, and activated Sealing Cloud-Locking Sun. In the midst of everyone's surprised gazes, as if mad, Xia Qingyue confronted Fen Moli's attack. Blue light curled around her right hand as she extended one hand forward and met Fen Moli's purple flame. Qingyue! This scene made Chu Yueli turn pale in horror, as she could only helplessly watch the 2 people's attacks collide. A muffled sound echoed as an enormous ice lotus instantly blossomed between the 2 people. Under the swiveling of the ice lotus, the purple flames on Fen Moli's arms instantly extinguished completely. Without even having time to be bewildered, the enormous ice lotus suddenly split open, transforming into 9 smaller ice lotuses that separately smashed onto Fen Moli's face, neck, body, ribs, and limbs. Though they were both at the Emperor Profound realm, if Xia Qingyue had to go against Chu Yuechen, she would be defeated without question, because in terms of battle experience and mastery of the frozen cloud arts, She was far inferior compared to Xia Yuanba. However, in regards to pure profound strength, she had already completely surpassed Xia Yuanba by one level, and had surpassed all of the frozen Cloud 7 fairies. In this kind of direct collision, even Xia Yuanba would be at a disadvantage, let alone a Fen Moli. Even though half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm only had half a step of distance from the Emperor Profound Realm, this half step was a tremendous chasm. The scene that everyone had expected to happen did not appear. What they saw was actually Fen Moli being thrown backwards outside of the fluttering ice crystals. He landed with a groan, and his eyes protruded outwards. His complexion was pale as he widened his eyes and firmly fixed his gaze at Xia Qingyue. His throat surged with movement, until finally, his entire body trembled all over. With a thump of his heart, he knelt on the ground as his entire body twitched in pain. Xia Qingyue casually withdrew her arm. During this entire course of events, she had not moved from her current location. The profound energy produced by the exchange between her and Fen Moli was obviously incomparably frightening. But under the protection of sealing cloud-locking sun, Yun Qi and Qingyue had only been thrown into the distance, and was not even the slightest bit injured. He promptly released Qingyue and worriedly looked her up and down. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Qingyue's little face had turned pale from the change of events earlier. With her profound strength at the true Profound Realm, being immersed in the collision between one at the Emperor Profound Realm and one half step into the Emperor Profound Realm, was a sensation similar to dropping down the abyss of death. When she saw the safe and sound Yun Qi, she laughed in relief. "I'm all right." After she said those two words, she discovered that their surroundings had become frighteningly quiet. Everyone's gaze were focused upon Xia Qingyue. Regardless of whether it was the young disciples or those imposing experts, all of their faces had suddenly warped into that of shock. "Emperor, Profound Realm." Ling Kun looked at Xia Qingyue with sinking eyebrows, and an elusive tint flashed in his eyes. The three words he had said aloud resonated like three claps of thunder beside everyone's ears. "This isn't possible," Ling Yuefeng absent-mindedly murmured. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although Xia Yuanba stepping into the Emperor Profound was surprising, it was still completely acceptable. After all, she was originally half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm. But Xia Qingyue, a 17-year-old throne. In Blue Wind Empire, this was practically even more fantastical than myth. Even if one were to personally witness this, they were incapable of believing it. Everyone had become completely dumbstruck. A 17-year-old throne, this was a concept that they were fundamentally unable to comprehend, and also something they were simply unable to accept. "Qingyue, you actually..." Xia Yuanba walked over. She looked at Xia Qingyue with beautiful eyes filled with shock and incredibility. Since a disciple had made a breakthrough, she ought to be happy, but the breakthrough Xia Qingyue had made this time was just too exaggerated and too terrifying. What she first felt was actually terror. Standing in front of Xia Qingyue and sensing the aura of a throne coming from her, even as her master, Xia Yuanba, still felt a deep oppression. Xia Qingyue walked forward, gently made a disciple's courtesy, and softly explained in front of everyone's gazes. "Master, disciple had a fortuitous encounter within the Heaven Basin secret realm and consumed a fully bloomed Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. Only, this disciple never thought that the effectiveness of the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus far surpassed the rumors. In the span of one day, it unexpectedly allowed this disciple to directly break into the Emperor Profound Realm." The intelligent Xia Qingyue knew that she had to explain this matter in front of everyone present. The breakthrough she had this time was too world-shocking. Those shocked were not only a little Blue Wind Empire. If she did not explain it properly, there would inevitably be many people or forces outside of Blue Wind Empire that would do their utmost to investigate the reason behind it in attempts to reap some profit. It was extremely possible for this to attract unexpected trouble, so she simply publicized the reason behind it, cutting off any sort of future troubles. At the same time, since she had already consumed the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, others would obviously not covet any remaining surplus. Even if they longed for it, it would still lead to nowhere. So that's it. The name, Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, pierced like thunder through the 10 large sects' ears. That was the sacred object written about in Blue Wind Empire's records. Rumors of the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus existence being within the Heaven Basin secret realm had also been there for several hundred years. After hearing the cause of this change, a portion of the terror within Xia Yuanba's mind naturally dissipated. and was replaced by extremely pleasant surprise and excitement. 400 years ago, a late senior who had fallen within the Heaven Basin's secret realm had left behind news of an emperor awakening heart lotus within the secret realm. In these several hundred years, numerous seniors had also attempted to find it. I didn't expect that this great opportunity had actually fallen onto you. This is truly a blessing from heaven. As the other sect's members listened in on their conversation, the shock, admiration, and jealousy in their eyes were practically leaking out of their body. The emperor awakening heart lotus, a sacred object from legends. No wonder why a young girl had reached the emperor profound realm in one step. This was Xia Qingyue's good luck, and was also frozen Cloud Asgard's good luck. In front of this heaven-sized great luck, they seriously felt that even with their several hundred years of luck added together, it would not even reach this frozen Cloud Asgard that had recently obtained an emperor awakening heart lotus. They simply could not imagine what sort of realm the 17-year-old Xia Qingyue, who had entered the emperor profound realm, would reach in the future. But what they did expect was that when Xia Qingyue fully matured, as long as she was there, it was impossible for Heavenly Sword Villa to maintain their stable and unmoving, millennium-long, #1 position. Xia Qingyue actually shook her head and softly replied, "Master, this actually isn't disciple's good luck. The Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus wasn't actually found by this disciple, and was instead," she used her eyes to hint at Yun Qi and continued, "and was instead discovered by Sir Yun. At that time, disciple had encountered a gigantic beast within the secret realm and was bound for death. To save me, Sir Yun allowed me to consume the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. If not for Sir Yun's rescue, not only would it be impossible for me make a breakthrough, even my life would remain inside Heaven Basin's secret realm." Xia Qingyue's words were even a bit unexpected to Yun Qi, because the few sentences she said to play it down had actually made frozen Cloud Asgard owe him a gargantuan favor. Everyone used an incredibly amazed expression to look at Yun Qi. Each and every one of them truly found it difficult to believe that someone would freely give away an item that was hard to come by even in a millennia to someone else. If he did that under the state in which he clearly knew that it was the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, then this boldness and this sort of sensibility could both be said to be larger than the heavens. Chu Yueli lightly nodded towards Yun Qi. "Yun Qi, this favor of yours, our frozen Cloud Asgard will remember it. From today onwards, you are our frozen Cloud Asgard's most important friend. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask our frozen Cloud Asgard." This idiot, just for the purpose of gaining a beauty's favor, he actually gave away the legendary Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. "The Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus," Xiao Qingyue murmured while gritting his teeth. Even though he said that, he was extremely clear in his heart that the 17-year-old Yun Qi, who was able to obtain first place in the ranking tournament, was not an idiot no matter what. What they saw were only two people lucky enough to find the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, and simply did not know of the fatal calamity that had befallen them when they found it. What Chu Yueli had said was not out of anyone's expectations. If Yun Qi had willingly given the Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus to them, no matter which sect it was, they would all be willing to treat him like an ancestor. This kind of favor was truly too great. Not only did he save Frozen Cloud Asgard's most outstanding disciple since their founding, he had also allowed Frozen Cloud Asgard's level to greatly increase. Yun Qi originally did not care about some Frozen Cloud Asgard's favor, but once Chu Yueli had said those words, his heart moved as he asked, "Chu Fairy is too courteous. With the friendship between me and Qingyue, this isn't really that much, but can I really ask for anything?" When he said those words, his gaze shifted towards Chu Yuechen. Sensing his gaze on her, Chu Yuechen's looked to the side with a face full of coldness. Chu Yueli's eyelashes softly fluttered, and she simply answered with elegance, "This great kindness that you have given our frozen Cloud Asgard is too difficult for us to repay. If you have any requests, as long as we can accomplish them, as long as they don't violate our frozen Cloud Asgard's principles, we would certainly not refuse." "Okay," Yun Qi nodded. That being the case, he no longer had to be modest with frozen Cloud Asgard. "I hope that the noble Asgard would remember today's words. If this junior requires any help from the noble Asgard in the future, then this junior would definitely not hold back. Our frozen Cloud Asgard would never go back on its word. It is only right for us to do this because of the great kindness you have bestowed upon Qingyue." After finished speaking, Chu Yueli shifted her gaze towards the extremely ugly sight of Fen Moli. At this time, her eyes became as cold as ice crystals. Fen Moli, my frozen cloud Asgard and your burning heaven clan have no grudges nor grievances, yet you, with your status as your clan's great elder, had the nerve to actually dare attack our disciple with a deadly strike. If Qingyu did not have such heavenly luck, then she would have died by your hands. Do you, burning heaven clan, wish to become mortal enemies with our frozen cloud Asgard? In Fen Moli's previous explosive rage-inducing strike, he used around 70% of his strength. As for Xia Qingyue's counterattack, she used at least 90% of her strength. In that one exchange, Fen Moli's internal injuries could be said to be extremely severe. If not for his unwavering profound strength that firmly suppressed it, he would have already fainted long ago. With fury written all over his face, he took in a large mouthful of air and pointed at Yun Qi. That brute. He killed our clan's second young master. Following the last flickering lights from midair, Heaven Basin's secret realm had completely closed. But two people had not come out. One was precisely Fen Jubai and the other was Mu Tianbei. I killed your clan's second young master. The corner of Yun Qi's mouth slanted. That disdainful expression looked as if he had heard an amusing joke. Elder Fen, with which eye did you see me kill your second young master? HMPH. In fact, it was your burning heaven clan's Fen Jucheng and Fen Jubai who plotted to take advantage of me when I had not fully recovered my strength in Heaven Basin's secret realm. Not only that, they did not even hesitate to involve Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, Mu Tianbei. If it weren't for Xia Fairy's rescue, I would have already died in your burning heaven clan's two despicable people's hands. What? Qin Wushang's expression changed into that of fury. Bullshit, Fen Moli angrily replied. Why would our great burning heaven clan target a nameless junior like you? It was obviously you who had evil intentions and plotted against my second young master. His words, nameless junior, made many secretly laugh to themselves. Before the ranking tournament, Yun Qi was indeed a nameless junior. But now, Yun Qi's overall strength and fame had far surpassed every member of Burning Heaven Clan's younger generation. If he was still considered to be a nameless junior, then wouldn't it mean that his Burning Heaven Clan disciples were not even worthy of being called nameless? Ha 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 ha! Yun Qi laughed wildly. Your Burning Heaven Clan's despicable shamelessness, distorting of facts, and ability to blame the victim first as the guilty, has truly opened my eyes. Fen Jubai did indeed die, but he had clearly died by Mu Tianbei's hands. At that time, Xia Qingyue and your young clan master were present. Furthermore, I have also heard your young clan master say that you had planted some kind of special soul imprint on Fen Jubai's body. If he had been killed, then you would immediately know who had killed him. Do you swear on your Burning Heaven Clan's 1,000 years of honor that the person you saw who killed Fen Jubai was truly me? You! Fen Moli was suddenly at a loss for words as his face turned purple. His reaction had also let everyone clearly understand the truth. They were not at all unfamiliar with such a thing like a dying imprint. But seeing Fen Moli's reaction, the person he saw who had killed Fen Jubai was definitely not Yun Qi. Due to that, it was clear that Burning Heaven Clan had shifted this crime on Yun Qi's head. As for everything else Yun Qi had said, they ought to be true as well. Chu Yueli's crescent brows tightened slightly while asking, Qingyu, you were really present at that time? What exactly happened? Xia Qingyue calmly replied. Reporting to Master at that time, Disciple was indeed nearby and had heard about the burning young clan master resenting Sir Yun because of Princess Kang Yue. After he entered the Heaven Basin's secret realm with Fen Jubai, they had continuously tailed behind Sir Yun together. Furthermore, they had also brought along Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress Fort Master Mu, who wanted to put Sir Yun to death. But when they took action, Fort Master Mu had accidentally killed Fen Jubai. With the support of the concealment of ice and snowy weather, Disciple took Sir Yun and helped him escape that life-threatening situation. Elder Fen saying that Fen Jubai had died by Sir Yun's hands are completely false. Xia Qingyue had said the complete truth, but her narration was extremely ingenious. Mu Tianbei accidentally killing Fen Jubai was true, but the one who concocted the accident was Yun Qi. Xia Qingyue was like a fairy in snow. With her incomparably beautiful complexion and extraordinary temperament, it was impossible for anyone to doubt her words. Once her words fell, a hissing sound immediately echoed from the surroundings. All kinds of contemptuous gazes lowered onto the 6 Burning Heaven Clan members and pressured them. They had recently suffered a crushing defeat in the ranking tournament, angered frozen Cloud Asgard, and now they were held in contempt in everyone's eyes. If this were to go out, it would very negatively affect their burning Heaven clan's prestige. Fen Zhucheng's expression continuously changed. He finally clenched his teeth and said with complete discomfort, "Yun Qi, you are well aware of how my second brother died. This grudge our burning Heaven clan will make you pay in blood." Yun Qi laughed coldly. Just when he was about to counterattack, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Enough!" Ling Kun swept the crowd with a gaze full of coldness. His gaze possessed an incomparably heavy oppression. Everyone who was swept past had all stopped breathing instantly. He spoke with indifference. "Wait until you leave Heavenly Sword Villa to settle whatever grudges and grievances you have with one another. How you want to settle it is none of anyone's concern. But this Heavenly Sword Villa is not a place for you to resolve your resentments. I don't want to know who killed who or who wants to kill who. What had happened earlier, I can pretend that they did not happen. But after we return to the villa, if anyone takes action or continue to bring up past grievances, don't blame me for being impolite." The incomparable might brought along by Ling Kun's words made everyone shut their mouths. As for burning Heaven clan's side, they had also breathed in a sigh of relief. Ling Kun said to Ling Yuefeng, "Yuefeng, I have stayed here long enough. I must leave tomorrow, so the demon sealing ritual should start right now." Ling Yuefeng nodded. "Everything will be as Elder Ling has planned." After he finished speaking, he turned to face the crowd. "All of you have already heard what Elder Ling said previously. Everyone has only recently left the Heaven Basin secret realm and had spent quite a large amount of their profound energy, so much that some of you still retain injuries. But this is the first time that the demon sealing ritual became open to the public. This demon had also used to be an enormous secret. To be able to personally see this demon, as well as the sealing ritual, is an extremely rare and valuable experience. I ask everyone to follow Elder Ling and I to the Sword Management Terrace. If you do not wish to come, you may return to your courtyards to rest. Everything is up to you." Sealed under Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace was a mysterious demon. All the various sects had heard of this matter and were all curious as to what kind of demon it was since the start. It was only natural for them to not want to miss this kind of opportunity. As a result, everyone neatly followed Ling Kun and Ling Yuefeng and headed for Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace. But not everyone was interested. "Qingyue," Xu Yuechen stopped Xia Qingyue. "Are you interested in this so-called demon?" Seeing Xu Yuechen, who was like an icy moon, Xia Qingyue immediately understood why she had stopped her. She slightly shook her head. "Disciple isn't really that interested. If that's the case, then follow me. The range of your profound strength's increase is too large. It would easily cause your profound strength to become unstable and harm your profound veins. It must be stabilized as quick as possible." After speaking, Xu Yuechen rose in the air and flew in the direction of the courtyards. "Yes, Senior Master." Xia Qingyue informed her master Chu Yueli, then followed Xu Yuechen. Members of the 10 large sects quickly returned to Heavenly Sword Villa and then headed towards the Sword Management Terrace. The assembly of Blue Wind Profound Palaces 4 were undoubtedly conspicuous. Qin Wusheng was at the front. Following right behind him were Yun Qi, Xia Yuanba, and Kang Yue. Yun Qi and Kang Yue were constantly whispering on the way, and Xia Yuanba's eyes glittered as he eagerly rubbed his hands in anticipation. It was obvious that he was looking forward to see the rumored demon. "Fen, Zhucheng and them really wanted to kill you?" Kang Yue tightened her brows as she asked while holding back her rage. "Amen. But don't worry, a mere Fen Zhucheng is no longer a threat to me anymore." "But," Yun Qi secretly sighed, "Senior Sister, I probably can't return to the Blue Wind Profound Palace with you anymore. After we leave Heavenly Sword Villa, Burning Heaven Clan will definitely make their move. I have to escape their notice and then leave alone. They definitely won't do anything to you, Palace Chief Qin or Yuanba. Burning Heaven Clan will be hunting me down. I probably cannot return to Blue Wind Profound Palace for a long time, but don't worry, Senior Sister. I have never been afraid of things like people hunting me down. If there is someone chasing me from behind, it would force me to become even more powerful." Yun Qi's words immediately tightened Kang Yue's heart. Burning Heaven Clan firmly believed that Yun Qi was Fen Zhubai's cause of death. The death of the mighty Burning Heaven Clan's second young master would inevitably invoke the sky-filling fury of the entire Burning Heaven Clan. The result would precisely be an unceasing hunt for blood. That was an assassination from one of the 4 major sects that the Blue Wind Imperial family had always been deeply afraid of. Even though he had said those words with the most relaxed of tones, he still sensed that Qingyue's breathing had momentarily stopped. Her complexion had also become slightly pale, and a pair of small hands firmly grabbed onto him. He immediately comforted. "Senior sister, there really is no need to worry. Don't forget, I also have the protection of Frozen Cloud Asgard. If worst comes to worst, I'll go hide in Frozen Cloud Asgard." "But I'm worried. It's still the Burning Heaven clan. How about you hide in the Imperial Palace? Even if they know that you're in there, they definitely won't dare to make trouble there," Qingyue said in a panic as she tightly gripped Yunqi's hands. Yunqi shook his head with a slight smile. "Even though Fen Zhucheng was the one who started it, if you carefully think about it, I never avoided these conflicts, and had instead intensified them so far that Fen Zhubai died. Perhaps I had subconsciously planned to make the Burning Heaven clan chase me. After all, being hunted is." Yunqi let out a small breath of air. He was well familiar and accustomed to a life of being hunted. "Senior sister," even though the tone in his voice had changed, it was still gentle. "After all these disturbances are over, I'll bring you home, okay? Bring me home." "Amen." Yunqi nodded and raised his head as if looking into the future. "Although I had been driven out of my clan, it is still the place where I grew up in. The most important thing is that my grandfather and little aunt are there. Wherever they are is my home. It has already been a long time since I have left, and there has not been a time that I wish to return. I want to bring senior sister home. They would probably be scared out of their minds if they knew that I actually brought home a princess for a wife." Just thinking about that possible scene made Yunqi chuckle. Grandfather and little aunt's figures had also clearly flashed before him. "Grandfather, little aunt, are you two still well? Unknowingly, I had already left for this long. Did you two get bullied there? After being locked in that desolate rear mountain, have you gotten thinner? You know, I think about you every day. The current me finally has enough power to return. I can now beat anyone from Zio sect. I will return the continuous misery you two have suffered back, 100-fold. Qingyue stared blankly for a long time. Her eyes immediately softened to the point that it almost melted. Her heart rate had also accelerated by several-fold. Her heart that she had been keeping calm suddenly welled up in nervousness and joy. She quietly lowered her head and answered in an extremely soft voice. "Amen." The Sword Management Terrace was now just up ahead. Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace was several times larger than the ranking tournament's Sword Discourse Arena. As far as the eye could see, as many as 10,000 swords flew in the sky above the Sword Management Terrace, stirring up an even greater vortex of sword energy. When walking up the Sword Management Terrace, waves and waves of sword energy would occasionally flit by. The sharp energy dully ached, as if knives were cutting into their face. Various kinds of swords also covered the entire surface of the Sword Management Terrace, and a few heavy swords were also included among them. Though their numbers was extremely low, they were definitely not of common grade. Even the most inferior weapon, there was at least a spirit-profound artifact. In the middle of the Sword Management Terrace, a pitch-black sword as large as the heavens was halfway into the ground and halfway into the sky. The incomparably enormous sword body released an ancient and heavy aura, making the hearts of the ones who looked at it go silent. Ling Kun was walking at the very front and stopped in front of the enormous sword. He turned around and said, "This sword is called Heaven's Punishment and is the suppressed demon's sword. The demon arrested several hundred years ago is precisely sealed beneath this sword. The demon is incredibly strong, but inside the sealing formation his strength has greatly been suppressed, so he should never think of escaping. However, since it is a sealing formation, its power would naturally diminish through time. Every 20 years, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region would always send one person here to strengthen the seal formation. The demon's existence was originally a secret, because the things that are related to him may possibly affect the life and death of the entire profound sky continent. The reason why we have allowed everyone to witness his true appearance is because not long after last time's seal strengthening, his relatives used a special method to avoid the 4 great sacred grounds blockade and entered the profound sky continent. They asked all over about this demon's location with the intent to rescue him. At the very end, they had still discovered Blue Wind Empire. If not for our mighty Heavenly Sword Region's detection, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Oh, listening to what he said, that demon seems to have come from outside of the profound sky continent. Could it be those non-humans of legends? Xia Yuanba asked with wide eyes. Very likely. Yunqi carefully nodded. At the same time, he silently thought to himself, The four great sacred grounds ought to have frequently come in contact with people not from profound sky continent. Then doesn't it mean that they have come in contact with people from the Azure Cloud continent, and know of Azure Cloud continent's existence? Ling Kun's gaze swept across and then said, "Today, everyone should open their eyes wide and clearly look at the appearance of a demon. In the future, if anyone asks you about people who look similar, you have to inform the Heavenly Sword Villa. Don't be lazy or negligent by any means, because that could possibly be another demon. That matter over 10 years ago was enough to prove that they found some way to enter the profound sky continent without the four great sacred grounds being aware of it. If this demon was rescued accidentally and its powers are restored, it would bring a great calamity to the profound sky continent. Bring about a great calamity to the profound sky continent." These words had undoubtedly shaken everyone's heart. What kind of an existence was this demon to actually be this terrible? Rumble. Following Ling Kun's bizarre hand gesture, an enormous profound formation flashed from under the huge sword. In the profound formation's rotation, that huge sword as large as the sky slowly rose. Underneath the platform was the lower half of the sword's body that had not seen night or day for 20 whole years. The sword's body rose higher and higher, gradually reaching a height of several hundred meters. And just at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from an evil spirit came from below. "GRRAAHH. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, you old dogs. Have you come to visit this granddaddy again, HAHAHAHAHAHA? You pack of shameless, despicable, and treacherous dogs. If you have guts, hurry up and kill me already. I want to become a malicious spirit, tear the skin off your flesh, drink your blood, bite your bones into mush, pulverize your organs, and drag you all down to the 18th level of hell, to suffer the penetration of 10,000s of blades for all eternity and feel the pain of burning in hellfire." This was the most resentful voice they had ever heard and the most malicious of curses. It was even more frightening than the wails of evil spirits in hell. The hair of everyone who had heard this voice stood erect, and chills unceasingly crept up their spine. They had no way of imagining just how large of a resentment it would have to be able to release such heaven-frightening, earth-startling grievances. The enormous Heaven's punishment sword continued to rise for a little while longer until it had finally stopped. The tip of huge sword moved a similarly sized surface, which appeared at the previously empty space. What appeared in front of the people's eyes was a huge light yellow half-sphere barrier. Within the barrier was the huge Heaven's punishment sword with several tens of chains on the tip of it, firmly sealing a person with a full set of white hair. His hair had reached the ground a long time ago and covered half his body and face. His body was as thin as a match and had a face that was as wrinkled as an evil spirit. But his pair of eyes was as frightening as the sharpest knives in the world and radiated a resentment that was like the abyss of hell. That's a demon, being sealed in the profound formation for over 100 years without eating, drinking, or dying. It's practically an old demon. SSSSS, what a terrifying demon. He glanced at me for a moment and my entire body went cold. So scary. Qingyue nervously pressed closer to Yun Qi with half her body hidden behind him. This demon's expression was quite terrifying and his fury was great. It could even be said that to be the greatest that Yun Qi had seen all his life. When he looked at him, even he was a bit afraid, let alone Qingyue. "Jasmine, what kind of person is this? Can you tell?" Yun Qi probed. Jasmine answered with extreme disdain. "Demon, it's only just a more powerful than the usual human. HMPH, what a joke. A real demon of the demon race is even scarier than what you can imagine." Yun Qi. Regarding the demon, with his incredibly malicious curses and gaze, Lin Kun didn't alter his expression at all as he calmly and collectedly said, "You want to curse as much as you like. Heh, you think I don't dare to kill you? If it wasn't for you still having some uses, being a bargaining chip for exchange at some necessary moments, you would have died several hundred times by now. Why would we go through the trouble of keeping you alive for 100 years? Phooey," the demon sneered. "Despicable old dogs, you're dreaming. Don't think you can exchange me for anything. I was never willing to die because I wanted to personally see the great demon emperor slaughter your entire family. That day won't take too long to come. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Ling Kun laughed madly as well. "It looks like you're truly unclear on who is actually dreaming. It's no harm for me to tell you again that your demon emperor had already died a long time ago. Died under hands of our mighty Heavenly Sword Region's Sword Master and the Sun Moon Divine Hall's Heavenly Monarch. Your pitiful demon emperor who had just ascended to the throne overestimated his own abilities and wanted to take revenge for his father. Tusk, tusk. His cries were so pitiful when dying. Right now, the entire illusory demon realm is supported by a little demon empress. Unfortunately, though the pitiful little demon empress has imperial blood, your illusory demon realm doesn't seem to be willing to let a woman become emperor. She doesn't even have time to look after herself, slaughter our whole family. Ha ha ha, simply an enormous joke. Utter bullshit, the demon madly howled with rage. Those words of Ling Kun had obviously provoked him and made him completely lose control of his emotions as he violently struggled all over. He moved those chains while clamoring. How can you bunch of inferior old dogs even compare to our illusory demon realm's great demon emperor? The great demon emperor can never die. Never. There will be a day when he will personally slaughter everything. Illusory demon realm, demon emperor. These strange words repeatedly came out of the two's conversation, causing Yun-Chi to become baffled. He looked all around and noticed that bewilderment was written on everyone's faces. The only one different was solely Ling Yuefeng, whose expression could still be regarded as calm. It seemed like the illusory demon world and the demon emperor were things that only sacred ground-level forces had qualifications to touch upon. It was obvious that there was an enormous animosity between them and the illusory demon world. Ha 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 ha, then just keep on dreaming. During his ridiculous laughter, Ling Kun wiped the spatial ring in his hands, and several 10 lumps of light yellow crystals hovered in front of his body. The top of every crystal released a power so dense that it made people shake in fear. Along with a wave of Ling Kun's arm, these several tens of crystals all separately flew towards a corner of the imprisoned demon's light yellow barrier, slowly submerged into the barrier, and became part of the barrier's power. Suddenly, the color of the entire barrier became even deeper, causing the tint to become sparkly. It looked as if the yellow light filled its entirety. Those several tens of yellow crystalline objects all contained an incredibly power-sealing force. Along with their merging, a once in every 20 years of barrier stabilization was completed at this moment. The profound formation used to seal this demon is called the Heaven's Might Soul-Suppressing Formation. Ling Kun pointed his finger at the continuously flashing light from the profound formation beneath them and said, "No matter who it is, in this Heaven's Might Soul-Suppressing Formation, their profound strength would be suppressed to the maximum limit. When this demon is being locked under Heaven's punishment, he shall never even think of ever escaping this Heaven's Might Soul-Suppressing Formation." Ling Kun said expressionlessly, "This demon's outer appearance is completely the same as us, and profound strength is also what he cultivates, yet he possesses a type of special ability called Profound Handle. However, amongst the demons, those who possess profound handles are also few in number. And now you have already seen what you all ought to have seen. Remember what I had said previously." Ling Kun's gaze swept across the entire audience. Then he took a step forward and coldly smiled as he stood in front of the barrier. "Demon, you must be really thankful to me since I have allowed you to see sunshine for this long, right? Before sending you back, I have another piece of news that I wish to tell you about. Heh, your son and your daughter-in-law overestimated themselves and charged straight into mighty heavenly sword region 20 years ago to save you. But alas, they didn't know that you had been transferred here 100 years ago. Ha 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 ha." The demon trembled all over. Fiercely raising his head, he roared like a madman. What did you do to my son? What did you do to him? If you harm a hair on my son's head, I wouldn't forgive you even if I become a ghost." "Tusk." Ling Kun coldly laughed as he shook his head. "Your son was quite crafty and had actually escaped our mighty heavenly sword region. He had almost found this place too, but alas, we found them first. What was even more unfortunate is that they thwarted us again and escaped back to the illusory demon world. However, both of them were seriously injured and had been fleeing for several months, so their life force were pretty much burnt out. Even if they ran back to the illusory demon world, they practically had one foot in the grave. I'd reckon that they had already died more than 10 years ago." The demon's eyes grew wider without wavering. An endless sadness, anger, and despair crazily erupted from his body. He struggled hysterically and shouted frantically, you're lying, my son would never die. Ah, mighty heavenly sword bastards, you guys are the ones who deserve to die. Ah." In the midst of his roar, a hand suddenly extended from the crack within the sealed demon's chains. Bringing about a boundless hatred, the hand shot straight for where Ling Kun was standing, and a beam of profound energy shot forward. Cries of shock immediately sounded from the surroundings. Everyone had all subconsciously retreated backwards. Ling Kun had also revealed traces of astonishment, but he was not scared, nor was he in a panic as he stood completely still. The profound energy beam struck the barrier but did not pass through it. After a light bang, it disappeared completely. Everyone, fear not. Even though this profound formation barrier cannot prevent others from entering, it can completely keep all kinds of power from going out. The demon cannot harm us, Ling Yuefeng explained. However, he was not at all calm because he was well aware of how powerful this heaven's might soul-suppressing formation was. It was strong enough to suppress someone's profound strength down to not even 1% of their true strength. But under this suppression, the profound energy aura that came from the attack this demon activated under his rage was actually not the least bit inferior to his all-out strength. To still be able to unleash an early-stage emperor profound strength after being sealed an entire 100 years, and it was even under the heaven's might soul-suppressing formation. His complete strength in a normal situation was simply unimaginable. He was at least stronger than Ling Kun by who knows how many times. HMPH? Ling Kun coldly snorted in disdain. To have allowed one of your hands to break through looks like the previous seal was not tight enough. But no matter, you aren't that naive to think that you could escape the meteorite chain's seal and heaven's punishment sword's suppression, right? You despicable mongrels, I want to kill you all. Ah! Ling Kun's words from earlier had obviously upset the demon greatly because perhaps to this demon, what had kept him going all along without giving in to death was not the demon emperor but his family. His roar was full of resentment and despair. He waved the only arm he could move, and lines of profound light crazily smashed towards Ling Kun. The shouts he released were no different than that of a wild beast's. The sounds of his struggles as he twisted and turned within his shackles were ear-piercing. Tusks, how pitiful! Ling Kun shook his head. The former demon emperor's guardian angel, the king of illusory demon world's millions of inhabitants, has now become a pitiful mad dog. Even I am not willing to see such a sight. I guess it's best to let me send you down. With a flip of his palm, a strange, profound formation crystal was pinched between his fingers. A small, scaled, profound formation appeared before his body. Subsequently, the profound formation underneath the heaven's punishment sword began to flicker again in response. Then it slowly rotated and gradually moved the heaven's punishment sword, and the area in which the demon was sealed, downwards. Even though Ling Kun was strong, he absolutely did not have the power to move this huge seal formation, nor did he have the power to steadily move it. Only with the profound formation made by over 10 of Heavenly Mighty Sword region's top experts, and the sealing power within that heavenly crystal, could he do that. As for Ling Kun himself, frankly speaking, he was just an errand boy and nothing more. This demon is really scary, Qingyue said with a small voice. He really is scary. I wonder what kind of great hatred exists between his illusory demon world and Heavenly Mighty Sword region to have made him be sealed here within a world of no daylight for a full 100 years. There's not many in this world that could go through that. Even though it looks as if he's a bit mad, he actually has not truly gone insane. The strength of his spirit is truly astounding. Yun Qi lamented. I also think that he's really pitiful and don't think that he's a bad person, Xia Yuanba said carefully in a low voice. The grudges and grievances within such a plane like the sacred grounds are things that we can never touch. As such, we even more so do not have the qualifications to judge whether or not this demon is a bad person. We can only look from afar. Qin Wusheng said. As the heaven's punishment sword slowly lowered, the demon's figure was also beginning to gradually fade from their line of sight. But he still howled like an evil spirit, and the sound resonated past everyone's ears. His hysterical attacks had also not stopped as chaotic, profound streams of light smashed against the barrier. I will definitely kill you, ALLL. I will definitely kill you all. In the midst of his crazed roar, he suddenly stopped his assaults. He stretched his arm out in front of him and fiercely pulled inwards. Whoosh! A burst of wild wind suddenly blew out from within the barrier. Then it weakly expanded as it passed through the barrier while bringing along a magnetic force. It was obvious that in his extreme rage, this half-crazy demon wanted to kill someone and wanted to drag someone inside to kill them, as long as he could suck them into the barrier. No matter who it was, even if it was Ling Kun, once inside the heavens might soul-suppressing formation, they were bound for certain death, because even if it was someone stronger than Ling Kun, once inside the heavens might soul-suppressing formation, Their profound strength would also be suppressed down to at most the spirit profound realm. It was just that after passing through the barrier, the attraction force was extremely feeble, and those currently present were Blue Wind Empire's strongest experts. This gravitational force was simply too weak to affect them. Ah! Grahhhh! The heaven's punishment sword continued to descend, and the demon's voice had begun to become gloomy. At this time, the non-threatening attraction force stopped. 2 breaths later, an energy current suddenly narrowly centralized outwards and ferociously charged outwards, and the direction in which the energy current surged towards was surprisingly the spot where Yuanba was standing at. Everyone present could easily resist the energy current the demon had released with all his strength. This included Qingyue, who was only at the true profound realm. But there was one exception, which was the Yuanba with the lowest level profound strength, who was only at the elementary profound realm. Beneath the energy current, Xia Yuanba was suddenly and fiercely sucked in and flew towards the barrier. It was only up until the instant his body touched the barrier did he let out a frightened cry. No one had expected this sudden, misfortunate turn of events. None of them would have anticipated that the demon, who was about to be sealed back into the ground, would actually go frenziedly latch onto a youngster who was only at the elementary profound realm. With the Heaven's Might soul suppressing formation and the barrier in place, the demon was not supposed to bring them any harm in the first place. But these super-strong practitioners that transcended strength had all subconsciously forgotten about the existence of a super-weak practitioner, and did not even think that the demon would use all his strength to take action on a weakling that wasn't supposed to be there anyway. Yuanba, this was an event that Xianxia totally had not foreseen. They were supposed to be mere spectators here. With numerous experts around them, how could they possibly anticipate that such a disaster would suddenly arrive and target them? As he watched Xia Yuanba get sucked into the barrier, Xianxia paled in fright, and then fiercely charged over in the midst of his explosive roar. "Don't go over there!" Qin Wusheng immediately reached out to pull Xianxia back, but with the swift and mystical movements of Star God's broken shadow, Qin Wusheng's lightning-fast hands could only grab at his afterimage. SSS, Xianxia's speed at this time had greatly surpassed all of his previous peak speeds. The flashing of his figure had unexpectedly raised the sound of an ear-piercing spatial friction. At the speed of light, he had finally chased towards Xia Yuanba's rear and grabbed at his left ankle. But at this instant, both he and Xia Yuanba were sucked into the barrier at the same time, inside the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation. Without the barrier's obstruction, energy current that had been aimed at Xia Yuanba was immediately 1,000 times stronger, and quickly dragged them towards the demon at an extremely fast speed. What accompanied them was the demon's deranged laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm going to kill you all. Junior brother Xianxia, boss, don't go over there." Qingyue was firmly locked in place by Qin Wusheng. The startled Ling Jai was slapped backwards by Ling Yuefeng. As they watched Xianxia and Xia Yuanba get sucked deeper and deeper into the barrier, everyone's face had changed color. Ling Kun had previously explained what the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation did to them, and they were incomparably clear about what it meant to be sucked into the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation. Ling Kun's expression had also changed greatly. In his eyes, he had undoubtedly lost a large amount of face because this kind of event happened under his watch. But even if he was given 10 times more courage, he would not enter the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation to rescue them. And even if he did go in, it was simply impossible for him to rescue them. Instead, it would have been like setting himself up for suicide. He could only look on helplessly as the 2 youths continued to get sucked towards the demon. "BR, brother-in-law," Xia Yuanba screeched out loud. His face had turned deathly white when he looked behind him and saw Xianxia, who had firmly grabbed onto his ankle. An incredibly huge suppression surged forth from every direction and firmly locked onto Xianxia's profound veins, making him feel as if his profound strength was being frozen by a force that he was unable to expel. But this feeling of suppression could only last for a short period of time. The Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation could indeed maximally suppress any human's profound strength at will. But at this moment, Xianxia had become Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation's sole exception, because his profound veins were not any ordinary person's profound veins, but rather profound veins that came from a true god. As for a true god's profound veins, how could a mere Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation from the mortal world possibly suppress it? Ah! Following the rays of flashing red light from the evil god's profound veins, that feeling of suppression immediately dissipated without a trace. After releasing an explosive roar, his entire body surged with a blood-red radiance. It was also at this time that his eyes had instantly changed into a scarlet color. Purgatory? In this moment between life and death, Yuanqi had no reservations whatsoever to forcefully open the third gate. Under the explosive surge in profound strength, he concentrated all his strength on his right arm and suddenly flung Xia Yuanba backwards. In this split second, he forcibly broke out from the demon's irresistible gravitational force and flung Xia Yuanba far behind him. Then he shouted once more as he turned around in midair and used all his strength to continuously push at Xia Yuanba. "Yuanba, leave!" Whoosh. Following Yuanqi's loud roar, all of his strength transformed into a surging storm, struck at Xia Yuanba, and rapidly sent him flying far away, outside the barrier. As for he himself, under the rebound and the demon's magnetic force, he flew towards the demon at an even faster pace. "Br, other-in-law!" Xia Yuanba's flying body flew further and further away, until he finally arrived at the edge of the barrier. At the instant in which his body separated itself from the barrier, he saw Yuanqi flash a faint smile that brimmed with satisfaction before he closed his eyes. Bang! After Xia Yuanba fell out of the barrier, he heavily smashed onto the ground. He, who was bound for certain death, had actually been miraculously thrown outside the barrier. His head was spinning in circles, and his body ached all over with extreme pain. Before he even had time to breathe, he got up and threw himself at Yuanqi while releasing a heart-breaking, lung-rendering wild cry. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law!" It was also at this time that Yuanqi's back landed onto the demon's palm. With a loud sound, his back was immediately burst open. His flesh was broken into pieces as his bones scattered everywhere. A bloody arrow around 6 meters in length spurted forth from his mouth. Subsequently, as if a broken puppet, his entire being was tossed aside into the distance and no longer moved. A large pool of blood rapidly spread from underneath his body. The final thing he heard with his last bit of consciousness was the demon's wild laughter, which contained an incomparable elation. Boom! The Heaven's Punishment Sword suddenly dropped down at an extremely fast rate. Then, in the midst of a loud sound, it completely fell down, sealing the demon, as well as the already deceased Yuanqi, into an unimaginable depth under the sword management terrace. "Junior brother Yun!" Qingyue released a desperate, blood-curdling scream. Then both her eyes turned over as she fainted. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law!" Xia Yuanba rushed forward as if he was insane and threw himself under the Heaven's Punishment Sword. Both of his hands smashed the platform under the Heaven's Punishment Sword with bang sounds, until the skin between his thumb and index finger bursted open with blood. But the suppression of the Heaven's Punishment Sword couldn't be shaken in the slightest, even if all the power of the whole Heavenly Sword Villa were combined together. Let alone one Xia Yuanba, even 10 million Xia Yuanbas would not be able to cause the slightest bit of damage. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They never would have thought that Yuanqi, who defeated the core disciples of several major sects at the age of 17, who took first place in the ranking tournament, whose name that shook the continent, would so quickly perish in this kind of unexpected manner in front of them right after he had obtained such an extremely dazzling aura. And the reason why he perished was not due to an accident from the hands of the demon, but was due to trying to save a person who was not even worthy of being called trash in their eyes. As they sighed, they didn't know whether to commend him for his loyalty or to lament at his foolish behavior. How did it end up like this? Qin Wusheng was shocked silly. Standing there for a long time and not knowing what to do, his eyes enlarged the longer he looked on. Glory and pride were brought to Blue Wind Imperial City, but a nightmare happened so suddenly, just like that. He raised his head and heavily gasped for air. He felt so depressed, as if his chest was about to explode. Clasping on a trace of hope, he took incomparably heavy strides towards Ling Kun, stood in front of him, and lifelessly asked, "Elder Ling, is it possible to lift the Heaven's Punishment Sword? Maybe Yuanqi, maybe he..." Halfway through his sentence, Qin Wusheng could no longer continue speaking due to grief. So what if they lifted the Heaven's Punishment Sword? In that one strike from the demon, everyone could clearly see the horrible sight of Yuanqi. That kind of heavy wound, let alone a person in the early levels of the Spirit Profound realm, even a strong Profound practitioner at the Sky Profound realm would undoubtedly be dead, with no possible sliver of hope that they could be alive. Qin Wusheng's words startled the Xia Yuanba, who was sobbing in desperation. He abruptly threw himself at Ling Kun. With a loud plop, Yuanba knelt firmly in front of Ling Kun and grabbed his legs with his freshly bloodied hands. Elder Ling, I beg you. I beg you to please be merciful and lift the heaven's punishment sword, brother-in-law. He wouldn't die so easily. Please, please, I beg you to save brother-in-law. Xia Yuanba's voice was hoarse and filled with desperation, letting those who heard him tremble in their hearts. Ling Kun's face was quite unsightly, as he was ultimately the main cause of this incident. If it wasn't because he suddenly had an idea before the ranking tournament to let the top 10 sects to observe the demon sealing ritual, this would not have happened. If it was Xia Yuanba who died, this incident would have been a small matter that would have been forgotten really quickly. That's right. No one would remember weaklings, not to mention a dead weakling. This was the true reality of the situation. But Yuanqi, he was the champion of the ranking tournament. More importantly, he was sectless, did not belong to any faction, and fought with the identity as the sole disciple that represented the profound palace's imperial family. This achievement of his stimulated and excited countless sectless youths who dreamt of becoming a strong person. The uproar he incited by winning the tournament this time exceeded every ranking tournament. Those in Heavenly Sword Villa had no idea, but within the borders of the Blue Wind Empire, Yuanqi had already caused a huge storm. Especially in the Blue Wind Imperial City. The whole city was already in a celebrative atmosphere, and were preparing to welcome Yuanqi's return. Even Blue Wind Emperor, Kang Wan, was glowing pink with happiness while awaiting their triumphant return every day. Yuanqi's perfect control of the heavy sword had even made Ling Kun feel like bringing him to Heavenly Mighty Sword region. But such a person had perished just like that. If this incident were to be leaked, the wave of terrible public opinion that it would bring along would be no different than an enormous wave that could lift the entire Blue Wind Empire into the sky. Ling Kun took a deep breath and spoke with a heavy voice. Preposterous! The suppression of the Heaven's punishment sword can't be released on a mere whim. The profound formation that I just activated required the cooperation of more than a dozen Heavenly Mighty Sword region's elders, and it also took a long time to finish. Even if it was possible to release it, so what? The wound he received just now, he has to be dead. He caused it himself. You all should. Just give up. Every word that Ling Kun said was the truth, and everyone agreed. Even within the heavens might soul-suppressing formation, this demon was still able to release a profound strength at the level of the Emperor Profound Realm. That one attack was not something that Yuanqi could possibly withstand. When they saw the injury Yuanqi received under that one palm had caused their entire body to shudder all over. That type of injury, if it were inflicted on any other person, even if they had mountains of spiritual pellets and miracle herbs, it would still be impossible for them to survive that. Even in an optimistic scenario, even if he didn't die and had one breath of air left, he was still in the directly provoked and crazed demon's grasp. How could he possibly still live? Even in the most optimistic scenario possible, even if the demon decided to not kill him, and he miraculously lives. Heaven's punishment sword's suppression could only be released once every 20 years. Because of the demon's great strength, even without eating and drinking for 100 years, he wouldn't die. But at Yuanqi's level, 1 to 2 months was the absolute maximum. After that, he would die to hunger and thirst. No matter what, Yuanqi was bound for certain death. Sigh. Qin Wusheng sighed, shut his eyes as his heart filled with grief. Xia Yuanba stopped moving. He knelt there, frozen still, as if he suddenly died. Yuanba, stand up, you have to properly live on. Only with that would you be worthy of this life that Yuanqi sacrificed his to save. Qin Wusheng said dejectedly. After he finished speaking, there was no response at all from Xia Yuanba. He lowered his head and wanted to pull Yuanba back up, but he suddenly saw 2 very distinct long streaks of blood on Xia Yuanba's face. Tears of blood. Only when a person was in extreme grief, extreme pain, and when their spirit was on the verge of collapse, with their soul in endless lamentation, would they bleed out tears of blood. Qin Wusheng's heart was violently shocked. In this moment, he could understand that he had continuously underrated Yuanqi and Xia Yuanba's bond and feelings. He would not have known that when Yuanqi's profound veins were crippled, Yuanqi had suffered under the extreme coldness and ridicule from others. Apart from his grandfather and little aunt, only Xia Yuanba had constantly stood beside him, encouraging and comforting him, time and time again fought until bloodied against the people who mocked him. When Yuanqi was young, Xia Yuanba was half of Yuanqi's mental support, and was this lifetime's one and only true brother who he had engraved deep into his heart. As Yuanqi became more powerful and brilliant, there would always be different kinds of friends around him. But the relationships with those kinds of friends would never ever be able to compare to the time when he was at his lowest, when everyone looked at him with contempt, when he was seen to have no future. Would never be able to compare with Xia Yuanba's pure and authentic feelings. That was why when Yuanqi became strong, he could not stand a single instance where Xia Yuanba had been bullied. Whoever hurt Xia Yuanba, he would make the other party pay the greatest of prices. When he saw Xia Yuanba encounter a crisis, he would have no hesitation trading his own life for his, because Xia Yuanba was completely worth it for him to do so. Qin Wusheng hurriedly crouched in front of Xia Yuanba and consolingly said, "Yuanba, are you okay? Sigh, if you want to cry, then loudly cry it all out. After crying, you must live well, live to prepare Yuanqi's funeral, and even more so, live to help Yuanqi finish the things he had not finished." Qin Wusheng's comforting words had no effect on Xia Yuanba at all. He knelt there unmoving, with a face so pale there was no shred of color. His eyes were empty without a trace of life, and the two streams bloody tears on his pale face made it incomparably chilling. "Yuanba!" Qin Wusheng loudly shouted. This loud shout startled Xia Yuanba, as if shocking him awake from a nightmare. He suddenly screamed, "Ah!" stood up, and charged towards the north in a crazed manner. That lung-piercing and heartbreaking scream resolutely piercing into everyone's heart like countless needles, filled with endless grief and sadness. No one stopped him. Their eyes filled with complex expressions as they watched him run out of their line of sight. "Yuanba!" Qin Wusheng shouted. He wanted to chase, but he could not leave the unconscious Qingyue. He sighed deeply, and his heaviness in his heart could even crush a mountain. "Villa Master Ling, please find someone to look after my disciple Yuanba." Qin Wusheng said helplessly, not willing to speak with any other person. He picked up Qingyue and flew towards their courtyard with a back that looked extremely lonely and desolate. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Ling Jai sat down on his butt and blankly looked at the enormous Heaven's punishment sword as his heart instantly chaotically tangled like hemp rope. The heavens are truly jealous of such outstanding talent. Ling Yun shut his eyes and said sympathetically, "Elder Wugu, send someone to closely follow the one called Xia Yuanba. Don't let him get into any accidents. Furthermore, let Grandmother Jumu go to Princess Qingyue to check up on her. Don't let her body and spirit get hurt. Sigh." Ling Yuefeng finished his instructions and sighed deeply. The achievement of becoming the champion of the ranking tournament with profound strength at the true profound realm was unprecedented. But just like this, a peerless genius seen once in 1,000 years had fallen. There was no way that anyone would not feel regret. "Yes," Ling Wugu said in a dignified tone as he left. "We should leave too." Chu Yueli's eyes fluctuated with a complicated expression as she took Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin and silently left. She felt a bit of regret at Yuanqi's death, and a bit of pity. At the same time, she also felt a hint of rejoice that she should not have. Because since this had happened, Xia Qingyue would be completely free of worldly bindings, and could focus on meditation in frozen Cloud Asgard, until the day she takes over as the Asgard mistress, and lead frozen Cloud Asgard to stand at the very peak of Blue Wind Empire. The gargantuan favor that frozen Cloud Asgard owed to Yuanqi had also disappeared into thin air. Most of the people were in lamentation, but there were also some people who rejoiced in other people's misfortune. For Fen Jucheng, this result was simply a gift sent from the heavens. He laughed coldly to himself and thought, "Idiot! He gave up his life to save a piece of trash, a complete idiot. But you should still be considered lucky to have you died so cleanly. If it was up to me, don't even think about dying so easily." The crowd gradually began to disperse. They could imagine the huge storm that would be stirred due to Yuanqi's sudden death within the Blue Wind Empire. Ling Kun stood at his original spot and looked at the Heaven's punishment sword. He tightly knitted his brows as he pondered. Odd, after Yuanqi entered the Heaven's might soul-suppressing formation, the power he released clearly did not weaken compared to what he had before he entered. Why was he not affected by the Heaven's might soul-suppressing formation? Is it because of some special circumstance, or maybe it's because the Heaven's might soul-suppressing formation has a loophole? But the guy was already dead. There was no point if he continued to think about these things. With a flick of his sleeve, he became a stream of light and disappeared from the sword management terrace. What did you say? What did you say?" When Chu Yueli told the complete incident of Yuanqi's fall to Xia Qingyue, without even hearing Xia Qingyue's response, she had instead first heard Chu Yuechen's trembling voice that was similar to a lotus leaf in a fierce wind. Chu Yuechen stood up and ice spirits around her entire body became hysterical. Chu Yueli looked at her with a confused expression. Not understanding, she asked, "Elder sister, what's wrong? You said he died, he died." In this moment, Chu Yuechen's voice was as weak as if it had floated from the clouds. Her eyelashes, gaze, ice spirits, and entire body shivered and trembled. Chu Yueli was shocked. She understood her sister better than anyone in this world. There was practically nothing in this world that could shake her heart. But now, her feelings were obviously out of control, and they were completely out of control. Out of all her memories, this was through and through the first time ever. She took a few steps forward, stood in front of Chu Yuechen, and anxiously asked, "Elder sister, what happened? You wouldn't have heard something wrong, right? I said the person who died was Yun Qi. He tried to save Xia Yuanba, who came with him, and died at the hands of the demon. His corpse is also with the demon, suppressed beneath the sword management terrace." Chu Yueli hadn't finished speaking, but Chu Yuechen had already flew out, leaving behind an unequal, desolate, freezing gust of wind. "Elder sister," Chu Yueli exclaimed and hurriedly chased after her. Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin looked at each other, not knowing what to do. As for Xia Qingyue, she sat there unmoving. Her gaze was even more thoroughly stationary, without a single tint of color and focus as she looked forward. Even her breathing and heartbeat had completely stopped. In an instant, her entire person had become a lifelessly beautiful ice statue.